Chapter 1, Banishment. Naruto POV. Who would have thought this amazing woman walking by my side has loved me for so long? I never realized she held so much love for me until this mission. I mean, yeah, I always thought that the way she acted towards me was the same way she acted with everyone else. How could I have known that she has loved me so much for such a long time? I'm glad you know. After all, who would get a woman like her to love someone like me? We are from such different worlds that it's almost like a fairy tale, and well, after that intense kiss on the air, it feels really good to be with her. I love her so much. I didn't know it was possible for me to feel so alive, but I guess anything is possible, huh? I grin brightly as I squeeze her left hand with my right one tightly enough to bring her attention onto me, and surprising her, I pull her closer to me and wrap my bandaged right arm above her right shoulder. I look intently at her face, taking in every one of her cute features, knowing that now there's nothing to be embarrassed about while doing it. After some seconds of the continuous staring, I notice how a cute blush starts to spread on each of her rosy cheeks, which makes her look even cuter than before, if it is even possible. We continue to stare at one another while we keep walking ahead of our friends, knowing they won't bother us much because this is a private moment for us. After some more seconds, she lifts her left arm and entwines her left hand with my right one over her shoulder. She returns the squeeze from earlier with the same intensity and smiles brightly back to me, her cute blush never leaving her. Yes, this definitely is right. I want to be with her forever, and I'll never let go until the day I die, or even beyond that. Hinata POV. Ah, is this a dream? I mean, having Naruto-kun here, walking side by side, holding hands like I've always dreamed to do. I can't even look in front of us. I can only keep looking at the ground and taking sneak glances at him from time to time. I feel so giddy and embarrassed. I've longed to be with him for so long that I'm thinking maybe this is only a dream. After all, that intense kiss on the air. Oh wow, I can't even describe how it felt. This must be a dream, right? Can someone please not wake me up from this incredible dream I am having right now? While I keep sneakily glancing at him, I can't help but blush every time I remember that intense kiss we gave each other on the air. This just feels right. I feel him squeeze my left hand. It's so warm and safe. It feels really good, and so to not let him know I'm too embarrassed right now, I calm myself down a little, and after making sure I'm calm enough, I turn my head around to look at him, feeling a little curious, when suddenly he brings me closer to himself and hugs me, making me feel more embarrassed than before. That was a real surprise, to be honest, and now we can't help but keep staring at one another. I must show him that he can feel the same as me. So I grab his hand over my shoulder and squeeze it, smiling brightly at him. Yes, this isn't a dream, this is happening right now, and it feels right. I want to be with him always. I'll never let go no matter what. WMUS. Sigh. This is such a drag, you know, guys, Shikamaru said while taking a soft and soothing breath from his new cigarette. He knew that after all the trouble on the moon, it was gonna be a long night filled with nothing more than paperwork for tomorrow's written mission report, although he didn't really feel like doing any of it. Anyways, work is work, he thought. Maybe looking at the new power couple wasn't so bad, but maybe, who knows. Looking around himself, he noticed that everyone else was having the same thoughts as himself, excluding the happy couple and the bubbly Hanabi, that was looking really giddy while looking at Naruto and Hinata be so cuddly to each other. Nay, Oni-sama, does this mean that I can call Naruto-san Oni-sama now? Oh, and am I gonna have a nephew or niece in 9 months or so? Hanabi asked while she was walking backwards, bending over with her hands clasped behind her and smiling at Naruto and Hinata, a smile that looked very much like the cat that just ate the canary and no one knows about it, making all of them stop, especially the happy couple, and gape at Hanabi while they were having a growing blush in each other's face. Well, that is normal in a couple, is it not? Sai said, tilting his head, knowing that is what supposedly happens when a man and woman marry and are in love. They form a family, right? Making Naruto and Hinata blush even more red and making them look like gaping fish with how their mouths constantly keep opening and closing. Ahem. Well, you know, we should keep moving. We need to get fast to Konoha because we need to report about the mission, right? Sakura said, changing the subject and making everyone else nod. She received a grateful glance from the couple, making her smile softly, while Hanabi looked at her with a little frown on her face, for interrupting her fun, but oh well, maybe the next time. After all, she will have all the time in the world to tease them both, right? So their trek to Konoha continues while they contemplate how to explain the whole mess on the moon. Like seriously, if they didn't live in this life, they could swear that Naruto's life was a kinda messy, horrible continuum experience, but never mind that. He always persevered and became the person who he now is, but that story could be for another time. Looking at the group of people walking in the forest, you could feel how everyone else behind the happy couple were feeling quite left out. I mean, looking at the new couple that looked at each other with such love, well, let's just say that one could feel very, but very left out. It looked like nothing could go actually wrong. Finally, after walking what felt like hours, they could finally see the giant door in the distance to their village was wide open, inviting them to return home, making each and every one of them smile at finally been able to return safely, and especially for the new couple, that felt that maybe nothing could go wrong, because from now on every challenge that comes their way, they'll solve it together. Okay everyone, we are finally getting home. Remember, first we need to get to the Hokage Tower, for the talk debrief. After that everyone else is free to go home, or do whatever you wish to do, Shikamaru said, glancing with a knowing look at a certain direction, making the couple feel a little sheepish, knowing what he actually meant to say but didn't. Hi, everyone answered. Finally, after some more walking, they saw a normal sight every day, the eternal Chunin door guards, Izumo and Katetsu, giving them a welcoming smile and giving a knowing smirk to Naruto, making him feel a little uncomfortable and asking them both, what? As his only question. Oh, nothing, na Naruto-kun, said Izumo, making Hinata blush a little and look at the ground. Yeah, it's nothing Ibeo, said Katetsu, making everyone else look at him like he just sprouted a second head. PFF'd. Ha. Everyone laughed at the same time, making Katetsu feel embarrassed because of the traditional catchphrase of the blonde ninja. Hehe. That only works well with me Ibeo, Naruto said, smirking and feeling really glad that he's back home, making everyone else nod and feel really good at been back home. After signing the papers on the booth, they continued their walk, feeling less left out and very good with each other. WMUS. So that's what happened in the end, and you know the rest. Can we finally go home? This is getting too troublesome to deal with. Oh yeah, Naruto and Hinata are finally together, Shikamaru said, telling everything that happened on the moon, in the end pointing with his thumb finger behind his head at the mentioned ones, making Kakashi raise an eyebrow and glance at them suspiciously, looking like he was saying, finally huh, making Naruto raise his own eyebrow, wondering to himself if everyone else knew besides himself. Sakura, looking at the questioning look Naruto had on his face, could only sigh and shake her head while shrugging and saying, hi Baka, everyone else besides you knew about it. Heck, we were wondering when you two would be finally together. By the way, I think Ino owes Maine 40000 and I'm planning on getting my money. Hey. Wait, are you telling me that you guys knew? And even had a betting pool on it? Nani Ibeo, Naruto said, looking around, finally setting on looking at Hinata, who only looked at him and shook her head, telling him that she didn't know it all neither. I never told anyone, Naruto-kun. I mean, it was supposed to be a secret only for me, Hinata said, looking at him, tilting her head while looking confused, making everyone else look at her. PFFT. Yeah, you weren't very subtle about it, Oni-sama. I mean, after all, remember I was just teasing you to finally give the scarf to Oni-sama after all that indecision on the garden, Hanabi said while grinning teasingly at the couple. Hey, yeah, it was kinda troublesome watching you two interact all the time, although it was quite funny altogether, you know. Shikamaru said, smirking and making Sai just tilt his head and nod. So was I the only one that didn't know a thing at all? Naruto said, making everyone else nod, which made him look a little depressed, but Hinata squeezed his hand, giving him her support, which made him smile softly. Well, Hokage-sama, can we leave now? Yeah, just leave already. I expect the written mission report tomorrow morning sharp by each of you, understood? Now, everyone else can leave, but only Hanabi-san and Hinata-san should stay. I need to tell them something, Kakashi said, making Hanabi and Hinata look at Kakashi a little worried, not knowing what he was gonna tell them. Naruto, noticing their worried expression, decided to support Hinata and Hanabi and said, can I stay, Hokage-sama? I promise I won't say a thing and just listen. Sounding very respectful and knowing this could be important, he showed how much he has grown in the 2 years he has been studying for such meetings when he takes the position as Hokage in the future. Kakashi nods, saying, only if Hanabi-san and Hinata-san feel like letting you do so, making both girls nod without hesitation, knowing that Naruto keeps his promises always, and that he will not go back on his word, no matter what happens. They watched how everyone left the room in high spirit, the only ones staying back being Hanabi, Hinata and Naruto, whom were in front of the desk lined up and standing at attention waiting for what Kakashi had to say, whom was sitting behind his desk with his arms crossed on his chest. So I'm just gonna be blunt and to the point, Hiyashi-sama is in the hospital on a bed right now, he said, making both girls gasp and get worried while Naruto frowned upon receiving the notice but just kept to himself. Good, although you don't need to worry at all, he's not in a critical condition or anything like that. He was left here by Uchiha Sasuke while he was passing by. It looks like he found Hiyashi-sama while he was wandering near the border of Hai no Kuni and Nami no Kuni. Hiyashi-sama was only tired after walking such a long distance from the meeting he had earlier today. He informed me that he was attacked by the same Tonari, whom you guys just told me about, so it seems that the matters regarding that problem are solved for now. If you feel the need to visit him to be sure that he's out of critical condition, you may proceed to do so without the need to hold back, although please try to refrain from making your visit too long, Kakashi said, making Naruto, Hinata and Hanabi nod and start to leave the room, slowly saying a thank you to Kakashi. Just as Kakashi was reading a new mission report for the next day, he heard Naruto stop on the door and look back at him over his right shoulder. "Nay, Kakashi-sensei," he said, making Kakashi stop and look up at him. "Do tell him I say hello, and thank you for helping Hiyashi-san from the three of us," Naruto said, closing the door behind himself slowly, making Kakashi smile softly and nod. Then he continued to read the mission for the next day. The walk to the hospital was a quiet one. While Naruto and Hinata were holding hands, Hanabi was in front of them walking and humming quietly to herself, each one having their own thoughts about different things. When they were inside the hospital, they asked the receptionist where Hiyashi has been lodged at, and after signing some papers, proceeded to visit him. Entering the room quietly, they noticed that a strange shadow was looming over Hiyashi with a kunai in hand that was glinting dangerously thanks to the moonlight, which made Naruto, Hinata and Hanabi tense up and spring into action fast enough. "Byakugan," Hanabi and Hinata said quietly, while the distinguishing veins around their eyes came to life. They stood on the regular position of the Jukan style. As for Naruto, he quickly got a kunai in his hand, that sprung out from the hidden device in his clothes with pinpoint accuracy, threw it fast enough at the assailant's hand, disarming him. In the process, he quickly appeared with a Sunshin no Jutsu behind the assailant and punched hard, making a resounding crack. Be heard loud enough when it impacted on the side of the rib cage of the assailant, launching the assailant to where Hinata and Hanabi were waiting, and saying together, "Hake Rokujuin Sho," proceeded to close the tenketsu and shut down the assailant's body in the process, sending it sailing back to Naruto, who was waiting with a bright orange ball on his right hand. When it was close enough, he sidestepped the human projectile and saying, "Rasengan," he thrusted it on the assailant's body and in the process embedded him against the wall of the room. Boom! Resounded across the quiet night and street, surprising some few civilian couples that were walking nearby quietly. They watched as a body impacted against the ground and made an indent with huge spider cracks on it. "Seriously, what's with our village security? They just come and go like it's their own frigging home ttebao," Naruto said, jumping out from the big hole on the hospital wall and landing near the body of the assailant, while Hinata and Hanabi stayed on the room looking out for their father's security, whom was wide awake because of the explosion and looking on with his Byakugan activated. But to the Hyuga's surprise, they couldn't see the face, nor the body complexion of the assailant. Looking closely, they noticed that the hidden figure had some weird runes that were running along the torso of the clothes of the person, and were glowing an eerie green color, which were making all three of them worried, although they did notice something that left them quite shocked, which was the Hyuga clan crest that was resting on the right leg of the pant, hidden beneath a patch of cloth. "All right, you bastard are going to tell me, who are you? What were you gonna gain by killing the Hyuga patriarch?" Naruto asked, walking to the downed person, whom when looking up noticed that the Kono Yo no Kyuseishu was the one that knocked him. It smirked and just made a hand seal which made the unknown person vanish in front of Naruto like it was a simple illusion, not before giving him a wide smirk which made Naruto stop in his tracks, because in those last moments he could clearly see two distinguishable white eyes, which belonged to the Hyuga members of the famed clan. Looking up, he jumped the 10-meter distance where the hole to Hiyashi's room was and stood in front of the three worried Hyugas. "I think there really must be a big problem going on in your clan, Hiyashi-sama. If they just tried to kill you, we need to go ASAP to your clan estates and verify what is happening," Naruto said, looking at Hiyashi, whom only nodded and tried to leave the bed and stand, but Naruto was in front of him faster than he could move and lifted him from the bed in both his arms, which made him look at Naruto surprised. "This way we will get there faster. We need to know what the problem is and how we can solve it." Poof! A cloud of smoke appeared by Naruto's side, signifying the appearance of three more Narutos. "You on the right, go inform Hokage-sama what happened here ASAP without delay and no sidetracking," Naruto said to the clone on his other two clones' right, which only nodded and left to do as ordered. "You two will help me escort the Hyuga patriarch and his heirs to the clan estate. Their security is our top priority right now. Swarming strategy now. We need to reach there strong and fast. Move it," said Naruto, making each clone nod affirmatively and stay in front of each Hyuga female. They kept their guard up and each Hyuga activated their Byakugan to watch and keep safe each other's back. Suddenly each clone made their own hand seal and said together, "Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," creating 30 clones each one, and started moving in random directions all together to reach the Hyuga estate without delay. Although from time to time Naruto received the memories of each of his clones that were slowly been taken down one by one, but the clones themselves used their own strategy and immobilized their enemies before disappearing and taking note of where each hidden assailant was taken down. Making more clones of himself, Naruto sent them to get the village traitors to the Hokage and send them to prison. Growl. This is getting annoying, good thing we are so close, be ready for any confrontation. Hinata, Hanabi, tell me, what can you see in there? He asked while watching a huge green dome surrounding the place where the estate was supposed to be in. There's no one in the compound, this is weird Naruto-kun, there are supposed to be guards or any family members around. Wait, I can see a lot of chakra signatures in the central dojo, we should move in there and confirm what's happening, Hinata said, and Hanabi nodded affirmatively, confirming what her big sister said. Wait, I don't think this huge green dome is here just for decoration, is it? Said Naruto and signaled to the nearest clone to get closer and verify if it could enter the glowing dome. But when the clone touched it with one of its hands, it vanished in a cloud of smoke, confirming Naruto's suspicions. As I thought, we need to find a way to enter, dang bastards, but from where can we enter the place? Naruto said out loud, making the female Hyugas shake their heads, signifying they didn't know how to enter. I think I know a way where we can do so, Naruto-san, but we need to go to the forest that is behind the clan estate. There's a secret passage there known only by the clan leader, Hiashi stated, making them all look at him and nod. Once in the forest and near the secret entrance, Naruto left Hiashi behind a tree some time ago so he could recover his strength without troubles. They noticed that the secret entrance wasn't so secret, because they saw at least 6 Hyugas interrupting their passage by standing in the Juken-style position. No side said a thing, they just launched each other to attack. WMUS. Report, what's happening, Naruto? Why all of a sudden there are explosions inside the village? Kakashi asks Naruto as he watches huge clouds of smoke rise from other parts of the village. Kakashi-sensei, it looks like there are traitors among the Hyugas. When we were inside the room of the hospital visiting Hiashi-sama, we found a strange figure looming over him. We stopped him, her. We couldn't identify the gender of the assailant. Thing is, after we kicked that person's ass with our attacks with the lowest level of lethality possible so she could be interrogated, I asked what was the person doing, but I didn't get an answer at all. The assailant just made a hand seal and vanished in front of my eyes. What I could actually distinguish was that when the figure was vanishing it smirked and I could look at their eyes. They were the undistinguished eyes of the Hyugas. Right now the boss is traveling with Hinata and Hanabi escorting them, but knowing something wasn't right, he made 2 clones which made more clones, and that's when things started to get messy as they are right now, Naruto clone said while watching outside from the window at the rising smoke clouds. I see, so they are trying a coup d'etat. We need to stop them now. Everyone else out there must be doing what they can to help the civilians evacuate right now. Naruto, your orders are, stop the whole Hyuga clan and send them to prison, understood? Kakashi said in a commanding voice. If I may, Hokage-sama, I just received information from another clone, verifying that not all the Hyugas are responsible in this shady scheme. It looks like there are a lot of hostages that are being held inside the central dojo of the clan estate. I request to be able to proceed with any method necessary to stop the actual culprits on this stupid thing that is happening right now, Hokage-sama, Naruto said, looking at his teacher with such intensity that Kakashi could only nod affirmatively. Okay Naruto, your orders are, stop the actual culprits of this messy situation our village is in right now, by any means necessary, he said, making the clone nod and went it prepared to disperse. Oh, by the way, lethal force is approved and advised, we don't need such scum around us, understood? Kakashi said, making Naruto nod slowly and vanish in a cloud of smoke. You heard everything we said here, right? Baruka, he said while looking at a corner of the room. You know we are shinobi and the security of our village and people comes first and foremost, after all he's a Jonin now, right? I'm not saying what you are doing is wrong and neither I'm saying you are in the right, but you do realize that Naruto will try and stop all this madness without casualties at all, right? After all that's how he is, Baruka said, looking out the window how the smoke clouds were starting to diminish slowly, signifying that the majority of the problems were been solved by the now Jonins and protectors of the village, making him smile softly, thinking back on how they were just kids when they left the academy. But had to grow up so fast, because of the messed up era they grew up in. Maybe in the future, their children will have a more relaxed way of living and he'll live to watch them grow. Of course this time as the Ninja Academy director and not just one more teacher, making him grin widely knowing a brighter future was coming up. You know, it has been so long but Naruto finally did it. No one believed in him at first, always been hated, always alone, he was the pariah of the village. I never realized at first what was really happening with him until I actually started seeing the real Naruto and not just the illusion that everyone else was seeing. Baruka said softly, remembering how every day without stopping, never giving up, Naruto managed to overcome every hurdle that came his way, and this one will just be another one after all. He thought while leaving slowly and letting Kakashi be alone, who looked outside again and started to walk out of the Hokage tower to meet at the Hyuga estate, to see what really was happening. WMUS. Seriously, what's wrong with these guys? We just finished saving the whole world and this mess comes up like out of nowhere. This is too troublesome, Shikamaru said while binding 8 rogue Hyugas with his shadows that were trying to sneak attack on him. Ninpo, Choju Giga, Shikamaru heard behind himself. He turned around and saw how Sai restrained another Hyuga that was hiding to attack him while he was distracted. We need to secure the village. The civilians that just came back are being evacuated fast as we speak. It looks like there are no casualties so far. What should we do, Shikamaru-san? Sai asked as he knocked out the captured rogue Hyugas and watched as Shikamaru did the same with his shadows on the other Hyugas. SHAANAAAROOOO, boom. Ellipsis. They heard and saw as Sakura that was close by, shattered the ground beneath her and trapped 8 other Hyugas that were trying to attack her to knock her out. Once she noticed that she was done, she looked in the direction where Shikamaru and Sai were and moved fast to them. Which way should we go? And what should we do, Shikamaru? After all, you are the one in command until this mess is done, she said when she was near Sai and Shikamaru nodding at them. Right now, our top priority is to regain control over the village and avoid any kind of casualties. Let's move now, Shikamaru said, but as they were about to engage more enemies, they felt the ground shake and looked up in the direction of the Hyuga estate which was covered in a huge green dome, saw how a bright massive orange appendage in the form of an open palm with a big yellow ball, that could only belong to Naruto using Kurama and a Odama rasengan, hit and break the green dome which made the loud sound of glass that is shattering. The 3 of them nodded to one another and jumped away from each other to secure the village and protect the civilians, knowing that once finished their tasks, they were going to back up Naruto in whatever mess he was again at that moment. I mean, didn't the moon just try and crush us all not even 2 hours or so ago? This is too crazy for our own good. Really, said a beautiful buxom young blonde girl with part of her hair sideways, covering her right eye, revealing her beautiful green left eye, but yelled at the end in desperation as she knocked out 3 rogue shinobis that were trying to gang up on her, because of the revealing clothing she was currently wearing. Well, this is actually somehow really out of place. I mean, what you say is actually true, so I can't even find the logic on this whole mess suddenly springing up, although it could be that they are taking advantage of the fact the village is at its weakest right now, but it doesn't matter, we can handle these rogue shinobis without trouble. What I'm more worried about is, Shino Aburame said while a lot of bugs came out of his clothes and swarmed more rogue shinobis. He watched how his ex-team partner, Kiba Inuzuka, continues to knock out more rogue shinobis around him. Suddenly they all felt the ground shake, and looked up in the same direction that Shikamaru was looking in that moment. That, to be honest, Shino confirmed while signaling in that direction. Yeah, we should finish here fast. If Naruto was forced to use even a little of Kurama's chakra as he just did, then something definitely is going on there, said a brown-haired beauty that had it in a twin bun style, and beautiful brown-colored eyes, and wearing a Chinese-style dress, making everyone around her nod affirmatively and move faster to help Naruto in any way he needed so. WMUS. No, seriously, Hiyashi-san, if this is the level of the rogue elite shinobis of the Hyuga clan, I think it needs a lot of reforming to happen in it, Naruto said while he thumbed behind himself over his shoulder with his right hand, while giving said person a wide grin smirk that somehow made all 3 Hyugas' right eyebrow twitch and feel a little annoyed at him. I think your boyfriend needs a little more lessons in rules of formality, dear daughter, Hiyashi said looking at Hanabi, which made her blush, and Hinata, getting a frown on her face, crossed her arms while Naruto tilts his head looking confused, because he was supposed to be Hinata's boyfriend, not Hanabi's, right? Well, Odo-sama, I think you got things a little confused. He's not my boyfriend, he's Oni-sama's boyfriend, Hanabi said, blushing while she glanced at Naruto then looked down while she played with her fingers, which made Naruto feel confused, asking himself why was Hanabi blushing. I mean, he knows Hinata and himself are a couple now, but was there even a reason for Hanabi to blush? Because last time he could remember she never showed any interest towards him as a man to be with, right? Huh, weird, no one knows what women think. He just tilted his head not knowing what to actually say, and Hinata, looking at his confused expression, just got closer to Naruto and hugged him from behind, making him look at her surprised, and blush a little because of the close contact, although it felt nice. After all, those huge breasts touching your back, who wouldn't? Yeah, I am Hinata's boyfriend and not Hanabi's, sir, Naruto said, his blush growing more when he felt Hinata press even closer to himself. Cough. Anyways, sir, I think we should be doing something else here, right? he said while signaling to the green dome, trying to change the subject and trying hard not to feel the soft breasts of Hinata pressing on his back even though she herself knew this. She didn't let go of the hug while she was blushing very red. Hiyashi just smiled in mirth and shook his head knowing full well all of this, he just felt good at getting a little form of revenge on his two daughters and his future son-in-law, even if things were kinda messy at that moment. Looking behind himself he took in that the barrier was even covering the secret passage where they were supposed to go through, thinking out loud, maybe. Naruto, Hinata and Hanabi all turned to listen to Hiyashi when suddenly a huge arm that resembled some kind of scaly paw appeared from the dome and grabbed him, which surprised them and made all of them spring to action when the appendage was pulling inside the dome. Hake Kuhekasho, Hanabi and Hinata said together, hitting the appendage from afar and making it free Hiyashi. Naruto instantly transformed into Sage mode, and used his left arm to hold the scaly paw in place. With his other hand he took a kunai out of his holster and surrounded it in wind chakra and swung it, cutting through it, dismembering the appendage while he contemplated with a serious face what was happening. Growl. Something isn't right, this just upgraded from being a simple rebellion to a full-blown terrorist attack, it looks like we need to up our game too. He said, watching the strange dismembered appendage disappear in little black particles. He sensed something dark inside the dome. Naruto knew that things were going to escalate quickly, so letting go of the natural chakra inside his body he transformed into Kurama mode and formed a huge chakra appendage which resembled an open palm and charged an Odama Rasengan, aimed and thrust it towards the dome while the three Hyugas watched and waited knowing that Naruto is the only one able to pull it off. He pushed the Rasengan into the wall of the dome, at the same time using the same appendage in a palm thrust to hit the dome, making the ground shake because of the force behind it. They looked how the dome started getting spider cracks on it until it finally was destroyed and made the loud sound of glass that is shattering. Nodding to himself, he let go of his power-up and signaled everyone to stick together and follow him with their senses on high alert. Once inside the grounds of the clan, they noticed that there were pulsing seals littered across the ground that had some weird runes surrounding each seal. When they felt nothing happened to them as they stepped on each seal, they assumed that the seals were there to reinforce the barrier that resembled the dome and continued their walk around the estate until finally reaching the central dojo. What they saw in there took them by surprise. Each Hyuga that was being held hostage was kneeling on the central part of the dojo, had a pulsing Kago no Tori no Juin on each of their foreheads. Even if they were from the main branch family, and it looked like they were in so much pain if their open frothing mouth and wide open white eyes were any indication about it. But what actually surprised Hiyashi, Hanabi, Hinata and made Naruto glare furiously, was the person standing in front of them. He looked like Hiyashi but a few years older, although his age marks were disappearing so fast you would have thought it was Hiyashi himself. Ah, finally the big players came into the game, huh? The eldest Hyuga said while he smirked in their direction. Congrats, for making it here this fast, even though none of you should have been alive at this point already. What with the moon crashing on us and those two Hyuga bitches, they should have already been married to that feminine-looking guy that I had a meeting with, about 3 months ago. Sigh. I even went so far as to brainwash him, telling him that it was a decree from centuries ago that he should have married you and whatnot. Ha. Young ones these days can't even do a simple thing and get rid of the annoying pests that want to mess up the order that our esteemed clan has had for more than a few centuries living here in Konoha, the elder Hyuga said while flexing his arms and legs. Why do this? What do you gain by trying and failing a coup d'etat that will get you nowhere in the end? Naruto asked, his eyes narrowing fiercely while looking at the elder Hyuga. Ah, but if it isn't the great Konoyo no Kuseishu, why do pry and ask if thou are near scumbags such as them? Don't tell me, finally that failure of a Hyuga decided to confess her feelings for you, and someone such as yourself, that is starved for affection, just accepted her like nothing, huh? Ahahahaha. Laughed insanely the elder Hyuga while his right hand was on his forehead and he slid it down his face and showed his tongue like a madman. Growl. Don't you dare talk about Hinata like that, you frigging asshole, because I'm gonna make you bow down and apologize to her. Naruto shouted, glaring really hard, noticing how the eerie green glow on the head of the hostages wasn't stopping at all. While their chakra is being slowly siphoned from them and entered the eldest Hyuga, he noticed how the chakra reserves of the Hyuga were growing slowly by the minute. He wonders how to save the hostages, because if they run out of chakra they were going to die, and he got worried because of it. Maybe there was a possibility to stop all this madness. Hinata and Hanabi, noticing the look on Naruto's face, knew he was analyzing the situation around himself really fast and preparing to beat down their enemy without suffering any casualties at all. Nodded to each other and stood by each of Naruto's side. They activated their Byakugan and stood in the Juken position. No words were said by either side, while Hiyashi just stood on the sidelines wondering why his own father would go so far to do things like this. If needed he would intervene, although in his weakened condition, he was gonna save his energy for the final attack if necessary, but what actually bothered him was how his father could look so young. Taking a closer look at the hostages he noticed that all of them were kneeling on another giant runes that were glowing on the floor. He remembered watching those weird runes once which were in an old-looking book that was in the Hyuga library, but no one in the clan ever took interest in it because it was unreadable to everyone. It looks like he was wrong. Wait, now that he took a really close look he noticed that the book was open in a reading altar behind where his father is standing. Activating his Byakugan he noticed that the book was blank and it had a weird design on the cover that looked much too similar to a demonic eye. He didn't get worried though, because even with all the power-ups his father was going through, he couldn't even hope to match the massive chakra that Naruto had, which was even greater than the last time he remembered, although what really surprised him the most was his own daughter's chakra, that was 3 times bigger than his own in his prime. That's why he didn't feel worried at all, so he just sat down on the wooden floor of the dojo, closed his eyes and started meditating quietly, making everyone else stop the intense staring and turn their heads to look at him weirdly. "What?" Hiyashi asked, not even bothering to open his eyes. Nothing, I guess. It's just so weird to see you Oto-sama so relaxed in this situation," Hanabi said while a huge sweat drop was behind her head. "It's not like you can't handle my father. After all, even with all that power up he has on himself, you guys are even stronger than him," Hiyashi said while sipping a cup of tea, that no one knows where it came from, making even the hostages looking like zombies have a sweat drop behind their heads. "Is that even possible? Huh, I guess it is." Sigh. Shaking his head, Naruto turned back to face the rogue Hyuga and finish this mess once and for all. Noticed that the elder wasn't in front of them, looking beneath himself. He reacted fast enough and pushed the girls besides him hard, putting them away from the range of the familiar yin-yang seal of the Shugohak Rokujian Sho, which appeared beneath himself and the eldest Hyuga. He felt like a freight train was hitting him every time a palm touched his body, making his eyes go wide. "Naruto-kun!" yelled both Hyuga girls with wide eyes from their position on the floor and watched as Naruto took the full brunt of the attack meant for the 3 of them. Once the attack finished, Naruto knelt down holding his stomach with his arms gripping it really hard and coughed immeasurable amounts of blood, until finally he stopped moving. Hiyashi was wide-eyed, seeing that his distraction worked against them and not against his father as he expected, then got even more surprised when his father appeared before him and felt a palm thrust hit him on the solar plexus, making him gasp and cough a lot of spit which made him pass out. WMUS. "Move it everyone, we are close to reaching the Hyuga estate now that the weird glowing dome is no longer surrounding it, we can safely pass through it," said one Kiba Inuzuka while riding his dog Akamaru, which barked loudly. Looking behind himself, Kiba noticed that everyone else was running faster to get closer to the compound. Jumping over the wall they noticed from their aerial position some weird glowing seals and runes painted around on the grounds of the estate. What is going on? What are these things?" Rock Lee asked as he noticed and felt like he was being surrounded by a dark presence thanks to the eerie glowing runes. "It doesn't matter what these seals do, we need to get closer to the central dojo. Naruto informed me that that's where the hostages are being held," Kakashi said to everyone around him, making them nod affirmatively and walk faster to reach the dojo. Once they were at about 5 meters from the place, they felt the ground beneath them shake and saw the front wall of the structure get spider cracks. Crack! They heard the wall groan loudly in protest until it finally gave in and saw a huge hole break open in it. They saw how a human-sized missile was launched from it to the front walls of the Hyuga estate and get embedded to them. They were surprised to see a person that looked much similar to one Hiyashi Hyuga, but on closer inspection they noticed he looked older. And what actually put them on edge was that instead of being unconscious the elder just laughed while getting out of the wall, stretching his limbs. They felt his chakra getting bigger by the minute. The second thing they noticed was Naruto standing on the other side of the hole in the wall of the dojo with his right arm outstretched in the form of a fist and glaring in the direction the human-sized missile just went through while his eyes were in the distinct shape of the Sennin mode. "Naruto, what's happening? Why are you so angry?" Sakura asked, looking at her ex-team partner who was too quiet from the last moments they saw each other. Naruto just limited himself to look at her and the others from the right side of his face, which made them freeze and take a step back in fear because they had never seen Naruto be so pissed off before. They noticed that kneeling behind him were Hinata and Hanabi holding in their arms a passed-out Hiyashi while glaring in the same direction of the madly laughing elder, while the hostages on the other side of the dojo were bending over backwards with their arms wide open, looking like they were in even more pain than before. "You asshole, using your own kin to withstand the damage you take. Now I'm really pissed off and I'm gonna make you wish you never pulled this shit off. After hearing you boast about planning everything, from the moon crashing to my girlfriend and her sister been married off to Tonari, you really have pushed the wrong buttons and I'm fucking gonna kill you." Naruto said out loud and in such a cold tone that made everyone shiver and sweat nervously, except for the girls that were behind himself still caring for their father. Kurama, do you think the seals that are helping him are working the same way as it did when I transferred your chakra to the people in the war, but instead of making them stronger, works backwards? It looks like it does. To be honest, I was thinking of interrupting their chakra flow by activating the seals on their foreheads, asking your mate to do it by using the cursed seal itself, but it looks like they feel the pain and are meat shield for the Hyuga, which only leaves us with the options of killing the hostages or freeing them from the seals and runes on them, and if it works as I think it does, then that means that this chakra transfer is not as pure as yours is, so if we can make it so that your chakra disrupts the functionality of the seals from the inside, then we can break them free while corrupting the function of the weird runes too, that is making them stay put in their place, Kurama considered, watching everything unfold around his host. 3 clones instantly appearing in front of him separated and moved locations. The first clone moved behind himself and entering Kurama mode, transferred some chakra to Hinata and told her what Kurama had planned. The second and third one transformed into Kurama Sennin mode. One appeared outside the walls of the clan and started surrounding it in a huge amount of the distinctive yellow-orange chakra of Kurama and himself. The other one appeared in front of his friends and using hand seals he pushed his hand on the ground and said, Doden Doryuheiki, making a huge wall of earth appear in front of them, and instantly a huge chakra head in the form of Kurama surround them. What are you doing, Naruto? Sakura asked for the first time, unsure of what her ex-team partner was thinking. Yeah, I'm curious too, Naruto, why use so much power? Because even now you dwarf the eldest Hyuga's one. I'm honestly confused, Shino asked as he watched Naruto go overkill, even though he could have won easily. The thing is that boss doesn't want the bastard to escape, nor he wants you guys to see what is actually going to happen. We're pretty pissed off, to be quite honest. The bastard pushed the wrong buttons, especially when he said that he was going to sell Hinata and Hanabi off to be some fucking asshole sex toys. He clone growled and continued pumping chakra through the technique. I see, well that's something. You know what, I don't even have a word for this troublesome situation, just don't destroy things around us too much, Shikamaru said while looking at his friend worriedly. Yeah, not gonna happen, sorry, the clone said while keeping his eyes closed. Gah, yeah, ellipsis. They grimaced when they felt the ground shake and saw how the wall that was covering them was getting spider cracks every time another shockwave was felt from the other side of the wall. They saw a huge cloud of dirt rise and thought that was the end, so they waited for the clone to let go of his techniques, but when he didn't they were gonna ask why and instead were answered when they heard the distinctive screeching sound of the Rasengan. It was so loud it made their ears hurt until finally they saw the distinctive huge dome from the expansion of Naruto's most powerful technique in its base form. Finally letting the techniques drop, the clones allowed everyone to see what actually happened, and what they saw surprised them. There in the middle of a huge crater made out of sand in front of them, Naruto was standing and lifting up by the neck with his left hand the eldest Hyuga, which had no hands and no legs, and in his right hand was a brightly glowing FUNN rasengan, aimed to finish off the traitor. When he saw everyone else looking at him surprised and a little scared, he just let the guy drop unceremoniously on the ground and turned around to walk to where Hinata was keeping a close eye on the unconscious but safe hostages. Once he reached her, she looked up and gave him a soft smile, which he returned and then helped her. He turned his face and looked at them, then smiled sheepishly while he scratched his nose with his right hand, feeling embarrassed. No one could believe what they saw. They were speechless. After all, they never saw Naruto be so brutal before. They just looked how he walked back to Hinata and they smiled at each other as if nothing had ever happened. Okay, I admit that Naruto pissed off actually looks kinda cool and made me a little flustered, said Ino and Tenten together, while Sakura just nodded slowly, not wanting to draw attention on her. Noticing everything was alright, the clones just disappeared like they never existed from the beginning, bringing everyone out of their stupor. They saw how Naruto pulled Hinata up and hugged her closer and gave her a quick peck on her lips, which made her blush, and Hanabi on the background coo, while Hiyashi bin unconscious just lifted his right hand in the thumbs up position, which made them sweat drop, thinking maybe he was only feigning. As the couple were getting closer they tried to approach, but Naruto lifted his right hand signaling them to stop, and they were curious why until they saw the couple approach the downed Hyuga. This is over, in the end you gained nothing doing all of this and forced me to cripple you forever, which I regret, but never mind that, just stop all this, Naruto said in a cold tone, while his girlfriend was by his side with a serious face. Both were waiting on the elder to speak, but what no one noticed was that all the runes that were glowing before suddenly stopped glowing and retracted to where the crippled Hyuga was, and were scribbling like a sealing technique. Once the array was done, the downed Hyuga started laughing madly, which worried everyone. They did notice something weird though, which was that neither Naruto nor Hinata were moving from the center of the seal, and the array was starting to crawl on their body over their clothes. Ha 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 ha. Ellipsis. I may not live another day after this is done, but at least I'll be taking out the oh-so-great Hiro-sama and his failure of a girlfriend with me. Banishment of the damned, he said while the runes and seals surrounding them and in their body started glowing a bright green color, while another seal appeared on the upper part of them in the form a huge circle with the yin-yang symbol in the middle of it. Elder, please stop, this is going too far. Hinata said, struggling to get free. She noticed that Naruto was struggling too. Why did this? I don't get it at all. We never did anything wrong against you or anyone else. What are you gonna gain if you are dead after this? Naruto said while transforming into Kurama Sennin mode, but even then he noticed he couldn't move freely like he wanted to. Looking at his left side, he noticed Hinata too expelling chakra to try and free herself, so he put more chakra to break free, but it looked like the chakra was making the ceiling even stronger. AM suggestion. Restart, Re-Zero Kara Hajimaru Isekai Seiketsu. Hinata. Naruto-kun. Both said while they struggled really hard and forcefully held each other's hand. They transferred chakra to each other, trying even harder to free themselves. They noticed each of their friends trying to help them, but an invisible wall was holding them back. Meanwhile the seals were glowing brighter than before. Then they noticed how they started to disappear slowly from their feet to their ankles to their legs. They turned their face to look at their friends and gave them a peaceful smile, then turned back to look at the madly grinning Hyuga, which was dead when the technique started. And finally they saw each other's face and gave each other a serene smile. I love you. They said to each other while expelling insane amounts of chakra together, knowing that no matter what, they were gonna die, but at least they were going to die together. Ah, was heard across the village of Konoha, making everyone else that was helping in the civilian evacuation stop and look in the Hyuga compound direction. Naruto, Hinata. Their friends could only watch and yell in horror as their friends and new couple vanished in front of them in particles of light and disperse into the night air as if they never existed, leaving them in shock. WMUS. Please Bucho, just finish this. Said a brown-haired teen with his left hand covered in what looked like a red gauntlet that went up to his elbow, using some kind of uniform which highly resembled a school uniform from a civilian school, getting away from a girl that was really battered in front of him and walked to the back of the people around him. No one harms my cute servants and lives to tell it, said a buxom girl in a distinguishable, female uniform of the same school, although what was more eye-catching of the teenage girl was her crimson hair and her beautiful green-blue eyes, which were narrowed while glaring at the same girl, that resembled an angel which had black wings sprouting from her back. She lifted her arm and opening her hand, a magical rune surrounded by circles appeared in front of her, while a pure ball of darkness appeared in front of it and was launched to the girl on the ground that was frozen in fear. Once the ball hit her, it made her disappear and leave only a scorch mark where the angel look-alike once stood. The only thing that was left where there once stood a body was an object floating while it was surrounded by a glowing green dome the size of a small ball. Noticing this, she got closer and touched it, trying to grab it with both of her hands. But once she did, ching! The floating dome made a chime sound like that of wind bells, which made her wary, and she took 5 steps back, feeling wary of the object in front of her. Suddenly behind the object a very bright green magic seal with a yin-yang rune in the middle of it appeared and started glowing brightly with the same color as the dome where the sacred gear Twilight Healing was, until finally the unexpected happened and a massive wave of purple and orange energy was expelled from the middle of it in a shockwave form. Everyone, brace yourselves, she yelled while covering her eyes with both her arms crossed in front of her. Her peerage following her example did the same, until the wave of energy hit each and every one of them, sending all of them sailing backwards and crashing onto the walls of the abandoned church they were in. Kaya, ellipsis, Ga, ellipsis, Nya, ellipsis, Gaha, ellipsis, Kya, ellipsis. Each of them yelled when they got encrusted in the walls. They noticed they weren't been pushed against the walls anymore and dropped their arms to see what actually happened. They noticed something really weird appear behind the sacred gear, which were 2 pairs of legs, then a pair of torsos, and finally a pair of arms and heads, but they couldn't distinguish any exact feature until the bright glow finally stopped. What they noticed was that the left and right arm of the 2 unknown persons in front of them were holding each other very tightly. Where are we?" asked a very masculine voice, noticing the weird surrounding he was in, and been very wary of it. I don't know," said a distinctive feminine voice, noticing the weird surroundings as the one besides her did. Chapter 2, Who are you? I love you. They said to each other while expelling insane amounts of chakra together, knowing that no matter what, they were gonna die, but at least they were going to die together. Naruto, Hinata. Their friends could only watch and yell in horror as their friends and new couple vanished in front of them in particles of light and disperse into the night air as if they never existed, leaving them in shock. Everyone, brace yourselves, she yelled while covering her eyes with both her arms crossed in front of her. Her peerage following her example did the same, until the wave of energy hit each and every one of them, sending all of them sailing backwards and crashing onto the walls of the abandoned church they were in. Kaya, ellipsis. Ga, ellipsis. Nya, ellipsis. Gaha, ellipsis. Kya, ellipsis. Each of them yelled when they got encrusted in the walls. Where are we? Asked a very masculine voice, noticing the weird surrounding he was in, and been very wary of it. I don't know, said a distinctive feminine voice, noticing the weird surroundings as the one besides her did. Now. Drip, 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 was the distinctive sound of drops hitting wooden floor heard quietly in the middle of the night inside the abandoned church which was located just outside of the quiet town called Kuo. Tears. Why? Why? Asked quietly a beautiful girl with long crimson hair and beautiful blue-green eyes while her teeth were grinding against each other because of the frustration she felt in that moment. Why are you attacking us? Who are you too? Rias asked out loud while she fought desperately with herself to stay awake as a little trail of blood ran down the right corner of her lips. She looked down in the direction of her breasts and saw a feminine palm touching between them. She stumbled forward and before losing all consciousness lifted her head one last time to watch the eyes of the person that had knocked out her queen Akino Himahima some minutes ago. Behind her assailant she could glimpse for the last second how her newest pawn Issei Hayato and last standing member of her peerage was knocked out with a chop to the neck. Quote ellipsis. Just who? Ellipsis. Quote. She whispered falling asleep on the glove-covered arms of her mysterious assailant. I'm sorry, said a beautiful young woman that looked to be in her 19s reaching her 20s with long black hair that reached past her back which was glowing a soft indigo color thanks to the rays of moonlight that were passing through the big hole on the roof of the abandoned church. She was wearing what appeared to be a black formal dress that one wears in weddings and long gloves were covering her hands to her elbows. She looked down to the girl on her arms. She regretted doing this, but after what they just witnessed they needed to be sure that nothing bad did actually happen inside the place they were in that moment. Are we gonna leave them here, Naruto-kun? Asked the girl a little worried still holding and looking at the sleeping face of the young woman she just knocked out. After some minutes she turned her face around to look at the person behind her when she heard his steps get closer to her and one could notice her beautiful eyes which were white pearls with a hint of lavender on them. The person in question was a tall young man that looked to be in his 19s reaching his 20s with bright blue eyes that shone brightly through the dark place they were in. 3 whiskers birthmarks on each of his cheeks and his short blonde hair which was unruly looked like it was sparkling thanks to the same rays of moonlight while his forehead was covered by some black leather headband with a metal plate with a weird insignia on the middle of it. He was wearing a white shirt and orange combat pants that reached before his ankles and his ankles were covered in black sandals that looked sturdy enough to withstand any kind of damage while bandages were wrapped up on the right leg of the pant which was holding some kind of long and thin closed pouch. Behind his pants were 2 more pouches that were been held by a leather belt. If one looked closer, one could notice the young man had a contemplative look on his face while in his arms he was holding young woman that was sleeping peacefully. If the quiet breathing coming out from her was any indication, the most noticeable thing about this young woman was her bright blonde hair that reached past her back and that she only had a big black leather jacket covering her naked body. No, he shook his head. We are taking them with us. Here, carry her, I'll bind them up for easy transportation, Hinata, said Naruto while he made another clone appear by his side which took the red-haired woman from Hinata and then he passed the sleeping girl on his arms to his girlfriend. When his girlfriend had the sleeping girl safe on her arms, he proceeded to take out a chakra binding rope from his back pouches, which worked like any other rope but the quirk to it was that, if the user applied chakra to it, she could make the rope stronger and it could siphon the chakra of the tied-up person too. He passed the rope to his clones which then started binding each person that were unconscious around them. Don't you think we went a little overboard here, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked as she watched her boyfriend tie up the last person on the floor which was a young girl if her body complexion was any indication, although what did actually pique her interest a little were the 2 cat ears coming out of her head and tail coming from behind her back. Cute, she thought while she accommodated the blonde girl on her arms so she could run faster while carrying her. I don't think so, Hinata, after all we only want to interrogate them, right? I mean after what we just saw and felt. Don't you think it is better that we interrogate them peacefully and not while we are been suddenly attacked like the brown-haired idiot and the black-haired bimbo just did out of nowhere, right? Naruto said watching in the direction where a clone was carrying each person described over their shoulders without a care in the world like they were potato sacks. Oi, you two be more careful. They are persons not a sack of potatoes, yelled Naruto in a low voice as to not interrupt the slumber of their charges. Hinata only watched all this transpire around her with a huge sweat drop appearing behind her head. Maybe this isn't such a good idea, she thought to herself, while they started walking out of the church. Once outside of it, they looked around themselves and started running in the direction of the forest while carrying all the teenagers with them, because they wanted to pass unperceived and going into the city they saw on the other side wasn't gonna help them. Soon they disappeared inside the canopy of the huge forest in front of them like they never even existed. WMUS. While all of this happened, a shadow looming on the broken roof of the church watched silently everything unfold as if it was watching one of those anime shows that he's rarely seen. How from one second all his plans went to hell and beyond to suddenly feel like a little hope was being given back to him when the strange assailants started taking out Rias and her peerage like they were simple flies, to again feel a deep void form inside him when his actual target, one Asia Argento, was breathing again and very much alive and in the arms of the weird blonde and then on the indigo-haired girl. First the weird blonde guy was looking around himself and after some seconds saw him tense up and look the direction of where Asia's dead body was to finally look down where the sacred gear twilight healing was. He saw how the blonde guy turned his head to his partner and said something to her quietly, and because of the distance where he was he couldn't hear what they were saying but thought that maybe he told his partner to get ready, because suddenly his partner tensed up too and moved her body to stand in a weird position he had never seen before. Suddenly he grabbed the sacred gear twilight healing from the ground and appeared in front of Asia while his right hand, which was covered in bandages, started glowing a bright orange color. He saw how the blonde guy knelt by her side and just shoved his hand holding the sacred gear inside her dead body without drawing blood. After some minutes he watched fascinated how Asia gasped and started breathing normally while the color returned to her features. Finally, when the strange blonde was getting away from her slowly, he was suddenly attacked by a lightning bolt from the queen of the Grimoire group, and he saw how everything suddenly stopped in that moment, because he thought that maybe the blonde enigma was dead, but wasn't he wrong? He noticed how a thin layer of the weird energy that appeared on his right hand was shielding him from the damage that he was supposed to take on the right part of his body. He noticed how each member of the Grimoire group suddenly took a step back in fear, and some seconds after that, things went to hell, because seconds after their freeze up, the pawn of Rias Grimoire, like magic, suddenly ran ever so slowly to where the blonde guy was while yelling, "Leave Asia alone, you bastard." Only to be hit by a soft palm from the indigo-haired girl that suddenly appeared in front of him. He thought they were a pushover when he saw the pawn didn't even budge at all, but got surprised only 1 second later when he saw how the pawn suddenly coughed a lot of blood and was sent sailing to get embedded in a wall again. After that he saw how the rook of Rias, Kaneko Tojo, a cute petite white-haired girl with a black cat pin on her hair which was in a short bob cut style, started shivering and took more steps back while her golden eyes widened in fear, and her Nekosho features appeared involuntarily. Then she started holding herself while she hyperventilated hard until finally the stress she was going through overcame her and made her pass out because of the shock. He just shook his head while an amused smile appeared on his lips because he thought that it was funny to watch her break for the first time like that. Suddenly the indigo-haired girl appeared in front of the Queen of Rias, whose moniker is Ikazuchi no Miko, Akano Himahima, a beautiful girl with long black hair tied in a long ponytail which was held by an orange ribbon which has 2 strands of hairs coming out from the upper part of it, and touched her stomach, which made the queen open her beautiful violet eyes very wide and double over with a pain-filled expression on her face as she fell forward losing consciousness. This made the knight of the Grimoire group get out of his stupor and spring into action, appearing behind their assailant with a raised sword, only for a loud crack be heard from where he was because he saw how the weird blonde appeared with his right fist extended right behind where the indigo-haired girl was, and the knight get embedded against the wall while losing consciousness with his mouth wide open while blood came out from it. Looking back again where he thought Asia was alone, he thought that maybe this was a good opportunity to grab her and run, only to be surprised when he saw the same blonde guy standing there, only this time he didn't have his black jacket on him and was holding Asia protectively in his arms, which was now covered by the offending piece of cloth in his mind, so he decided to just wait and watch everything unfold. He saw how the pawn of Rias Grimoire got himself out of the wall again while yelling, "Leave Asia alone, you bastards." Until he was silenced by another blonde guy with the same features as the original that appeared in front of him. He winced when he heard another loud crack reach his ears and noticed how the blonde guy had his left fist on the solar plexus of the pawn and was finally taken out by a chop to the neck. He looked back to where Rias was when he heard her yell out loud, "WHO, are you too?" and noticed how the indigo-haired girl had her right hand between her breasts until finally she stumbled forward and passed out on the arms of her assailant. He noticed how Rias Grimoire had tears running along her cheeks, which he assumed was because she was too shocked to see her peerage fall down so easily. After some minutes he finally heard what he really wanted to, and those were 2 names that got stuck in his head, Naruto-kun and Hinata. Finally he saw how Naruto grabbed Rias from the arms of Hinata and gave Asia to her, while he took out some ropes and started binding each member of Rias' peerage. He followed them and watched them go outside while holding Rias and her peerage captive, until finally they all disappeared in the middle of the night and forest. You may have escaped for now, Asia-chan, but I'll have you no matter what. Just wait, I will have you, and when I'm done breaking you and making you my slave, I'll go for that beautiful girl that is holding you right now too, hinata huh. Just wait, you'll both be mine," said the strange figure while a magic circle appeared beneath his feet which made him disappear after some seconds. When the weird shadow disappeared entirely, he never noticed how the space behind where he once stood distorted slowly, showing the head of another clone of Naruto which was using Maiseigakur no Jutsu to conceal its features and had narrowed eyes, until it disappeared in a cloud of smoke like it never existed from the beginning. 1.5 kilometers away from the church and inside the wide lush forest. "Naruto-kun, did you notice?" Hinata said while running by the side of her boyfriend. She had her Byakugan activated and the unconscious girl was riding on her back while they were jumping from tree to tree inside the lush forest they were traveling through. "Yeah, it looks like in the end we did attract unwanted attention on us. We gotta be ready, because the moment he mentioned going for you, he made this personal and no one tries a single thing against my precious people, especially against my girlfriend," Naruto said with a serious face, which made Hinata blush a little because of the "my girlfriend" comment while their jumping on the forest canopy continued. "Remember why I told you to activate your Byakugan, Hinata?" Naruto asked her, keeping his face in front while they jumped from tree to tree. "Yeah, you sensed this girl and those weird rings we saw earlier pulsed together slowly, that their pulsing was so low you thought they were dying because they were separated from each other. This is one of the reasons I love you, Naruto-kun, because you help everyone even if they never asked for it." Hinata smiled brightly at him, which made Naruto lose his serious face and look at her surprised while a blush appeared on his cheeks. He turned his face around to look in front again, a little flustered, which only made Hinata giggle. I'm not that great Ttebeo," Naruto said after some seconds, which only made Hinata giggle some more as they continued their jumping, getting even farther away from civilization and from the place they once were in. WMUS. The news reached across the elemental nations like a fire spreads inside a dry forest. Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga, the ones that helped stop the moon from crashing against them, were dead, not even a trace of their body left. Information was sent through all the nations that a huge funeral was gonna be held for the recently formed couple that died while protecting their village courageously, which made fantastical stories began to be written in the elemental nations about how the couple fought valiantly against dragons and other mythical beings that appeared out of nowhere to protect their home even at the cost of their own life. Why let all this farce happen? It isn't true. It isn't true. Oni-sama and Onee-sama are not dead. They aren't dead, yelled a crying and shivering Hanabi Hyuga while she was holding her father very hard. She didn't want to accept, nor was she never gonna accept, that her Oni-sama and Oni-sama were dead. They had to be alive somewhere. She knew it inside her, they had to be. "Please make this farce stop, father. These are all lies," she said with tears leaking down her cheeks freely until she finally passed out on the arms of her frowning father, knowing that his youngest still couldn't overcome the tragic deaths of Naruto and Hinata. "Sigh. I wish I could assure you that what you are saying is all true, my dear daughter," Hiyashi said, looking at his youngest while he played with her long brown hair. "But I can't," he whispered softly, getting the sleeping Hanabi closer to his chest and holding her softly but tightly while 3 lonely tears fell from his closed eyes inside the central dojo where they were seated in. I don't get it. There are no traces nor leftover ink spots anywhere in this whole place. There's not a single clue how that old guy could set up that damn seal or how it works. Only a simple blank book with a troublesome weird design on its cover. There's not even a single letter or something for a little bit of information to help us, and the funeral is only 2 days away, rearing its ugly head to stop it. Shikamaru Nara, Jonin of Konohagakure no Sato said while taking a huge breath from his 5th cigarette of the night. He was really tired. He has been working non-stop for the last 5 days when his 2 friends disappeared in front of him like they were simple dust that the wind blows away. Looking around himself, he noticed how all the friends of Naruto and Hinata inside the village were tired too while they kept searching the last spot in their wide search for clues on how to get Naruto and Hinata back. "My drawings haven't found anything, neither not even a single hair or anything, and I've been searching more than 3 times in different spots," said Sai, Jonin of Konohagakure no Sato, gritting his teeth. Ripping another sheet of paper from his sketchbook, he crumbled it on his hands, showing how frustrated he was feeling in that moment. "Bark, you're telling me there's no scent of blood, chakra or anything like that left over either? It's like they just disappeared like magic and not a chakra seal." Kiba Inuzuka, Jonin of Konohagakure no Sato said, looking unceremoniously around himself, feeling a little angsty but bored at the same time because of the lack of clues after his loyal partner Akamaru barked in confirmation. "Are you kidding me? We saw them disappear, each of us saw the seal appear and the weird elder say the name of the technique, which we don't know a thing at all how it works. That's why we've been trying really hard to find any frigging clues on how that thing worked at all. yelled an exasperated Ino Yamanaka from her position on the other side of the gardens. She looked disheveled, and because of the lack of sleep from the last 5 days she was tired and really irked in that precise moment. She just lost her second best friend aside from Sakura, and watch her disappear with her hunk of a boyfriend, which she got a little interested from the pain invasion but was never gonna try a thing on him because of Hinata. It actually made her feel useless, and now Hinata's ex-team partner had the gall to look bored, which really started pissing her off. Calm down, Ino, we all were there when it happened, we need to keep looking. Just continue searching for a single clue, even the hint of a clue works in our favor, Sakura Haruno said from behind her while searching around some bushes. She sounded determined but in reality was really tired too. Each of them had been coming and going constantly to get food, take baths and so, but once they did their daily necessities they started all over again searching for any clue. It was starting to grate on their nerves, and the envoys of the other villages and Naruto and Hinata's friends from other parts around the elemental nations were expected to arrive the next day, meaning they only had today to find even the hint of a clue. Sigh. Yeah, sorry about my carelessness, I'll keep searching around, Kiba said again while he walked away to another section of the garden with his partner Akamaru. Sigh. This is too troublesome, I just hope that wherever you both are, you are okay, Shikamaru said out loud and thought inside himself while he took another big deep breath of his cigarette and looked up at the night sky. You said it, Shino Aburame, Jonin of Konoha said while more of his bugs came back without a clue inside him, which only made him sigh in frustration. WMUS. So, are you finally going to say something? Kurama said, opening his right eye looking at the tiny humanoid figures in front of him while his head was resting over his crossed paws. Who are you? Said a beautiful blonde-haired woman dressed in a very revealing Miko outfit. Kurama noticed she has beautiful golden-colored eyes, long blonde hair that reached past her shoulders and finished just before it reached her butt. What got Kurama actually more interested were the 2 fox ears on her head and 9 tails swaying nervously from side to side behind her. Me, why should I tell you? Kurama asked as he closed his eye again and got more comfortable on his paws. He really wanted to rest more after the shits that his friend Naruto has gone through the last few days. He really needed a break, and it was a good thing that Naruto had his girlfriend by his side, because he knew that he wasn't very supportive in the feelings department. That's why he was really glad that the female Hyuga was there with them on this mess. Why, you ask? How about the fact that when I was starting my daily meditation routine, after I close my eyes for a few seconds I find myself in front of another Kyuubi that is almost 7 times bigger than myself in my true form. Or the fact that we've been here staring at each other for what feels like hours while you just slept. The fox woman ranted to Kurama, which made her look a little cute in his opinion. Wait, what? Ellipsis. Where did that thought come from? Kurama wondered to himself. Snort. First off, we weren't staring at each other, you just suddenly appeared inside the mindscape of my host, uninvited mind you, and kept gaping at me with such sparkling eyes that were starting to get on my nerves. That's why I decided to just ignore you and keep resting, because I haven't had an opportunity to do so in the last 7 hours or so, Kurama said with his eyes still closed while he snorted again as the smell of pheromones the fox woman in front of him was expelling tried to invade his senses. Second, can you please tell your kid there that I'm not your mate? I have never ever met you before, so explain it to her that this is the first time we meet and make her shut up. Kurama said, opening his eye again looking at the almost identical copy of the beautiful woman in front of him, but just in a cuter and tinier version, that was looking between himself and the strange woman with starry eyes and asking her if finally her father had come to see them. Third, isn't it common courtesy to first introduce yourself before asking a question? Or do you people in this place not know common courtesy? Kurama said, closing his eye again and getting more comfortable knowing that maybe this could take a while, and remembering how the black-haired girl and brown-haired boy tried to sneak attack Naruto. Ahem. Yes, that's true, I'm sorry for being quite the rude uninvited guest, but you got to understand I was surprised to suddenly appear in front of another Kyuubi because I know I am the last one of my species with my kid here. The fox woman answered with a little blush on her face while she bowed lowly, showing she had nothing restraining her bountiful breasts except her loose kimono, while the tip of one tail of Kurama got closer to the kid and started touching her, which made the little girl giggle and laugh giddily. Kurama just opened his right eye again and looked at the bowing woman and then turned his line of sight to the little kid playing with the tip of his tail. I see. So that's why this place is different, Kurama said out loud, more to himself than to the other two in front of him, which made the fox woman lift her head and look at him confused while she tilted her head, mulling the words of the male Kyuubi. Kurama, noticing her questioning gaze, just closed his eye again and said, "It's not something you need to be concerned about," while his tail continued playing with the little kid. "Anyways, again, I'm sorry for my rudeness," she said while she stopped bowing and looked at her daughter. "Sweetie, come here please," which made the little kid turn around to look at her and pout a little. We need to introduce ourselves, sweetheart, now come here, okay? She said, looking a little worried, looking how her daughter was hugging the furry appendage that appeared in front of her daughter Kuno again. Don't worry, I'm not about to kill your little kid just because you're different, Kyubis. I'm something more than just a wild beast, you know, Kurama said while the right side of his mouth lifted in a teasing smirk. Right, sorry for doubting you. It's just, I haven't had very good interactions with another of my own kind. Going back to the real matter, my name is Yusaka, I'm the last mature Kyubi, leader of the yokai faction that resides in Kyoto, and the little kid that is playing with your tail right now is my beloved daughter Kuno and rightful successor of the yokai faction. Yusaka introduced herself, politely bowing again, which made Kurama open his eye again, looking at her closely to notice if she was telling any lies, but could find nothing to indicate so. Deciding that the staring was enough, Kurama just closed his eye again and sighed. Raising its front legs, Kurama took a seated position. I guess that leaves me. I am Kurama Otsutsuki, Kyubi no Kitsune of Konohagakure no Sato and friend partner of Naruto Uzumaki, although I prefer to be called only Kurama, Kurama said, opening his eyes and looking down to the female kitsunes in front of him. Naruto Uzumaki? Asked the female fox while she tilted her head, looking confused at Kurama. Did someone call me? Said Naruto, appearing in front of Kurama and looking around inside his mindscape. What got him curious though was that when he looked closer he noticed two other persons with fox features in front of him. Huh, is that you, Kurama? Why do you look so tiny and look like a woman? Asked Naruto, surprised and pointing with his right hand at Yusaka, never taking notice of Kurama behind himself, whom had a huge sweat drop falling from the back of his head while his front right paw was over his eyes and he kept shaking his head from side to side in exasperation. Giggle. I see, so this is your friend Uzumaki, Naruto-kun? Huh, Kurama-san. I gotta admit he's handsome and very well fit, to be honest, Yusaka said while she eyed Naruto from head to toe in such a way that made Naruto feel a little uncomfortable and take a step back, only to feel something poke him in the back of his right leg near his hip. Looking around, he took notice how a cute kid that resembled a lot the woman he saw in front him was poking him on his leg, which made him confused, wondering if maybe the little kid was the woman's little sister or daughter, because they resembled each other so much. It was kinda cute in its own way. Hi, my name is Kuno and I'm a kitsune yokai, are you perhaps my papa? Asked Kuno in such an innocent tone while her tails were swinging from side to side, showing how excited she was to meet a new person. That made Yusaka blush and play with her fingers while she looked her daughter interact with the host of Kurama. The sudden question actually made Naruto feel stupefied and at a loss for words. Huh? Ellipsis. He couldn't form an actual coherent reply, because if he said no, he thought that maybe he was going to make the little kid feel bad, but he couldn't say yes neither because he wasn't the little kid's dad and he really didn't want to lie to the kid. Looking finally to where Kurama was, he asked with his eyes pleadingly to help him out, which only made Kurama snort and shake his head. Sorry kid, but neither Naruto nor I are your father, and Naruto, remember last time I told you I'm a male kitsune, not a female, sheesh. Kurama said, knowing that his host had a really soft spot for kids and didn't like making them feel bad at all. Oh, that's too bad. He's handsome too. Wish he was my papa, Kuno said while she walked past Naruto and got closer to her mother, whom got a blush on her face when her daughter said she wished Naruto was her father. Anyways, Naruto, this is Yusaka, leader of the yokai faction that resides in the region of Kyoto, and her daughter Kuno, who is her heir, Kurama said in a formal tone, introducing Yusaka and Kuno to Naruto, which made Naruto nod at them while his overall semblance took a 90-degree turn and looked very serious. Yusaka noted the change in attitude on Naruto and it actually made her feel a little flustered how mature he looked on her eyes. Yusaka-san, this idiot here, oi, is Naruto Uzumaki, Jonin of Konohagakure no Sato and its future leader, sage of Mount Myoboku, war hero, and savior of our world, the elemental nations, Kurama said, knowing that even if he gave a little information about their world, they could do nothing because they are dead in a sense in their own world. A pleasure to meet you, Naruto-kun, said both mother and daughter, bowing respectfully, which made Naruto bow too, showing courtesy. Looking down at their feet, both mother and daughter saw their features start to leave the mindscape. Well, it looks like we will have to cut this meeting short, Naruto-kun, Kurama-san. Maybe you both could come visit us on Kyoto one of these days to get to know each other better and have more time on our hands. Asked Yusaka, looking at both Naruto and Kurama. Sure, we could do that, I'll tell Hinata about it too, I'm sure she'll like to visit a new place, Naruto said with a wide grin while he had his arms around the back of his head. Good, when you enter the region, some escorts will be waiting for you, say the password, Kitsune Senin, and you'll be directed to us directly, we will be waiting your arrival eagerly, she said, smiling softly at them. Wait, we still don't know how long will it take for us to be there, Naruto said, looking at Yusaka worriedly. Don't worry, you are our esteemed honor guests, you can come visit anytime, we will be waiting patiently for you. Until then, take care and be safe, she said, giving a final soft smile while Kuno waved giddily at them. Bye-bye, Naruto-kun, Kurama-chan, was the last thing Naruto and Kurama heard when they saw mother and daughter disappear from the mindscape. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto turned his face and looked at Kurama over his right shoulder, smirking. Bye-bye, Kurama-chan, asked Naruto with amusement laced in his tone of voice, which only made Kurama grunt and lay down again with his head resting on his front paws. Knowing it was time to stop playing around, Naruto turned fully around and looked at Kurama with a serious face, waiting for Kurama to talk. If you are asking me how did those two enter here, I assure you that I have no idea how they did it, Kurama said with his eyes still closed. But if you take my guess into consideration, then I suppose it's because of the natural chakra in this world, and how when you entered sage mode for an instant to sense that girl you saved earlier, then you made the impossible again and made it so that your own chakra started affecting the natural chakra in this world. When you gathered natural energy for that instant, I could feel the hatred and every negative emotion that this world had gone through. It's not different than our own, just that in here, there hasn't been someone to unite them. Congratulations, Naruto, you are becoming the sage of 6 paths of this world, Kurama said, opening his right eye to look at a surprised Naruto. What are you talking about, Kurama? How can I become the sage of 6 paths if I don't have the Rinnegan or something like that? It shouldn't be possible, asked Naruto, unsure of how he was becoming the new sage of 6 paths. I mean, yeah, he can enter that mode only when it is necessary and manipulate the Gudodama to take on powerful enemies, but he didn't see the need to do so, because no one in the elemental nations actually could make him feel the need to enter that mode. The proof? Well, in his fight against Tonari he only entered until his Kurama Sennin mode while Tonari was using the Gudodama. How? He didn't know. The thing is, there's the proof, not like he was gloating or anything. Let's put it this way, you are a huge walking filter that right now the nature around you is taking an advantage of. Every second that passes it enters you with everything negative that it has, and when it gets out of you, it comes out mixed with your in my chakra, healing itself without you taking notice of it at all, Kurama said, looking around himself, noticing the changes that the mindscape was starting to go through. He sat up again and kept looking around curiously. So, how did that allow someone else to enter here without noticing, and how comes the hatred and malice isn't affecting you or me? Asked Naruto, still a little confused, while he had his right hand holding his chin and arm was crossed over his left one. Naruto, I'm the embodiment of hatred and malice. The hatred in this world is just a joke for me, while you have no hatred inside you in which you could get influenced by the nature around us. Remember, our chakra is basically mixed now, meaning I simply take all of it and you filter for your use, making us stronger than when we were on the elemental nations. Didn't think it was possible, but I simply stopped doubting you long ago, Kurama said in a way that made Naruto look at him with a contemplating face. I see, that answers the question of the malice and hatred. But not the other one, said Naruto, looking around himself and noticing his mindscape was starting to look more alive, slowly but surely more alive. Been honest, I think it's because the yokai faction are chakra users like you and your girlfriend, Kurama said while his right backpaw started scratching his right ear. Wait, does that mean that Hinata is getting stronger too? Asked Naruto, surprised, contemplating the possibility. Yes, as time passes and you two continue to be together, you both come from the same world, meaning that you both are in tune in some way, but hers is a little slower than yours because she doesn't have one of USBju inside her to help her, but I don't know how the hatred will affect her, to be quite honest, although I think there's a way you can help her, Kurama said, waving his tails lazily behind him while a teasing smirk appeared on his face. How? Asked Naruto, unsure of making the question because he didn't like the smirk on Kurama's face one bit. Well, I'll put it bluntly so it enters clearly in that hard head of yours. You need to fuck her while in sync with me and using Sennin mode, so I can help her filter the hatred faster, Kurama said with the smirk never leaving his face. What? Fierce, no way, I'm allowing you to see how I have sex with Hinata any time in the near future, Naruto yelled to Kurama while he had his arms crossed in an X-shaped position in front of himself. Why not? It's not like I'm privy to the mating intercourse of your species. I mean, I was there when Hashirama and Mito conceived Tsunade's father, or when your father and mother conceived you, Kurama said, remembering those times out loud, showing he wasn't really privy to intimate moments. Gah. Ellipsis. Na. I know nothing, I heard nothing, the life is beautiful, the roses are. Naruto covered his ears and started yelling loudly, trying to ignore the conversation, but stopped once he noticed Kurama looking at him seriously, so he stopped and looked at Kurama. Sigh. Look, this is not because I'm a pervert or anything like that, but because the hatred and malice in this world will start to affect her in some way. In which way I don't know to be honest, but anything is possible. She could suddenly go on a killing spree and murder everything on her line of sight, or become a wanton whore that will spread her legs wide open to anyone that crosses her path, be it man or woman, and you don't want that, do you? Kurama said, looking at Naruto seriously, which only made Naruto look down with a hard glare. So what about? Naruto tried to say. No, I already contemplated it too, but the simple way you transfer her chakra won't work neither. I need to be really close to both of you while the process begins so nothing can go wrong, Kurama said, interrupting what Naruto wanted to say. But then, what about? Naruto tried to say again but got interrupted again. Look Naruto, I told you it's not because you are closer or not. The thing is that you already began the process on both herself and you without noticing, because remember before we got wherever we are you both were sharing chakra in huge amounts trying to get free of that technique, and even if you both separate, the unfiltered hatred will still continue to affect her. You are both the problem and the solution. As we keep talking, the natural chakra is entering her slowly and will affect her slowly over time. I'm not saying it will affect her right now, but in the future it will. It is better if you two find a way to discuss this quietly and think it over. But knowing your girlfriend, she may accept. Just reach a decision together, okay? Kurama said, knowing that Naruto was really attached to his first love and knowing that if he could help them he wasn't going to fail them, because Naruto needed this. He saw how Naruto just nodded slowly with a thinking pose. Besides, it's not like you aren't privy to sexual intercourse neither. I still remember those times when you were with all those girls you saved while on those missions. Or on other villages, Kurama said with a wide smirk, looking how Naruto stiffened and looked up at him with a blush. But you said I had never been with any girl before. When we met the other hosts of the other guys. Naruto yelled and pointed in Kurama's direction while blushing furiously because he thought Kurama never actually saw him do it with those other girls. All I did say is that you never kissed another girl or were in a relationship with any. I never said you didn't have something more, did I? Kurama said, smirking. A music suggestion. The road continues. Naruto Shippuden asked. Sigh. You annoying overgrown furball, Naruto said with his arms behind his head and looking at Kurama with a wide grin on his face, which made Kurama grunt in annoyance because of the furball comment. Yeah, but you. Kurama tried saying but got interrupted when he saw Naruto extend his right fist to him with a knowing smile. Hey, you sure are something else, Naruto, Kurama thinks to himself while bumping his right fist with Naruto's own with a smile. Thank you Kurama, really, thank you a lot, Naruto said. Don't mention it, besides this can be good for both of you, Kurama said a bit mysteriously, which made Naruto tilt his head in confusion. Look, your right arm, you may not have noticed but I did. You are absorbing Hashirama's cells and started regrowing your right arm. While the changes on her I don't know what are gonna be, to be honest, Kurama said, giving Naruto a hint on what he meant, which only made Naruto look at his arm surprised and started taking off the bandages to look at it. He noticed the surprised face on Naruto and how his forearm was starting to regain its color. Slowly but surely in some time his arm will be fully his again. Ahaha yata tte bayo. Naruto shouted excitedly and fist pumping with his right hand. Well, I think you need to go back now. You've been here for about 3 minutes or so while your girlfriend keeps looking around for any enemies. See you both when you guys reach a decision, Kurama said while he started to lay down again, which made Naruto get closer to Kurama and pat aside Kurama's massive nose slowly. Then Naruto turned around and started walking away from Kurama. Hey, always looking forward without taking a step back, right? Kurama thinks to himself while he closes his eyes to rest some more. WMUS. Crackle, crackle, was the distinctive sound of wood twigs burning on a campfire while a meditating Naruto finally took one last breath and exhaled, signifying he was back on the real world. Opening his eyes he noticed something that actually left him surprised, and that was the face of his girlfriend Hinata very close to his own, and she was looking at him with such intensity that actually made Naruto feel a little conscious. Hina, Naruto tried to say but was silenced mid-phrase by a sudden kiss from the rosy lips of Hinata on his own. He closed his eyes and returned the kiss slowly, knowing that it had been long since he last shared a kiss with her. Some seconds into the kiss he noticed though that Hinata suddenly was straddling his lap and her glove-covered arms were circling around his neck, bringing him closer to her and making each other bodies press together. He didn't resist and circled his arms around her hips just over her butt and started massaging her, slowly sliding his hand up and down her back into her butt, which made a little mule of happiness leave from their throats together while their lips were still connected. He got surprised when he felt her tongue invade his mouth and started massaging his own. Not letting her take advantage on him, he returned the favor, wrapping his own tongue with hers, deepening the kiss and bringing her even closer to him. After 10 seconds of intense deep kissing they separated from each other, gasping for breath, slowly pressing his forehead against hers. Naruto and Hinata kept looking at each other, neither said a thing, they closed their eyes and slowly but surely their lips started getting closer to each other, wanting to share another deep moment together. That actually was quite the intense kiss in my opinion. Do you think the woman would be willing to trade spots, Bucho? Asked a soft voice with a hint of teasing on it that made Naruto and Hinata freeze just when their lips were about to touch again. I don't know, that's up for them to decide, after all we are their hostages, right? Said the voice of the second girl just after the first one, a little more serious than the first one, but it had a hint of mirth on it too. Turning their faces in the direction where their hostages were comfortably seated across with their limbs tied up, Naruto and Hinata noticed that the females of the group were wide awake. Naruto accommodated himself to be more comfortable against the tree he was leaning against and in the line of sight of their hostages, while Hinata with a little blush accommodated herself to be closer to Naruto and hug him with her left arm over his hip and her head resting against his right shoulder, although Naruto didn't notice, the girls in front of him did notice that Hinata was glaring at them, maybe because of interrupting her time with her boyfriend. So, I see you are finally awake and it looks like that somehow we can speak the same language, Naruto said, looking at each female seated across him, taking note that each female had the same kind of uniform, which made him think that maybe they were from the same group, or faction if the little information he got talking with Yasaka on his mind was any indication. Well, one could say each of us is a special type of person, Rias said, narrowing her eyes slightly when she noticed she couldn't free herself from the rope she was tied with. She noticed from the corner of her eyes that Akino and Kaneko couldn't free themselves either, which got her struggling a little more. Shing, thud, was the sound of something sailing and embedding itself in the tree behind her head, which made Rias stop her struggling and open her eyes wide and look behind her. She noticed that a kunai was embedded deep in the bark of the tree. She actually wanted to squeal because of the cool design it had, but refrained herself from doing so because of the situation they were in, and looking down she noticed some strands of her hair were on the dirt, confirming that the air she felt pass near her ear wasn't just an illusion. Looking back up again, she noticed the gloved arm of the female that knocked her out was extended and her hand was open in a throwing position, confirming she was the one that threw the kunai. This in contrast made Akino and Kaneko stop struggling too, knowing any false movement could cost them, so they played hostages for now. I don't think that was necessary. I could have just told them that the rope is being constantly reinforced by me, Naruto said, avoiding to call Hinata by her name, knowing right now they needed to be undercover. I know, but that was the fastest way to do so without needing to say too much, Hinata said, purposely avoiding to tell Naruto's name too. Sigh. Okay, sorry about that girls, it's just the spirits are a little high after all. We only wanted to ask some questions, and if you could kindly give us some answers, we'll be willing to let you free, Naruto said, hugging Hinata closer to him with his right arm, knowing that her sudden changes were because of the things that were happening too fast for them. First, sorry about knocking you and your group out, but you got to understand we were suddenly attacked by the girl by your side and the passed out guy behind you, so we only retaliated in self-defense, Naruto said, looking at each mentioned person, which made Rias nod. Second, if you were wondering, well, you've been knocked out for a day. Sorry for been so rough with all of you. Although the little cat girl did wake up after some hours but just decided to not cause trouble because we still had all of you captured, we tried to start a conversation with her but she didn't even say a single thing, Naruto said, looking at Kaneko, whom only looked to the side with a little blush on her face, knowing she didn't like to get much attention on her. Okay, would you prefer to talk now or wait for your other two members to wake up? Naruto said, getting more comfortable on the tree, knowing this was gonna be an interesting and long talk. There's no need for that, we are already awake, said one Yudo Kiba while he sat down and leaned against the tree he was resting just some moments ago. Suddenly a clone of Naruto appeared in front of him and Issei and lifted them up together and put them besides Kaneko. After its deed done, the clone turned around and walked away to continue patrolling the premises. Sigh. Okay, I'll be blunt and say it, my name is Naruto Uzumaki and the one besides me is Hinata Hyuga, Naruto said, pointing to himself, then pointing to Hinata, whom had her head still leaned on Naruto's shoulder, which somehow made Akino, Kaneko and Rias twitch a little like she was insulting them, saying this is mine. Who are you guys? What are you? And which faction do you belong? Asked Naruto, making three simple questions which made all the members of the Grimoire peerage stiffen a little. Why do you ask? And why give us your real names? Asked Rias, considering her options. She thought that maybe the guys in front of them were overconfident or they had the power to actually back up their overconfidence. Deciding she didn't really like her options, she just chose to answer truthfully. Been honest. Ellipsis. You guys withstood a little more blunt damage than what a normal civilian in our place could withstand, even though we were aiming to incapacitate and not to kill. To put it simple, you got us curious, Naruto said, looking a little sheepish, which made Hinata grab his left hand and squeeze it for support. Sigh. I see. Well, from my left to my right are Akino Himehima, Rias Grimori, Kaneko Tojo, Kiba Yuto and Issei Hayato, and been honest too. We are devils and we belong to the devil faction, Rias said, which made each member of her peerage look at her a little surprised because of the easy information she gave of each member. I see, so that's why I could sense the same kind of energy in each of you. I'm curious, what were you guys doing in that ruined place? Asked Naruto as another clone of himself appeared from around the forest canopy with a huge deer over his shoulders and grinning widely, which surprised the Grimori group because of the size of the deer. Boss, I found food and some edible wild plants too, said the clone while it left the deer and the edible plants near the campfire and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. We were there trying to save Asia when you two bastards suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started touching her inappropriately. Where is she? Issei shouted, no longer being able to stay silent through all the interrogation. Touching her inappropriately? The fuck are you talking about? I sensed her and those weird rings on the floor pulsing slowly, so I tried to help her. Once I saw she was no longer in danger, I left her alone. What do you take me for? A molester or something like that? Naruto said while he pointed with his right hand at Issei, Hinata having left his side to help another clone that brought some water and had taken out some cooking utensils Naruto had sealed in a scroll he had given her some seconds ago. Sigh. Look, I'm sorry if it looked that way to you, but I only helped her, I promise. Why do you guys think none of you are sore after the hits we gave you? Because we actually never meant any harm to you. If you are wondering where she is, there, your friend Kaneko can confirm her status. Naruto pointed with his right thumb to the tent on the side that was open a little, showing a resting and well taken care of Asia. I see, sorry for the outburst, said Issei, looking a little embarrassed, because of the rushed conclusions he had in that moment. It's not a problem, although you guys did surprise us with the sudden ambush, so we only had to defend ourselves, Naruto said while the aroma of roasted deer started engulfing each of the senses of the persons around the campfire. Groan. This caused the five devils' stomach to growl loudly, which made them blush just now, feeling the single day without food or water come to them, which only made Naruto grin widely. Care to join us for dinner? There's plenty of food for all of us, Naruto said, pointing to the roasted deer over the fire. Meanwhile, Hinata just got back to Naruto with 2 plates full of roasted deer for each of them and gave one to him while she took a seat next to him again and started eating slowly. Yes, thank you, said Rias while another clone suddenly appeared in front of each of them with a kunai in one hand and a plate full of deer on the other and released each member with a swift slash of the kunai. Each member took a plate with caution and started eating slowly, savoring the food, while Naruto and Hinata just served each other another full plate. Just why did you help her in the first place? Asked Rias after some minutes of contemplation and looking at Naruto and Hinata. Shrug. Why not? She was dying, needed help, so I just did the common thing, said Naruto, moving his shoulders up and down, which made Hinata look at him and smile softly. I see, Rias said, contemplating everything that has happened recently. Noticing her downcast look, Naruto was gonna say something. Look, we didn't actually want to harm you or any of you, to be honest. We got here on special circumstances and we don't know if we'll be able to return from where we came from, said Hinata while she leaned against Naruto, saying the words he wanted to say. Special circumstances. By the way, this is really good, thank you for the food, asked Akino, finishing her plate of food and drinking a glass filled with water. Yeah, her cooking is amazing, right? That's why I once told her she was gonna be an amazing bride one day, and the special circumstances. Sorry, can't tell for now, Naruto said, grinning widely while his arms were crossed behind his head, which made Hinata blush and look at him, smiling softly. I see, are you two by any chance a couple? And how long have you two been together, if it isn't too intrusive to ask? Asked Rias while every member of her peerage looked at her, not recognizing the Rias in that moment. Yes, we are. As for how long, we are a new couple, to be honest, until the special circumstances came to bite us in the ass, sigh. Naruto said, remembering what actually brought them here in the first place. So what are you two actually? Asked Kiba, remembering how fast the two of them were and how he got knocked out with a single punch. We are shinobi or ninja, if it is a known word, maybe, said Naruto, telling their professions while Hinata nodded, confirming it. I see, is that why you two are dressed like that? Is it because that is your combat gear or something like that? Akino asked, noticing the different clothing each had, which only made Naruto and Hinata blink owlishly. Well, to be honest, we were returning from a mission. We both had our combat gear, but after some weird events which included me saving my girlfriend from marrying an effeminate guy, we ended up like this. Me having all my gear while she only has those clothes, Naruto said, not blinking at all, which only made Hinata look down, still remembering how she nearly did something really stupid by trying to stop Tonari by herself. Naruto-kun, Hinata tried to say. It's okay, Hinata, remember I told you there's no need to remember any of that, it's in the past now and we keep moving forward, right? Naruto said, which only made Hinata nod and get closer to him, showing that she really meant everything they said when they got back from the mission on the moon. Sorry to interrupt, but where are we actually? Asked Rias, looking around and noticing that she couldn't recognize the part of the forest where they were in because of the night time. I'd say about 3 kilometers away from the place we were in about a day ago. We didn't want to get too far away, but neither wanted to be too closer to it. We wanted a safe place until we could actually collect more information and know where we actually were, Naruto said, looking up and noticing that it was getting close to midnight. I think we should sleep. Tomorrow morning we gotta go our separate ways and we are going to take the girl with us, Naruto said, which made all the devils look at him. Why do you want to take the girl with you? Why not leave her with us? We actually went to that church to save her, Rias said, with her eyes narrowed slightly, knowing that if she let the girl go, then a potential useful sacred gear was going to slip from her grasp. Well, tell me, what do you think a normal person would think if a group of devils was in such a ruined place with a naked dying girl on a bench? Naruto retorted while his eyes narrowed slightly, knowing things could turn a little ugly if they gave the wrong answer. Meanwhile, Hinata was starting to mold chakra by his side and her eyes narrowing slightly. Sigh. Look, she's actually the friend of Issei here. She was captured by a group of fallen angels and we were there trying to save her, but we got there a little late. Why not come with us to our place of residence so we can have a more meaningful conversation? Because this environment actually is not giving us any comfort to our groups, Rias said, trying to placate the shinobis in front of her, knowing that if things turned for the worse, they were gonna be taken out again and the nun would be out of her grasp forever. Naruto and Hinata kept their eyes narrowed for some more seconds, looking for any deception, and noticing none stopped their glare and nodded together. Good, as I was saying, we should sleep. Tomorrow, we will go back from where we came. After all, we need more information of where we are and how we need to proceed from there, but you'll have to understand that we aren't going to leave the girl with you anytime soon, understood? Said Naruto while Hinata just kept looking at the group with a little frown. Suddenly she stood up and went inside the tent where Asia was sleeping, which made Naruto only frown and sigh. Noticing how her changes were starting to take effect slowly, he needed to talk to her and fast, but first they needed somewhere safe to rest. Maybe going to Tokyo faster wasn't such a bad idea after all. Naruto stood up and jumped to the top part of the tree he was leaned against and kept looking up and in the distance, thinking everything that is happening in that moment. You aren't going to sleep? Asked a curious Rias, noticing that Naruto was not going to sleep at all. Don't worry, I'll keep guard until the time we have to leave from here. You guys can use the other tent on that side to rest if you wish to do so, said Naruto while he crossed his arms behind his head and kept looking in the distance. Chapter 3, A Messy Situation. I'm not that great Ttebeo, Naruto said after some seconds, which only made Hinata giggle some more as they continued their jumping, getting even farther away from civilization and from the place they once were in. Hi, my name is Kuno and I'm a kitsune yokai. Are you perhaps my papa? Asked Kuno in such an innocent tone while her tails were swinging from side to side, showing how excited she was to meet a new person. That made Yusaka blush and play with her fingers while she looked her daughter interact with the host of Kurama. Sigh. I wish I could assure you that what you are saying is all true, my dear daughter, Hiyashi said, looking at his youngest while he played with her long brown hair. But I can't, he whispered softly, getting the sleeping Hanabi closer to his chest and holding her softly but tightly while 3 lonely tears fell from his closed eyes inside the central dojo where they were seated in. Sigh. Okay, I'll be blunt and say it. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and the one besides me is Hinata Hyuga, Naruto said, pointing to himself, then pointing to Hinata, whom had her head still leaned on Naruto's shoulder, which somehow made Akino, Kaneko and Rias twitch a little like she was insulting them, saying this is mine. Sigh. I see. Well, from my left to my right are Akino Himehima, Rias Grimori, Kaneko Tojo, Kiba Yuto and Issei Hayato, and been honest too, we are devils and we belong to the devil faction, Rias said, which made each member of her peerage look at her a little surprised because of the easy information she gave of each member. Now. 1:30 a.m., 30 meters from camping zone inside the forest. Okay, now I'm really wondering if someone is really out there trying to get a piece of me or something like that. I mean, I don't care if it's against me, I can take it, no troubles, but getting my girlfriend and the person we saved involved in it, yeah, it's a big negative point in my opinion if you ask me, and I promise when I find the one responsible for my shitty luck I'm gonna kick his or her ass to kingdom come and beyond. Naruto thought to himself while he stood in the frog kumite, in front of Hinata, whom was shielding an afraid-looking Asia. He narrowed his eyes in concentration, then felt another devil appear by his side, and taking a step back he saw the devil stumble in front of him with a fist extended. Taking advantage of the situation, Naruto enhanced his right palm with chakra and swung hard, hitting the side of the metal plate on the devil, which on contact made a hollow sound and a loud crack be heard all across the clearing of the forest they were in. Everyone saw the devil get sent sailing away unconscious and disappear inside the forest. "Hinata, how many left now?" Naruto asked without turning his head at all, knowing that a false move could cost them dearly. "There are 10 devils left, and of them all 3 look stronger than the rest that have been trying to capture us, Naruto-kun," Hinata said, holding Asia's head closer to her bosom, stopping her from watching all the fighting happening around them, knowing that Naruto was thinking of way to escape. Keeping her Byakugan activated, she noticed how the devil that Naruto just knocked out disappeared the same way the Grimoire group did about an hour or so ago. "TCH. This is really a messy situation. I didn't think so many would appear to try and take us out," Naruto said, looking around himself and thinking fast on how to get all of them out of here and maybe find residence in Kyoto, wherever that place is. The plan to get more information with Rias and the other guys went to hell really fast, but maybe if they could lose track of these guys, then they could make a run for it in the other direction. "Can you please just stop all of this? We don't want to have to use more force than the necessary. We just want some answers from you," said one of the devils, whom Naruto presumed to be the leader of this assault team that sprung up on them. "You say that now, but what about earlier? Why just attack us without saying a thing?" Naruto said, remembering the last hour how everything was quiet, one moment to suddenly feel and see 20 or so more devils appear out of nowhere near the tent where Rias and their group were in. He remembered how Rias and her friends came out to say something to the red-haired guy that was accompanied by a silver-haired woman and a black-haired girl with a weird costume, only for all of them to disappear in a huge weird glowing symbol surrounded by a huge circle that appeared beneath their feet. And yeah, that's when things went to hell again. He was actually getting really frustrated with the surprise attacks springing on them so fast in such a short time. Couldn't they have just a little time to rest and collect their ideas? Was it too much to ask? Although I gotta admit that taking hostages in an unknown territory after arriving in said territory for only 3 minutes or so wasn't one of my most brilliant ideas, even though I followed the normal rules of infiltration. Sheesh, can't a single thing go right for once in my life? He thought, feeling really frustrated in that moment. "Everyone stop," ordered the red-haired male that resembled a male Rias, whom Naruto just now confirmed was the leader. The red-haired guy looked to be about 20 years old with shoulder-length crimson red hair and blue-green eyes the same color as Rias. He was wearing some kind of armor that covered the upper part of his body, while a long cape was covering his back and sides, leaving it open to notice some kind of white suit, which Naruto presumed was his battle gear. Naruto noticed that the order instantly made the mood around the clearing change from a really tense one to a not so tense one. "Can we please have a normal conversation now? We only want some answers to our questions, nothing more, nothing less," said the leader, again trying to calm down the 3 humans in front of him, knowing that things weren't progressing at all. "Why should we answer to you? After all, you appear, transport Rias and the others to who knows where, and then decide to attack me and involve the ones behind me, even though one of them is still recovering from her injuries?" asked Naruto, never letting his defensive position go and narrowing his eyes, remembering how everything happened. "We received information that Rias-sama and the members of her peerage didn't appear for a whole day from a worried friend of hers, until we finally could sense where she really was and aid her," said the woman on the red-haired man's right, who Naruto noticed was wearing a large blue dress with long sleeves that resembled some kind of maid outfit that hugged her form perfectly. He noticed a white maid headband was over her head and her hair was a subtle gray color that flows all the way down to her back, been held by a long braid on each side with small blue bows ending in twin braids. She had gray eyes and glossy red lipstick on her lips, which made her look elegant yet subtle at the same time. Overall, she was a real beauty that would make Ino and Sakura grit their teeth in jealousy. Achoo! Ellipsis. Both Ino and Sakura suddenly sneezed loudly together inside the onsen. They were relaxing their muscles in that moment. Both looked at each other wondering why they did it but didn't find an actual reason, shrugged it off and just continued relaxing, knowing that they need to attend the envoys and the persons that came that day for the funeral. "How can I be sure that you aren't just trying to deceive us into false security? After all, who makes the persons there worried about just suddenly disappear and order to attack everyone on sight and capture it for interrogation later?" Naruto said, knowing that his plan was already done, but the devils in front of him didn't need to know that, right? "Hey, look at it our way, okay?" said the other female by the left side of the red-haired guy, who Naruto noticed was a beautiful girl looking in her late teens with black hair tied into twin tails and violet eyes. She was wearing a really tiny skirt that only covered part of her legs, but if she bends down then one could see beneath her clothes long pink stockings that covered until before it reached her mini skirt. Looking up, he noticed she had another pink shirt that was really small that only covered just below her breast, leaving her slim stomach and belly button be seen for everyone, and finally she was holding some kind of wand on her glove-covered hands. Overall, she looked childish with her outfit, although what got a sweat drop come down the side of his face were the way out of place large breasts she had for her childlike appearance. "And what would be that way?" asked Naruto with a little curiosity, although he still was prepared for anything. Hee was the last thing Naruto heard from the childlike woman when suddenly everything around him felt really cold. Gasp. Naruto-kun, Hinata said from behind the ice-covered Naruto while she held a now intense shivering Asia closer, knowing that she couldn't let the girl go to help her boyfriend, she needed to get the young woman somewhere safe if they wanted to get out of this messy situation. Hey, now that he's out of the way, grab the girls, we need to interrogate them for information, said one of the 7 devils left with such a lusty voice that made Hinata activate her Byakugan and start gathering chakra on her limbs, knowing she won't just leave Naruto or the girl behind. Wait, 7, she just noticed, weren't they 10 just some seconds ago? There's no need for any more violence, we can just. Graphia tried to say, looking to her right only to stop, which made Searsex and Seraphol look at her in wonder, then look at the direction where she was looking at and take notice of the same thing as Hinata did. Crack, crack. Everyone turned their heads in surprise to where the frozen Naruto was. They saw how the ice that was supposed to hold him in place was cracking and steam was coming from the cracks until finally the ice shattered with such force that 4 very big fragments of ice went sailing to where the rest of the devils were and hit 4 of them, which made them pass out and seconds later disappeared in the same glowing circle, leaving the only last 3 devils standing being the gray-haired woman, the red-haired guy and the black-haired woman. Okay, that was not nice to do. I guess plan B will have to do, said in thought Naruto to himself, looking with a serious face in the direction of the 3 stronger devils. Each devil noticed how the blonde guy had a little layer of orange energy that was bubbling around himself slowly and how the atmosphere around the clearing actually turned even tenser than before, preparing themselves for the fight that was gonna break. Each devil started gathering their magic, knowing that things were serious now. Oni-sama, Oni-sama. Please stop this. They are not enemies, came the roaring voice of one Rias Grimori and Sona Citri that appeared behind the last 3 devils with all their peerages together, which got them surprised and made them turn around involuntarily. Now, Naruto thought to himself, taking advantage of the situation, making an appendage made of pure chakra appear behind himself. He grabbed Hinata, who was holding the distraught-looking Asia, and lifted them up. Well, thank you for the hospitality, but I guess we'll have to make our meeting short. See you another time, Rias. I guess our meet and greet will have to be at another time. Take care, Naruto said, making all the devils stop and look around at them, surprised when they saw Naruto take a huge leap and disappear in the night and forest like they never existed to begin with. Wait, Naruto-kun, Rias yelled, lifting her right arm in the direction Naruto, Hinata and Asia disappeared into the night, trying to stop them. Asia, Naruto, wait, leave her with us, yelled Issei in the same direction, but to no avail. Hey, don't worry about the girl, she'll be alright with us, said Naruto, appearing on the right side of everyone, making those that didn't know about his ability look at the clone surprised, while it had 3 tied up and unconscious devils over his right shoulder while a big grin was on his face. Rias turned her head around to look at the clone and tried to say something, while everyone else only watched, waiting expectantly. Sorry, I only have enough energy to leave these guys here for you to take care of. Don't worry, we'll be back after some things are solved. And Rias, we'll need to discuss this thing about servants that each devil has a right to own, the clone said in a serious tone, looking at each devil with such intensity that made them feel uncomfortable. After some seconds it dispersed in a cloud of smoke, signifying the end of the discussion. Rias could only watch worriedly the place where the clone once was. After some minutes she turned around and noticed that each member of her peerage had a worried expression on their face. Looking around in the same direction, she noticed Sona and her peerage were looking at her with a curious expression, and her brother, sister-in-law and the Satan Seraphol Leviathan were looking at her with an expectant look. I think there's a lot we need to discuss, right? She said, more for the Satans and her sister-in-law than everyone else, which prompted said devils to nod. Can we go back to the academy? This will take some time and everyone has to give their version of the story, she said, and after some seconds a big magic transportation seal appeared beneath everyone. Taking one last glance where Naruto, Hinata and Asia disappeared into the night, she thought, be careful. WMUS. A music suggestion. Goodbye forever, Naruto the Last Ost. It was looking as if the day itself was mocking them. It was raining so much that the persons around the site of the funeral could only sympathize with the day itself. Everyone gathered here, I'm very grateful each of you had made some time on your busy schedules to come for this sorrowful event. Maybe in another time, or if things didn't happen the way they did, then instead of this burial we could have had something different, said one Iruka Yumino, keeping his face straight and trying hard not to cry. Naruto and Hinata were both my precious students. I saw them grow up from being simple kids to be the incredible man and woman they became. They grew up in a harsh time, each had their amazing qualities and some little quirks to them that made each of them unique. I wish I could have at least saw them grow up some more and have kids of their own, because the majority here knows that they loved each other a lot, but they loved their village more than their own lives. That's why we still continue to be here today. I'm very grateful to all the presents here. I still remember the old days when Naruto would yell out to the world, "I will be the greatest Hokage the people have ever seen." Haruka chuckled a little, looking down to the ground while tears were starting to fall from his face, although thanks to the rain you couldn't know. I remember how Hinata would always follow him, supporting him from the distance, never doubting he wouldn't fail because she saw him stand up all the time after a lot of failures is the reason she could stand up for herself. Even though they never noticed it, each of them helped each other a lot. Haruka said, looking up and looking at all the friends and persons that Naruto and Hinata met on their missions all around the elemental nations, persons from the land of spring to the last corner of Iwa. He noticed Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon were crying a lot but didn't voice their sorrow. He knew that after this things weren't going to be the same. On this sorrowful day, myself as a surrogate father for Naruto and Hiyashi-sama as Hinata's father reached an ominous decision, and we both decided that Naruto and Hinata would be buried together under the Uzumaki name. This is my final goodbye to my precious students. No. My precious son and daughter that I wish I could have seen grow up together. Hope that wherever you both are you are supporting each other as you've done always. Haruka said, finally leaving the front of the two coffins that rested behind himself. One could notice that each coffin was unique, but the most noticeable thing was that in each coffin on the cover there was an Uzumaki symbol which symbolized the burial of the persons as a family. When Haruka left the podium, the persons started giving their final respects one by one to each Uzumaki. When it was time for the friends on the village, each of them had the same thoughts. I'm sorry for been so weak and not been able to help you, wish I could have stopped all of this, but nothing I did worked in the end. Creak, 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 was the slow and deep sound that reverberated in each person's head even if the drops of rain hit the ground unforgiving, as the coffins slowly but surely disappeared from their sight. Every time the rope creaked, a flashback of Naruto and Hinata came to their mind, how a bright attitude never wavered and kept moving forward, how a calm attitude was necessary for mediating and taking wise decisions. Every time the rope creaked, the tears on each person started flowing more, knowing that this was life. Nothing could be done, it was natural for each person. I just wish I could have helped you, was the last thought on everyone's mind when they heard the coffins hit the ground softly, but for them the sound was so hollow, so deep they couldn't stand it. Everyone just looked on the ground, not wanting to believe the sight of the Jonins throwing dirt to close the holes. When the final shovel full of dirt was thrown, it was like everything stopped. The Jonins put a double tombstone that contained the inscription, "Here lie Naruto and Hinata Uzumaki, beloved son, daughter, friend, brother, sister." An inscription that everyone could see from where they stood, a sight that renewed the tears, knowing that what was in front of them was the real thing, the real life, knowing they couldn't stop it no matter what they tried. Finally, after an hour or so, the place where the tomb was looked so empty it was a hollow sight, because the rain made all the flowers the people left be washed away slowly until there were none at all. As if noticing the final moment, the rain started to stop slowly. A single ray of sun started to shine on the tombstone just where the inscription was. One final person appeared and walked to the tombstone and put a single orange dandelion on the tomb of Naruto and a single lavender rose on the tomb of Hinata. Turning away from the tomb, he walked away slowly and disappeared the same way he appeared, as if the wind carried him here. Some distance away, a person watched all this unfold. She shook her pink-haired head slowly, knowing nothing she said in that moment could stop the person from leaving again. Right now it was time to mourn and let time heal, nothing more. Entrance to the cemetery. I'm not giving up like everyone else has done, Oni-sama. Oni-sama, I assure you both that I will find a way to get you back, or help you any way I can. That's a promise, was the thinking process of a young woman that looked to be about 15 years old. She has long brown hair that reached past her back and two long hair bangs in front that reached until just below her breast with a pink ribbon in each bang. She has white eyes with a little hint of lavender in them. She was wearing a formal black kimono used for funerals that sported the Uzumaki symbol in each part where the insignia of her clan was supposed to be. After some minutes of continued contemplation, she turned around and, turning off her Byakugan, started walking away slowly from the resting place where her Oni-sama and Oni-sama were supposed to be buried in. Excuse me, are you perhaps Hanabi Hyuga? She heard someone ask behind her. That made her stop and look behind to see the one that said her name. Yes, I'm Hanabi Hyuga, who are you? She said, noticing the two figures behind her. Well, we wanted to talk to you about some important things, said the voice slowly, something that made the Hyuga a little suspicious of whom these persons were. Hey, Hanabi-chan, she heard in the direction she was walking before. She turned around and looked at the person that called her name. Line break. Hinata, are you and the girl up there all right? Asked Naruto in Kurama mode and looking to his right in the upper part where Hinata and Asia were sitting in the huge hand he made with his chakra, knowing that this state was alerting censors and everyone that could use chakra. He actually wanted to attract the attention of the yokai faction. Some time ago he asked Kurama if he sensed the chakra signatures of Yasaka and Kuno, which he confirmed, but first they needed to get far away from the devils. He didn't want to push his good luck for the moment. Yes, Naruto-kun, and we are really far away from the devils. I can't see them anymore with my Byakugan. I think we can stop and rest for now, said Hinata, noticing Naruto had been running non-stop to get her and the girl away from the devils for an hour or so, and knowing the girl needed to rest too. Okay, we will stop on that clearing over there, but after 15 minutes we will continue. We need to get someplace I know we can rest for some days at least, until we can gather our thoughts, said Naruto as he appeared in the clearing. Not even seconds of mentioning it, he let Hinata and Asia down slowly. Letting his power-up go, Naruto took a seat in front of the lake that was in the clearing and started meditating while gathering natural chakra slowly. Asia just stood in the place where the blonde-haired man left her, not knowing what to actually say or do. She just looked around the clearing they were in. It was a beautiful clearing, trees surrounding a sparkling clear lake, while some night animals started gathering slowly around the clearing where Naruto started to meditate. She noticed the black-haired girl that was by her side got closer to where the blonde was and just kept looking at him as if she was in some sort of trance. After some seconds, Asia noticed that a lot of animals were gathering in front of where Naruto was. If she remembered his name right, while Hinata, if she remembered her name right, just kept looking at him without moving. After some second, Asia got surprised when she saw Hinata kneel down and get even closer to where Naruto was with his eyes closed. Asia involuntarily took a step ahead, wanting to actually see what was happening. What she saw got her surprised. She saw how Hinata lifted her right leg and straddled Naruto and put her arms around his neck. A little pink started dusting her cheeks. Noticing the intimate position they were in, getting even closer, she noticed how Hinata started kissing and nibbling Naruto's neck slowly. This in turn made her feel a little flustered and get the black jacket that was covering her even closer to her body. Suddenly feeling a little conscious of her state of clothing, she took another step ahead to get a better glance, letting curiosity overpower her senses, but never saw a twig just where her feet was gonna touch. Crack was the soft sound that was heard all across the clearing, and because it was too quiet, it was like it reverberated in her head for hours. This in turn made Hinata, that was in her trance, stiffen and look in the direction where Asia was. Hinata growled and glared hard in the direction of Asia while her Byakugan activated. This in turn made Asia stiffen and take a step back, feeling that if she took another step forward then something was going to happen. The staring between the two women continued for about 5 more minutes, neither of them moving a muscle. One because she was protecting what was her, while the other was frozen still in fear, not knowing what to actually do. Some seconds later, like magic, the tense atmosphere was broken when Hinata and Asia saw Naruto take a deep breath and release it slowly. When Hinata saw him open his eyes, she didn't wait and started kissing Naruto hungrily, while Asia only could continue watching, not knowing what to actually do in that situation. Some seconds into the kiss, Hinata forced Naruto into the ground and kept kissing him harder and deeper, while Asia could only watch on in embarrassment. All this happened when she saw they were starting to rub each other, making pleasured groans start to come out of the she couldn't help it. Eep. Ellipsis was the cute sound Asia let out while she covered her eyes and knelt down, trying to cover and hide herself inside the big jacket she was wearing. This in turn made Naruto and Hinata freeze, and slowly each of them turned their head to look in the direction where Asia was. Hinata on top of Naruto only narrowed her eyes, while Naruto gave Asia a sheepish grin like saying sorry. Hee. Sorry about that, Naruto said in a tone that made Hinata and Asia stop what they were doing and look at him surprised. Well, with all that has been happening lately, Hinata and I haven't had the proper time to introduce us to you, and for that I apologize, said Naruto still under Hinata. This in turn only made Hinata lay down on top of him and snuggle. Hinata, can you stand up? We need to properly introduce ourselves to the girl, Naruto said, trying to make Hinata stand. This in turn only made Hinata hug Naruto, not letting go at all. Cue sweat drop from Naruto and Asia. Anyways, sorry for all the running around and for not providing much clothes for you to cover with, Naruto said as his right hand rubbed the back of his head while he was still laying down on the ground with Hinata on top of him, and he looked in the direction where Asia was. Asia only shook her head, reassuring Naruto that it was okay. They continued to be in silence for 2 more minutes approximately, neither person knowing what to actually say. Hinata meanwhile continued to snuggle closer to Naruto's body, bin in her own world. Thank you, she said, bowing her head low, thanking both Naruto and Hinata for helping her in all that mess that she didn't know how it sprung on them. This only made Naruto and Hinata look at her surprised. There's no need to thank us, Ttebeo, Naruto said, flailing both his arms in front of him, a little nervous, and Hinata just looked at her curiously, this time all her apparent rage for the girl gone, knowing that the girl maybe wasn't a bad person after all, while Asia kept her position, her forehead touching the grass in front of her. Standing up suddenly, Hinata walked where Asia was still bowing and looked at her with a contemplative look. Naruto just looked on how Hinata suddenly stopped in front of Asia, if he remembered her name right, as if checking her. After some seconds Asia lifted her head slowly and noticing Hinata in front of her didn't move at all, not knowing what to do. Eep. Ellipsis. Was the cute sound Naruto heard come from Asia when Hinata suddenly knelt down and hugged Asia very tight with such affection that it was as if he was looking at a mother and daughter hug. Very cute and sexy mother and daughter if their state of clothing couldn't help it, which made him blush and turn his head to the side knowing that this was a little private moment. Sniff. Sniff. Was the soft sound Naruto heard after some seconds. Turning his head back around to look in the direction where both Asia and Hinata were hugging, he noticed how Asia returned the hug with shaking hands as a few tears were escaping her eyes. Wah. Ellipsis. Wah. Was the sound heard all around the clearing as Asia cried out loud while she hugged Hinata tightly. Naruto turned around and stood up. He walked to where Hinata and Asia were and hugged them both, knowing that Asia needed the support right now. This scene continued on for at least 3 more minutes until Asia slowly but surely stopped crying while little trails of tears still continued to fall from her eyes. Sniff. Sorry, was all she said after all 3 of them separated and she rubbed her eyes trying to clean up her tears. Both of them stopped her and rubbed her face slowly with a little smile on their faces. It's okay to cry when one feels pain, to let it go the moment you need it because it isn't good to let it all bottle up inside you, Hinata said while she rubbed Asia's head softly, which elicited a small giggle of appreciation be heard from her. This in turn made Naruto smile softly, but after some seconds his face turned serious and he looked around himself. Okay girls, I think we need to keep moving. I talked to Kurama and we think that if we continue at the pace we are going, then we can be in Kyoto in the morning, Naruto said, taking notice of each girl expression. After some seconds both Hinata and Asia nodded slowly. Don't worry, I know a high-standing person in Kyoto. She offered to hide us to let us gather our ideas until we can figure out how to proceed. I actually wanted to tell you this before Hinata, but with the things as they were, well, you know, I had to take a quick decision, Naruto said, looking at Hinata intently waiting for her answer. It's okay Naruto-kun, I trust your judgment. I will go wherever you want us to go, but I don't know about little Asia here, Hinata said, looking at Asia intently waiting for her to give her opinion. I think it's okay. I can't remember anything besides dying in that church, Asia said, trying hard to remember anything. Wait, you don't remember a group of devils going to that abandoned place rescue you? Naruto asked, a little concerned for her, thinking that maybe Rias and the others lied to him, remembering the information his clone gathered from the 3 captured devils about the peerage system. That word made him really want to rip a new one to the guy or girl that came up with such a horrible idea in his mind. No, I'm sorry, I don't remember anything, just feeling like my body hurt so much and asking for help from anyone to save me. Asia shook her head slowly, while Hinata hugged her tighter as she narrowed her eyes. But what about the devil called Issei Hayato? Do you remember him? He said he was your friend, Naruto asked, now really wondering if things were as he thought. He didn't want to believe so, but if they actually went inside the church to try and force Asia to be on the peerage of Rias, then they were going to have a really serious discussion when they meet up again. But first they'll need to find refuge in Kyoto, then the pieces could begin to fall into place in this unsolved puzzle. I'm sorry, I don't know anyone with that name, and if I had a friend then I wouldn't forget him or her, because then that person would have been my first friend ever, Asia said, shaking her head, and whispered the last part trying to hide that fact, but Naruto and Hinata, noticing and hearing this, looked at each other and nodded affirmatively. Hey Asia-chan, Naruto asked, making her look at him. Would you like us to be your first friends? Hinata asked after Naruto, which made Asia look at her with wide eyes, as little tears started to shine on her eyes again. Really? Asia asked with a little tremble of her lips, which both Naruto and Hinata found cute. Both nodded to her, which made her smile very wide. I would like that a lot Naruto-kun, Hinata-san, Asia said as a few tears rolled down her cheeks, which made both Naruto and Hinata hug her again. I promise I won't let them touch you at all, Asia, both Naruto and Hinata thought together while they tightened their hold on Asia, which made her feel a little flustered because of the affectionate gesture. Okay girls, time to move, we need to reach Kyoto fast, Naruto said as the golden chakra of Kurama mode surrounded him again. Be ready, the ride till we reach there will be a little rough, Naruto said as an appendage of chakra held each girl on the upper part of each side of him. Okay Naruto-kun, both Hinata and Asia said together, which made them look at each other a little surprised, but after some seconds each of them sent each other a soft smile and nodded. Yosh. Ellipsis. Was the last sound heard in the clearing as a little cloud of dust was left behind where Naruto, Hinata and Asia were last seen. Line break. There it is again, that powerful source of energy, moving fast, was the thought process of a young girl that was floating around a myriad of different colors around her. Even thought her thinking process was that, she kept looking ahead at the big figure in the distance with an emotionless face. Kuroka, was the only word she said, and after some seconds a female figure appeared in a magic circle just beneath where she was floating, standing at attention on the soft ground beneath her. "You, search source of energy," was the only sentence the emotionless girl said as she continued staring in the direction where the big figure was. Looking closer, one could identify the big figure as a great dragon and its color was a crimson one. "Can I see how Sharon-chan is doing?" "Nya," was the reply of the distinctive feminine voice as her twin black cat tails swayed from side to side, feeling a little giddy at the prospect of seeing how her beloved little sister was doing, although she too was intrigued about the incredible source of natural energy she sensed some time ago, which made her ears twitch cutely. The young girl floating in the upper part just kept looking at the great dragon in the distance while the young woman in the part below just waited patiently. "Okay," was the only word said, which prompted the other female figure in the surroundings to disappear in a magic circle some seconds later. "Soon, great red, very soon," were the words said by the only female floating in the void around her as she lifted her right arm and made a hand sign with her right hand as if shooting the great dragon, and some seconds later she too disappeared. "I'm apologize for taking so much time to report my findings, Raisvam-sama. There were some things I needed to take care of in the house of Astaroth before coming here," said the figure that appeared and knelt in front of the mentioned person. "Maybe I should just kill you for your transgression," said the devil sitting in front of him while a wide malicious smirk appeared on his face. "Wait, I have interesting news and information, Raisvam-sama," said Diodora Astaroth desperately while he bowed his head, touching the ground in front of him. "Oh, and what would that be?" asked Raisvam, a little intrigued on what the low pawn in front of him could had possibly found interesting. Well, something that is not of this world happened while I was waiting for my chance to enact a little plan of mine I had," started saying Diodora as he lifted his head slowly, looking where Raisvam was holding a gold cup filled with wine as he kept the smirk on his face. "Oh, I hope it is interesting as you put it, to let you live to die another day," said Raisvam while he took a sip of his cup slowly. "It is," said Diodora while he smiled nervously at Raisvam, knowing that he could live another day to fulfill his objectives about Asia. Line break. A music suggestion. What I've done, Linkin Park. Wait, so you were telling me that this Naruto guy and his girlfriend Hinata appeared out of nowhere in a magic circle and knocked all of you out just because they wanted to interrogate all of you?" asked one Sears X Lucifer with incredulity laced in his tone of voice as a single eyebrow was raised on his features, although after watching the same guy just knock out 17 of his most trusted devil guards of the devil army without breaking a sweat and even withstand Seraph's imprisonment ice spell, he didn't doubt his strength, but what actually made him even consider attacking them in the first place, because been honest, that his guards were knocked out was his own fault for letting his emotions take control of him and ordering to attack everything on sight to incapacitate and interrogate later. "Well, it was kinda my fault, sir. I apologize for it," said Issei, bowing his head low while standing at attention, feeling very nervous in front of the boss of his boss, whom was apparently the big brother of his boss to boot. Yeah, things weren't looking very good for him tonight. "I see, so you are the new reincarnated pawn that took all of Rias Tan 8 pawn pieces and whom was just introduced to the devil world, Hayato Issei-kun, am I right?" Sears X asked as he centered his gaze on the nervous-looking reincarnated devil. This in turn made Issei stand even more rigid than he was before. He nodded nervously while a little trail of sweat ran down the side of his head. "Care to put to rest some doubts I'm having right now?" said Sears X in such a jovial tone that made all the devils around him tense up, knowing he wasn't messing around in that moment. "Why yes sir," he said, feeling really nervous. What were Rias and her peerage doing in an abandoned church, knowing that is forbidden land for us devils? Sears X asked while he sipped from a wooden cup filled with hot tea that Akeno served to him some minutes ago. He crossed his right leg over his left one as he waited for Issei to explain everything. "Oni-sama, Rias tried to say but was interrupted mid-sentence by the raised left hand of her brother. "Rias Grimori, please allow your pawn Issei Hayato to explain. The moment I ask for your input into the conversation, then I shall ask for you to do so. Do I make myself clear?" Sears X asked, knowing and having heard each version from each of the peerages and kings of each peerage in front of him, but something didn't quite fit the puzzle that just appeared in front of him and he wanted the answers for it. He was worried about his little sister and this was his way of showing such affection to her, even if it meant being the mean big brother. Rias for her part could only nod gravely as she rested her head against her interlaced hands in front of her, ironically, praying for nothing bad to happen. "Sir, yes sir. Rias-sama, Akeno-sama, Kiba-senpai and Kaneko-senpai and myself were all in the church trying to rescue a friend," Issei said, never leaving his rigid posture. "I see, and I assume this friend you are talking about is the one named Asia that left with both Naruto-san and Hinata-san, am I right?" Sears X said as his semblance turned a little more serious. "Sir, yes sir. We were there to rescue her because she was kidnapped by the fallen angels that were hiding there in the first place, which elicited the start of a brawl between all of us and we won, but we were too late and she was dead. That's when both Naruto and Hinata appeared and revived her. Issei said, never taking notice how when he said the part about fallen angels hiding in devil territory, Searzex, Graphia and Seraphol all narrowed their eyes knowing this was a bold move coming from Azazel, but the devils in front of them didn't need to know that. For her part, Rias and Sona felt their body very heavy the moment the words left the mouth of Issei, and started sweating when both of them saw all of the ultimate class devils in front of them narrow their eyes together. Searzex-sama, if I may I can. Sona tried to say to save somehow the messy situation they just got themselves involved in, but a sharp glance from her sister Seraphol made her close her mouth and not say a thing. I see, please answer honestly, this girl called Asia, is she a normal human or does she belong to any specific faction? Searzex said as he let his right leg fall down and hit the floor softly while he crossed his left one over his right one and sipped the tea again, slowly savoring its calming flavor that he actually needed that moment. Hearing the question, Issei was debating with himself whether to answer honestly and say she was a nun or just try to lie to the powerful devils in front of him. Seeing the serious face each devil had, he just trashed the idea of lying, knowing that nothing good will come from it. Sir, she's a nun, sir, to be more precise she's an excommunicated nun from the church, Issei said, trying to save some face somehow. I see, did she have any relationship with the fallen angels to begin with? Searzex asked, putting down his finished cup of tea on the little nightstand right besides the couch he was sitting on with such a soft thud that actually reverberated really loud inside each king's head. Crossing his arms over his chest, he changed the position of his legs again, waiting for the pawn to answer. The question itself made Issei sweat and be even more nervous than before. Sir, Issei tried to say, remembering how all the mess in the church started, how he met Asia and left her on the entrance of the church, to later find her in the night as she helped the maniac named Fried Selzen and discover she was working with the fallen, to then later know what actually happened, how she got excommunicated and how she became the hostage of the fallen angels. Yes sir, Issei said softly as he looked down, knowing that if he tried to lie he would be discovered instantly. I see, I trust you did tell your pawn like how you told everyone else in your peerage how the balance of the three Bible factions is hanging on a thread right now, am I correct, Rias Grimori? Searzex said, looking at Rias, who only nodded slowly, not trusting her voice in that moment. Please answer properly, Rias-sama, said Graphia in such a cold tone that actually made all of the Kuo devils in front shiver because of it. Sir, yes sir, was the soft replay that came from Rias as she looked up and answered, knowing that things could get even messier if she didn't start acting as the king she was supposed to be. I see, well in that case I need to make some adjustments to your living here in Kuo Academy, Searzex said, standing up with his arms crossed. Oni-sama, please wait, I don't want to leave Kuo, Rias tried to say but stopped mid-sentence when she caught the sharp glance both Searzex and Graphia sent her way. I never said I was going to return you to the underworld, I said there were going to be some adjustments in your living in Kuo, said Searzex, glancing at Seraphol, which made her slowly stand up too. Rias Grimori, in first instance for the transgression of entering a holy place that belongs to the biblical god faction, you are hereby revoked of your duties as a guardian of Kuo. All those duties now only solely fall on Sona Citri from now on, Searzex said, never letting his emotions get the better of him, knowing that what he was doing was for her own good. Second, the actions of your peerage fall your shoulders. Searzex tried to continue. Wait, it wasn't Butch's fault. I was the one that forced everyone else to help me. I was the only one that came up with the idea to save Asia in the first place. Issei yelled, trying to help Rias in any way he could, knowing that everything was his fault to begin with. This in turn made everyone else in the room gasp, while only Graphia, Searzex and Seraphol stood calm, although Graphia narrowed her eyes in the direction of Issei. I see, regardless of that, as I was saying, anything that a piece does, the actions it takes befall on the shoulder of its king, meaning that even if you did all of this alone, that would have meant that Rias didn't control you at all and you were starting to become a stray devil, which will force us to eradicate you this instant, Searzex said as he started charging some magic. This made Issei open his eyes wide in fear, not wanting to die just yet. Wait, Oni-sama. I accept the punishment, he's not the one going stray, I knew his plan and continued along with it and made everyone else accept it too, Rias said, holding back the tears that were trying to fall from her eyes but never giving in. In light of this new information then, from this day forward for at least 3 months you and your whole peerage will have to go through re-education 3 days each week, and when the time ends you and your peerage will be tested in this particular subject, Searzex said, never letting his serious face go. So, it is okay to let a living person die just because you don't want your petty war to restart again. Issei said as his sacred gear boosted gear appeared on his left hand and he started charging up. You are telling me that I should have let Asia die for something so petty as a simple war. Issei yelled as the green gem on his sacred gear started pulsing violently thanks to his raging emotions in that moment. I won't, was the last thing Issei could say when he was knocked out by a chop to the back of his neck. When he fell down, everyone saw Graphia standing behind where he was. Searsex-sama, I request to be able to educate this devil myself, Graphia said in such a cold tone that actually made all the devils take a step back, knowing that her education was actually short of brutal if anything. It's not because I don't believe in saving a friend, but because the safety of a whole faction, hundreds of people, befall on the shoulders of each and every king of each peerage out there, and the actions taken this day could have sparked a war between the three great powers again. You do know this to the point, am I correct, Rias Grimori? Searsex said, looking at his little sister sternly, whom could only nod as she looked down, knowing the decisions she took that day were her own and not anyone else. As the Satan that rules over the underworld, I feel compelled to take all these stern actions I'm taking right now, and as your big brother I actually feel disappointed thinking where I did go wrong and asking myself why. He said sternly at first but finished saying slowly, looking at Rias softly. Why you ask? Ellipsis. Rias asked as she could no longer hold in the tears of frustration she was feeling in that moment. Everything, all her planning, just went to hell in a single instant, all because of an unknown variable that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and his girlfriend, the unknown variable named Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga. It felt like the time and space itself was conspiring against her to just watch her suffer and laugh at her suffering, and she couldn't hold it anymore. All of this, I did all of this because of that fucking stupid marriage contract you and father are forcing me to go through. You know it already, so don't just ask me suddenly why. She yelled out loud, no longer been able to hold herself back, which only made everyone else in the room widen their eyes in surprise because of the outburst she was going through. I fucking despise him. He's no good at all. I hate to think that I'll have to spend the rest of my fucking days been with him. The mere thought of him even looking at me in any way fucking repulses me. I can't stand him at all. I don't love him at all. And you all fucking know it. But even then you are still forcing me to marry him. She kept yelling while a lot of her magic was starting to be seen surrounding her. This actually made Searsex widen his eyes because for the first time he felt he was seeing the real Rias and not the one that looked always prim and proper all the time. I don't want to. I can't stand it, to think that I'll be married to such a filthy devil such as him. All I want is to be able to choose whom I can marry, Rias said, feeling very tired after her outburst as her tears fell. She fell on her knees, no longer her legs been able to support her at all, as she rubbed her eyes with both her hands, effortlessly trying to clean her tears but knowing she wouldn't be able to. When everyone awake on her peerage saw her fall on her knees, they rushed to her side and hugged her tight, which only made Rias cry even harder while she was being held by Akino, Kaneko and Kiba, each of them knowing that their king needed them in that moment. Searsex could only watch this with a little frown on his face, now really knowing what was going on his Imouto's mind. But even then he had decisions to take, even if he felt like a bastard in that moment. I see, even then, as I was saying, when time ends you and your peerage will be tested together, and if any one of your peerage doesn't approve, then that piece shall be removed and transferred to be Graphia's. Do I make myself clear? He said, knowing this could spell real doom for his little Imouto. And during that probation time you shall not be able to recruit more peerage members. If your peerage fails and you lose a minimum of 3 pieces, then your recruitment rights will be revoked forever. This in turn only made everyone else in the room that saw and heard all this transpire widen their eyes in surprise, knowing that things were dead serious. Why? Rias asked with wide and teary eyes, knowing that this punishment was really harsh for even her brother to put it on her, and things went to hell and beyond. Rias, this was no joking matter and you know it well. A new war could have sparked and we can't afford that. I'm sorry, but this is what must be done. That's all I'm gonna say, he said in an apologetic tone, knowing that he couldn't afford this time to be soft. Sona Citri, there will be someone coming to help you in your new duties, and keep an eye on everything that is gonna happen from now on. I'm sending her, so be ready, Serafal said after some minutes, knowing that the conversation and punishment between Rias and Searsex was done, but she had to find a way to punish her Imouto, and this was the only way she could do it. No, please, anyone but her, you know she likes to control everything I do. Please, not her, Sona said, knowing her sister was punishing her too, not as harsh as Rias but even as bad. This only made Rias turn to her and smile apologetically, knowing that really harsh times were coming onto both of them because of a wrong decision. Yes, the one-horned devil Rem will be here in 3 days, so be ready, Serafal said, taking a no for an answer and showing how serious she was. I think it is time for us to leave Lucifer-sama, Leviathan-sama. I shall take this unruly piece with me for the start of his education, Graphia said as she lifted the passed out Issei on her right shoulder and walked to where Searsex and Serafal were. See you then Rias-sama, Sona-sama, take care both of you and Rias-sama sorry about all of this, Graphia said as she teleported both Satans and herself out of the occult research club room. When the Satans left, Rias was seen still on the ground but this time she had a lost look on her face as she mumbled to herself repeatedly, anything but that please. Line break. The sun was appearing beautifully on the distance, some sun rays hitting the side of the face of both Asia and Hinata as they both felt their hair blow backwards because of the speed they were traveling at thanks to the running Naruto that was holding them both in the air in Kurama mode knowing that maybe they were closer to the part Naruto told them about. Hinata activated her Byakugan and what she saw some distance ahead made her tilt her head in wonder noticing some people with weird animal parts sprouting from them. She was confused because she never thought she'd see more people with the same feature as the cat girl from before. Although what got her tense were the weapons the persons were holding. Thinking that a confrontation was inevitable, she turned her head and looked at Naruto. Naruto-kun, I think there's something going on. There are persons with animal features some distance ahead of us but they are holding weapons. Hinata yelled from her position which made Asia turn her face to look at her surprised, because the only thing she could see around were trees, a lot of trees. I see, thanks Hinata, I think it's time we stop and walk to meet these persons, Naruto yelled back as he slowly stopped some distance short of meeting the yokai faction. Some seconds later Naruto, Hinata and Asia all appeared in front of the yokai people walking slowly. Halt, state your business in reaching yokai territory, said one of the persons with animal features in front of them all who had a big axe in both hands, which made the three of them stop. We are here to see Yusaka-sama per her request, Naruto said taking a step ahead of Hinata and Asia, which made them both look at him surprised. And who are you human that Yusaka-sama herself would ask for your presence? Asked the second guard readying his weapon, a long staff with a blade in the end. Kitsune Sennin, was the only phrase heard which made all yokais in front of them stiffen and sweat a little remembering the explicit orders their leader gave to them all when they heard that password. They thought that maybe, Kitsune Sennin would be coming later, because their leader told them so, not one day later after she told them all about it. How do we know it is true what you are speaking Kitsune-sama? I apologize for my rude question beforehand, but we gotta make sure you are who you claim to be, said the first guard now looking more nervous than before. That's easy to do actually, here, Kurama, Naruto said and thought instantly transforming in Kurama mode and making the ethereal form of Kurama's head materialize all around himself, Hinata and Asia. Is this proof enough? I would like to not attract more unwanted attention than I've already done. Naruto said in a commanding voice, this in turn made all the yokais in front of him drop their weapons and kneel. Yes, Kitsune-sama, I apologize for not believing you, please follow us, we will escort you directly to where Yusaka-sama and Kuno-sama are with all due haste, said the leader of the guards whom Naruto noticed resembled a lot of monkey wearing an armor. Okay and thank you for receiving us in such a short notice, said Naruto letting his form go, but unknowingly he attracted the attention of a black cat that was searching all around Kuo town searching for clues about the powerful energy Ophis wanted her to find and bring to her. She had spent the whole night looking after her little sister Sharon when she came until sunrise so she actually missed the huge energy signature traveling to Kyoto. What? She loved her little sister more than she let be seen, sue her if you wish. I finally found you, but why are you going to the yokai faction? NYA. Was the sound the black cat let out in the end of her thoughts as a little magic circle appeared beneath her and transported her. Chapter 4, Meetings and Preparations. Okay girls, time to move, we need to reach Kyoto fast, Naruto said as the golden chakra of Kurama mode surrounded him again. Okay Naruto-kun, both Hinata and Asia said together which made them look at each other a little surprised but after some seconds each of them sent each other a soft smile and nodded. Kuroka, was the only word she said and after some seconds a female figure appeared in a magic circle just beneath where she was floating standing at attention on the soft ground beneath her. You, search source of energy, was the only sentence the emotionless girl said as she continued staring in the direction where the big figure was. Looking closer one could identify the big figure as a great dragon and its color was a crimson one. I don't want to. I can't stand it, to think that I'll be married to such a filthy devil such as him. All I want is to be able to choose whom I can marry. Rias said feeling very tired after her outburst as her tears fell. She fell on her knees, no longer her legs been able to support her at all as she rubbed her eyes with both her hands effortlessly trying to clean her tears but knowing she wouldn't be able to. I think it is time for us to leave Lucifer-sama, Leviathan-sama, I shall take this unruly piece with me for the start of his education, Graphia said as she lifted the passed out Issei on her right shoulder and walked to where Searzex and Seraphal were. See you then Rias-sama, Sona-sama, take care both of you and Rias-sama sorry about all of this, Graphia said as she teleported both Satans and herself out of the occult research club room. Now. Click, 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 is the soft sound of the clock heard all around the room. Rustle, is the soft sound of one soft feminine leg crossing over another heard in the same room. Sigh, I don't like this at all, is the distinctive feminine voice of Sona Citri heard in the quiet room. She is a young bespectacled woman with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut and violet eyes. She is wearing the standard Kuo Academy uniform for females as she looks ahead of herself with her arms crossed under her modest bust. Her queen Tsubaki Shinra is standing behind the couch where she is sitting and waiting patiently, knowing her opinion is not needed for the moment. She is a young bespectacled woman with long straight black hair that extends all the way down to her knees, with split bangs and heterochromic eyes with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye. She's also wearing the standard Kuo Academy uniform for females. The person in question to whom she is speaking to has her head bowed down, looking nowhere in particular. She has her arms crossed under her impressive bust, not saying a thing at all. If one takes a closer look, then one could actually see that she has a lost look on her face. Behind where the girl is sitting on the couch, one could see a standing Akano Himehime who is not saying a thing neither, while she just keeps looking ahead with the same lost look as her king. Rias, it's been 2 days already, Sona says as she uncrosses her arms and lets them rest down on the top of her knees. She looks at Rias with a little frown on her face, but this didn't make the woman react at all. Look, I didn't think nor intend for any of this to happen, Rias, snap out of it already. You will have to start going to the re-education tomorrow morning, Sona says to Rias in a stern voice, but one could actually hear the concern too. Rias shifted a little when she heard Sona said the word, but otherwise there was no other visible response. Hey, I remember everything you told me about this Naruto guy and his partner, but I never realized that you were safe to begin with. I tried contacting you or anyone in your peerage multiple times, but no one answered. I was really worried, you know, but Sona knows that what she is about to say is something she will regret, but she has to at least make Rias snap out of it, because she doesn't want to see her like this never again. It is the first time Rias looks so defeated. Isn't all that happened here his fault to begin with? Sona says, knowing that something like that should make her react. Shifting a little, Rias moves her head slowly up to look at her, and when she did, Sona had to stifle an involuntary gasp because the eyes that were looking at her in that moment actually scared her some. It really was like she was looking at another person. You heard what they said. My decisions nearly made it so a new war could have sparkled. I'm only getting what I deserve for taking a wrong decision, Rias says slowly as she remembers the meeting that was held in the same room 2 days ago. I know what they said, Rias, but it isn't your fault. It's Naruto's to begin with. Sona said, raising her voice a little, knowing that it wasn't his fault neither, but she wanted her childhood friend to react like always, even a little. No, it was mine to begin with. Because I didn't know how to control Issei from the start. If I did, then maybe something like this would have never happened to begin with, Rias says as she looks to the side of Sona and behind Tsubaki where the window lays open in the room. She looks up in the direction of the moon. But Rias, Sona tries to say, but Rias interrupts her. As I told you, Sona, Naruto isn't at fault here. He told us that they appeared here on special circumstances. I even told everyone what really happened, but I never thought things would get so out of hand. Where are you? Rias says and thinks, still looking at the moon, that somehow makes her feel a little less tense in that moment. She didn't know why, but she actually wants to see Naruto. Heck, it is a stupid thing to want to see him. She knew him for only 2 hours at most, then why is it that she wants him to be there? It is an absurd thinking process to begin with. Maybe she only wants to see him interact with his girlfriend or something, because the first time she saw them interact they looked so carefree, as if they didn't really feel bothered at all. She didn't know what to think anymore. It was just confusing and irritating and nerve-wracking and a lot of things. Sigh. I know. It's just even now you don't look like yourself at all. You need to assemble your thoughts, Rias. Everything you stand for is on the line more so than never before, Sona says as she crosses her arms again, knowing that at least she made Rias say something. I know, okay. I know I have to take things more serious now than ever, but I don't know what to do, Sona. I just don't know, to be honest. I guess me and my peerage will have to be ready for everything that is coming our way. I don't want to lose anyone in my peerage. All of them are my family, you know that. But things aren't looking good for any of us, Rias says, shifting her gaze to look at Sona again, and this time Sona noticed how Rias started to look a little less lost but still looking like something bothered her. Sigh. I guess I'll excuse myself out then. Right now there's nothing much I can say or do to help you at all. I don't even know why this was done. It's the first time something like this has happened. If there's anything I can help with, please let me know, is the least I can do, Sona says, uncrossing her arms and legs, and lifting herself slowly from the couch she is sitting on. Knowing that anything that she is going to try or say won't work no matter what she tries, at least she got a reaction from Rias, which was what she actually wanted, so it was kinda a win in her mind. It's okay Sona, I thank you for your concern, and if we really need help with something I'll ask for your help again, Rias says as she watches Sona walk to the door and open it slowly. Thank you really, Rias says as she sees Sona walk outside and close the door behind her. After some minutes she turns her head back around again and keeps watching the moon in the distance. Are you okay? Click. Was the sound of the door closing itself behind Sona heard as she walks away from the club room. She knows that things aren't looking good at all and they are going to get even harder. Call it a hunch or whatever, but she feels like the things that happened 2 days ago were just the beginning of harder times coming their way. Tsubaki, we need to up our training. I don't know why, but I feel we will need it. Something tells me that when this Naruto character appears again, Rias won't be herself again. We need to try and help her in any way we can when that happens, Sona says, walking a little faster as she fixes her glasses daintily with her right hand over her nose. This in turn makes Tsubaki look at her a little surprised. It shall be done Sona-sama, Tsubaki says after some seconds, knowing that her king has a reason for everything. She too fixes her glasses daintily, knowing that things were indeed gonna get harder. Yes it will, there's no time to waste. I'll need everyone available to start our training because with Rem coming on us tomorrow things are going to get more complicated, Sona says, shivering a little at the mention of Rem's name. Knowing that Rem is someone she really doesn't want to mess with, even if she looks innocent and soft, she actually has her own attitude. Hi, Sona-sama, Tsubaki says, shaking a little, remembering the first time she met Rem. She really doesn't want to get on her bad side, because if you do things right then she won't get mad at you, but if you mess things up even a little, then yeah, let's just leave it with a simple it's not pretty. So now you know Gaia-kun, harsh times are coming onto us and Bucho will need all of us to help her in everything we can. I don't want to lose the only family I have right now. I can't accept it, not anymore. Please help us Gaia-kun, we need everyone's strength to be able to overcome this hurdle that is coming onto us. Is the distinctive feminine voice of Tojo Kaneko heard all around the seemingly empty room she is sitting in the middle of in that precise moment as little tears are trailing down her cheeks, knowing that to whom she is speaking to is hearing her perfectly. She doesn't mind that he can see her crying like this. She trusts him so much that she knows he's like the brother she ever wanted and needed. Ko-chan, I will do it. For everyone. I don't want to lose my family neither. Is the voice of another person heard coming from the coffin inside the room? Even though he is supposed to be a male, his voice sounds very feminine. After some shuffling the person in question came out of it and one could notice an androgynous looking male with platinum blonde hair styled in short bob cut with several small fringes over his forehead and pinkish violet eyes. He has pointed ears, unlike the rest of the boys of Kuo Academy who wear the boys' uniform. Gasper wears the Kuo Academy girls' school uniform with thigh-high socks, creating a Zatai Ryaiki appearance. This in turn makes Kaneko's tears stop and look at Gasper surprised. Are really Gaia-kun? Hi, Ko-chan, right now isn't the time for me to feel too shy. Right now my family needs me and I will deliver however I can. Although having to go outside will be a little difficult, Gasper says, looking down while clenching his fists and knowing that it will be difficult, but for his family he will do whatever it takes to help them all. This in turn makes Kaneko release more tears and a little sob come out of her as she clumps Gasper and hugs him very tight, knowing that at least she came through to him a little bit. Even if it is a little, it's something, which makes Gasper look at her surprised and relax on her embrace. And after some seconds he returns her hug slowly. They stood like that for at least 20 minutes, neither saying a thing, just giving each other the support they needed in that moment, because they knew they needed it. After the time passed, Kaneko stopped hugging Gasper and took some steps back while rubbing her eyes with both her hands, and a little bright smile appeared on both half-devils. Alright, with everything that is going to happen we need to be ready. Let's go Gaia-kun, we will help our family stay together no matter what, Kaneko says while she lifts her right fist in a victory kind of pose, which only made Gasper sweat drop and feel a little nervous, and thinking to himself that maybe this wasn't going to be such a good idea. Well, the threat to be on Graphia's peerage actually is worst. So yeah, he's kinda game on with it. Hi Ko-chan, let's do this, Gasper says while he too raises his right fist, albeit a little more nervous than Kaneko, knowing that he still isn't quite ready for the world outside, but for his family, he will try. Time skip next day. Alright everyone, today's the first day that our re-education starts. Let's tackle this as we always do. Let's show them that we are the Grimoire family and nothing will stop us. Rias said to her whole peerage minus Issei. She was worried about him, yes, but she knows that Graphia is taking care of him, so she won't be able to rely on him. Although what really surprised her that day was that Kaneko approached her earlier and told her to release Gasper, her bishop, whom was shy when it involves the outside world. She didn't know what happened, but this little surprise helped to lift her spirits some, and in turn made even Akeno and Kiba be more centered, knowing that all of them were going to stay together no matter what. Hi, Bucho, they won't separate us. The peerage of Ryusuke said all together, knowing that even if things were going to be hard they will stand together, because their family won't be separated at all, they will stick together and fight together against everything that is coming against them. Line break. A music suggestion. Porter Robinson Madion Shelter. Thud, clack, is the continuous sound that the bamboo shot keeps producing every time it keeps refilling and emptying itself over the koi pond, a simple yet elegant decoration that somehow makes the ones that listen to it feel at ease. This is the sound that keeps been heard by all the occupants of the wooden room as they sip slowly the tea from their wooden cups. You know, Yusaka-sama, you never actually told us how yourself and Naruto-kun actually met. Is the voice of Hinata heard, breaking the silent atmosphere around the room. If one looked closer, her clothes were very different from the first ones she wore about 2 days ago. In that moment she is wearing a white kimono with lavender flowers patterns embroidered on it. The kimono is being held by a lavender sash tied around her waist, which makes her look very regal and beautiful. 1. Well, to be honest, the first time we met each other face to face was 2 days ago, Hinata, Naruto says, looking at his girlfriend that is sitting by his right side, and if one looked closer his clothes too were very different from the first ones he wore about 2 days ago. In that moment he is wearing a soft black kimono that resembled more gray than black with a deep orange wave design embroidered on the bottom part of it. He's also wearing a green bandana with leaf embroidery on it that is holding his short blonde hair back. The kimono is being held by an orange sash tied around his waist, which makes him look very formal and handsome, although the bandana makes him seem a little roguish too. 1. Really? Then how did you know about this place to begin with? Hinata asks, looking at her boyfriend expectantly, which somehow makes Naruto feel a little nervous, knowing that he needs to explain things in a way that she understands, but thanks to the natural chakra that is affecting her slowly, that is gonna be hard to pull. He means, right now the question she asked sounded more like she was mad at him or something. This only helps to prove that he needs to talk with her about the situation before it escalates longer. It is decided after this tea ceremony she and I are going to have a long and slow talk about what really is happening. Well, you see, Hinata, I kind of met her on my mindscape. Naruto says, feeling very unnerved because of the blank stare Hinata is giving him in that moment as a little trickle of sweat runs down the side of his head. I see, Hinata says, frowning a little, then turning back to continue sipping her tea slowly, which makes the mood of the room relax a little. Hinata-san, rest assured that the first time I actually met Naruto-kun. Crack, is the sound heard in the room that makes her stop talking. She notices the wooden cup on Hinata's hand has some cracks on it and her right hand is shaking slowly, which actually makes her feel confused, not knowing why she is doing that. In that precise moment Yusaka is wearing her formal Miko outfit for the meeting. Hi Hinata-san, is everything okay? Asia asks, looking to her left side where Naruto and Hinata are sitting together, wondering if everything is okay with her friend. If one looked closer one could notice that she too was wearing a kimono that makes her look regal and beautiful. The kimono itself is an olive green color with a peacock print on it. The kimono is being held by a sash of the same color and design. All in all she looks really beautiful wearing the kimono. 2. Sigh. Yes Asia-chan, I think I'll excuse myself. I suddenly am not feeling too good to continue with this meeting, Hinata says, looking at Asia, and after some seconds she stands up slowly, which makes everyone else in the room to look at her. Hinata-ni-chan, are you sure you are okay? If you want I can accompany you to your room. Kuno says, tilting her head to the right side in confusion as her tails swing from side to side, signifying that she is curious too. In that moment she too is wearing a formal Miko outfit for her size, which makes her look cute and innocent. Sure, I'd love that, Kuno-chan, if it is okay with your mama. Hinata says, smiling softly and extending her right hand in Kuno's direction. She turns her head in Yusaka's direction and looks at her, waiting expectantly. Mama, Kuno asks too, looking at her mother with pleading eyes, which makes Yusaka smile softly, knowing his little girl has grown attached to the young man and women in the last 2 days. Okay sweetie, but remember the moment she falls asleep is time for you to go to bed too, okay? Yusaka says as she nods to both Hinata and Kuno, allowing them to be together more time. Yay! Ellipsis. Kuno yells excitedly as she grabs Hinata's hand and starts dragging her away, while Hinata only giggles softly to herself. This in turn makes the rest of the occupants in the room to chuckle and giggle to themselves. Nay, Kuno-chan want to see a new trick, Hinata says as she bends a little and picks Kuno up on her arm softly. Hi, Hinata-ni-chan, I'd love to, was the conversation heard coming from both girls while they were leaving the room. Hearing the door close behind both girls, the atmosphere in the room changed from an awkward one to a quiet one. Sigh. Sorry about that Yusaka-san, I guess the problems that I thought were going to take more time to arise seem to be happening faster, Naruto says, looking in the direction where Hinata just left with Kuno in tow. No, don't worry Naruto-kun, there must be a good explanation for everything, right? Yusaka says, looking at him expectantly, which in turn made Asia turn her head and look at him too, feeling a little curious herself. Yeah, there is a good explanation for everything, Naruto says, still looking in the same direction. After a minute he turns his head back around to look at Yusaka and Asia, whom were still waiting patiently for him to speak. Well, first I want to say thank you again for allowing us to take residence here in Kyoto, Naruto says, bowing his head softly, which makes Yusaka shake her head softly. There's no need for that, Naruto-kun, as I told you, everything is fine. Besides, I was really curious to meet another Kyuubi and his host, although I guess it is a bonus that the host is kind of handsome too. Yusaka says and thinks while looking at Naruto up and down again in such a way that Naruto starts rubbing his head with his right hand, feeling really sheepish in that moment. Yeah, anyways, please do ask anything you wish to know. I'll try to answer all your questions honestly, although I'll try to not reveal everything if it isn't too much of a problem, Naruto says, changing his attitude, which in turn makes the mood in the room change to a more serious one. I see. Well, first can you please explain to me why you appeared with one more person than the one intended? I mean, I remember you told me you were going to appear with Hinata but not the girl that is with us right now, and in such a hurry too, while she was naked. Yusaka says, knowing that the time for teasing can come later, but right now she needs to be more serious. Well, to be honest, we were attacked by devils, Naruto says in such a normal tone that makes Yusaka open her eyes wide, wondering why did that happen in the first place. How? I mean, whatever did you do to make the devils attack you? Yusaka asks, wondering if maybe she was giving residence to some devil criminals and she didn't notice at first, but she didn't sense any magic coming from any of them the first time they met except for the naked girl at the time, which somehow made her hesitant to try and put her idea into motion. Now she will only wait for Naruto to explain. I just hope none of you are criminals or something like that, even though I can only sense you all are humans. Sigh. You see, Hinata and I are not from this place. Naruto starts his explanation from the beginning. Wait, what do you mean you aren't from this place? You both are clearly human, although I admit that being able to communicate in your mindscape has me intrigued, Yusaka says, interrupting Naruto for a second. Well, we are shinobi or ninja if you prefer, but not the same type of ninja I read about in the library you allowed me access to one day ago, Yusaka-san, Naruto says, explaining what he and Hinata are. This in turn makes Yusaka nod slowly. Then, what type of shinobi are you and Hinata-chan, Naruto-kun? Yusaka asks, a little intrigued and letting curiosity get the best of her. Well, the first time we met I was actually meditating and started using senjutsu to try and search all around myself, Naruto says, pausing a little when he noticed Yusaka tense up at the mention of senjutsu. Senjutsu. But how? I mean, only a few people can actually use senjutsu and its variants. I don't get it. Is this why you're a different type of shinobi? Yusaka says, fumbling with her words because in that precise moment she is feeling really out of it because of the new information. I guess not everyone here is able to use senjutsu. And well, it's not because of only that, but because I can mix up my chakra with natural energy to make use of senjutsu, Naruto says, remembering the explanation he was told the first time he was learning about senjutsu, although at that time it was explained in a way that he could understand, which actually makes him sweat drop remembering the explanation. Yeah, he wasn't the sharpest kunai of the set at that time, sue him if you wish, but he mastered something that was supposed to be impossible to master at the time. Wait, isn't senjutsu the ability that allows one to control ki and tuki and then thanks to that allows access to chakra? Asia says, feeling a little curious herself and remembering that some time ago she read some books that had that kind of information to pass some time as she was feeling bored in that moment, so she read about senjutsu and how it works. I don't know if that is how it works here. But where I come from everyone has chakra, and that's how we could meet Yusaka-san, because after you left, Kurama mentioned that all yokais here have chakra and could use it. So he remembered your chakra signature and here we are. Naruto says, rubbing his head, trying to explain how they got to Kyoto in the first place. I see. Well, to be honest, everyone in the yokai faction has chakra and can use it to some degree, but only specialized fighters use it for combat and defense purposes. Yusaka says, dispelling some doubts that Asia and Naruto have regarding the usage of chakra in the yokai faction. I see. Sorry for not knowing very well about the topic, Yusaka-sama, Asia says, bowing her head respectfully, thinking that maybe what she said somehow offended the yokai leader. Hehe. Don't worry, Asia-chan, you didn't insult me or anything, Yusaka says, smiling softly in Asia's direction. Well, I guess it is kinda a little like where I come from, but I wonder, Yusaka-san, I read in some books that the chakra here is different in some way to the one I use. Naruto says, asking the question he wants to know the answer to and thinking that maybe this could give him a more balanced answer on what Kurama meant about becoming the Rakuto Sennin of this world to begin with. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Yusaka asks, now feeling a little confused after the question. Well, is your chakra a mixture of both spiritual and physical energy? Naruto asks, wondering if the same concept of chakra applies in this world that he knows is not their own, and thinking that maybe there's a way to go back to Konoha. No, Naruto-kun, chakra is only composed of spiritual energy. Here look, Yusaka says as one of her tails came forward and a little ball of flame appeared on the top of it without hand signs or anything like that, which makes Naruto look at her intrigued because he could feel the chakra on the ball of fire, but it felt kind of different. I see, so that explains what Kurama meant. Naruto says, mumbling to himself, slowly coming to the realization on how his chakra is actually affecting and changing the world around himself. Sighing to himself, Naruto continues to contemplate more the facts presented to him that in a way started to be more clear to comprehend. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Asia asks, looking at Naruto a little confused and worried because of the sudden quiet musing coming from Naruto. Looking up at Asia and Yusaka, Naruto shakes his head and starts his explanation. Well, you see, I was asking this because I wanted to confirm some things that Kurama pointed out. And what are those things, Naruto-kun? Yusaka asks, tilting her head, now feeling more curious than before, which in turn made Asia nod. Well, I wanted to confirm how it was possible for you to enter my mindscape to begin with, because I know I have a kind of ability that allows me to connect with other people. No, scratch that. What I meant is that the chakra that I use is more to help people connect and understand each other rather than allowing easier access for fighting or defense, Naruto says, rubbing his head, now starting to see where everything that Kurama mentioned was going and starting to feel a little frustrated. Allows you to connect people with each other, Asia says, looking at Naruto confused because of what he said. Yeah, I'll explain easily. You see, we shinobi use chakra to create ninjutsu, but originally this wasn't supposed to be like that. Ninjutsu came about because the people corrupted the original idea of ninchu, which was supposed to help people connect and understand each other, but times of war and greed made it so that the art that was supposed to connect and understand was instead used to destroy, kill, conquer. Naruto explains slowly with a frown on his face, which is being mirrored by Yusaka and Asia. The latter after some seconds could only cover her open mouth with both her hands because of the surprise. Well, after a lot of time, finally shinobi are now in an era of peace that everyone worked hard to achieve with a lot of effort. I maybe in some years was going to become the leader of the village where I grew up, but because of my carelessness I was transported here alongside my girlfriend after returning from a mission which kind of involved me saving her from a feminine guy, Naruto says as he crosses his arms over his chest and looks at both Yusaka and Asia seriously. So, that's when you met Asia-chan? Yusaka asks, feeling really intrigued because of how they met. This in turn made Asia move her head, looking between both Naruto and Yusaka, feeling that maybe there was something more to it. Well, we didn't meet per se. Hey, I kind of like that little phrase. Anyways, returning to the topic at hand, Hinata and I got involved in a fight that in the end got us transported here, and I wanted to know if maybe there's a way to return. But so far I haven't found any clue in the library you gave me access to, Yusaka-sama, Naruto says as he rubbed the back of his neck, somehow feeling a little restless because of the facts. Thing is, after we got transported here we appeared near where Asia-chan was lying in a kind of death state. I sensed how some weird rings that were on the floor were pulsing with the same intensity as her life force, so I gathered them and kind of just shoved them back into her and brought her back to life, and well, after that I was gonna actually ask what happened when we were attacked by a group of devils, Naruto says again as he narrows his eyes, remembering his encounter with Rias and her peerage. Dang. I fucking hate that word. I'm definitely gonna have a serious talk with Rias and kick the ass of the one that came with that idea. The first thing I'll do when I meet him or her is punch him her hard in the face, then I'll ask what the fuck she really was thinking, Naruto thought as he closed his eyes and let a little sigh of frustration leave his lips slowly. I see, Naruto-kun, Yusaka says, feeling that her initial doubts were dispelled thanks to that information. She didn't know why, but she didn't think that Naruto was lying at all. It was like he actually meant every word that he said. Anyways, we knocked those devils out and proceeded to take them with us to know more about where we were. Although that plan didn't go out well in the end, we managed to make friends with Rias Grimori and her peerage. That's why I told you that maybe we would take more time to reach this place, because I wanted to know more about where we were with Rias's help. Naruto says, remembering everything that happened when they first met Rias, although when the word peerage left his mouth he narrowed his eyes. Rias Grimori, huh? They are an important house from the faction of devils. Her big brother is the actual ruler of the underworld, Seer's ex-Lucifer. Yusaka says, seeing the confused look Naruto and Asia both are sporting on their faces when she said her name in a contemplative form. Sigh. I see, so that's why they appeared with at least 30 devils to try and take us out. Although the way they were ogling at Hinata and Asia irked me so much that I wanted to rip their eyes out. Unfucking believable. Go ahead, Kurama, I know you want to. Naruto says and thinks out loud in his mind knowing that Kurama wants to laugh out loud. I'm not gonna say a thing. I knew it. Kurama says chuckling to himself knowing that things are going to get interesting in the future. Anyways, they appeared and transported Rias and the others to somewhere, maybe to the underworld to protect them from us in. Well yeah, another fight transpired where I thought I was going to fight the leaders until Rias and another girl appeared and told them to stop, so thinking quickly I took advantage of the opportunity given to us, and grabbed both Hinata and Asia and brought them with me leaving the devils behind as fast as we could, Naruto says retelling everything that happened which Asia confirms as she nods her head without pause. I see, so you used senjutsu to know where I was located then, Yusaka confirms more than asking which only makes Naruto nod slowly. Wait, what do you meant when you said that? It explains what Kurama meant. Yusaka asks remembering the words he said some minutes ago. Oh, yeah, well you see. Kurama says I'm becoming the Rakudo Sennin of this world, Naruto says rubbing the back of his head with a sheepish expression on his face. Rakudo Sennin, ellipsis. What is that? Asia asks feeling confused because of the new word that came out of Naruto's mouth. Sage of Six Paths, right. That's the meaning of the words Rakudo Sennin, although I share the same confusion as little Asia-chan here, what is a Rakudo Sennin? Yusaka says and asks feeling really confused too. Oh right, I never explained the beginning. Well you see the Rakudo Sennin was the person that started spreading the lessons of ninchu in the first place in our world, Naruto explains as he crosses his arms over his chest and looks up remembering everything. And you are becoming him. Does that mean that you will start spreading ninchu? Asia says feeling a little excited because of something so incredible happening like letting people connect and understand each other. Well, I don't know if I'll start spreading it per se. But more like, remember I said that we shinobi use spiritual and physical energy, right? Naruto asks as he looks at them while they are nodding slowly. Yes, why? Both, Asia and Yusaka answer and ask not knowing where he was going to with that question. Well as you say Yusaka, here in this world, chakra is a composition of only spiritual energy and thanks to the hatred and malice this world has been through in all its time it is hard to control, right? Especially the natural energy. Naruto says now knowing exactly what Kurama meant to begin with, this in turn makes both women nod their heads signaling for him to continue. As Kurama put it out, right now I'm a giant walking filter that the nature around us is taking a huge advantage of, every second that passes the hatred and malice in this world enters me through natural energy and keeps making me stronger while at the same time I cleanse it of everything that it has. Here like this, Naruto says remembering the exact words that Kurama used and in the last part he stood up, and got closer to both Asia and Yusaka, touched them transferring some of his chakra for them to feel it, this in turn made them both feel a little flustered and a little drunk because of the warmth that is passing through them in that moment. Wow. Both Yusaka and Asia say together after Naruto stopped touching their shoulders and transferring chakra to them. Yeah, sorry about that, Naruto says as he rubs his nose with his right index finger while he smiles sheepishly, looking the faces that both Yusaka and Asia were sporting in that moment. Ahahaha, I actually only used a little bit of chakra so I don't harm you in any way. Naruto says as he returns to where he was before and sits down again crossing his arms over his chest. Harm us, but didn't you say it is used to connect and understand? Asia asks feeling still a little flustered and feeling her heart pounding a little faster as she keeps looking at Naruto. Yeah, it is and be careful Asia-chan, try to control your body and emotions, the same for you Yusaka-san, Naruto says noticing that both Asia and Yusaka were looking at him a little drunker than before. Why? Both ask feeling the huge urge to get closer to him but struggled really hard against it. Here I'll take care of the problem, Naruto says as he makes a hand sign with his right hand and both Yusaka and Asia suddenly felt like a bucket of ice-cold water was sprayed on both that actually made them both shiver. Sigh. What you just felt right now was just a little of what is actually happening, the natural energy comes out with my spiritual and physical energy mixed in it, which will boost every ability I have and boost any ally I wish to do so. But, well, the side effect is that little drunkenness because it is just adapting itself to the nature and cleansing it, Naruto says in frustration knowing that this is what is affecting Hinata too and he will talk to her once this meeting ends. So Hinata-san is going through the same process as what just happened to us. Yusaka asks now kinda getting why the reaction she had earlier. Yes and no, Naruto says shaking his head with his arms still crossed over his chest. What do you mean Naruto-kun? Asia asks now feeling a little confused. Well, when we first appeared here, she and I were trapped in a weird technique and we were sharing chakra to one another trying to overpower the technique and well, we ended up here just where Asia-chan was, so the moment I entered sage mode to try and get a feeling of where we were I started the same process as I'm going through on her, which means that she too is being used as a filter for the nature around us with everything it has, malice and hatred. Naruto says as he narrows his eyes in concentration. Gasp. Is there any way to help her? Or that we can help her at all? Asia asks unknowingly, making Naruto blush a little, but this didn't go unnoticed by Yusaka, who grew a little smirk on her face at seeing his reaction. Well, YUSC, I was actually going to talk with her after this meeting to let her know of the actual solution that Kurama came up with, Naruto says, feeling really flustered and avoiding to look at both Asia and Yusaka in favor of looking to where Hinata and Kuno left about 10 minutes or so ago. Can you explain to us what is the solution? And is there a way we can help? Yusaka asks as her little smirk grows to a Cheshire cat grin when she saw Naruto's little blush grow to a full red face while he starts sweating a little. Well, if it isn't too much, can we have a different room? Preferably one that is isolated from where everyone else is. I wouldn't want to harm anyone else that is around, or I don't know, make things more messier. Naruto says and thinks, feeling more flustered than before if it was even possible. Giggle. Don't worry Naruto-kun, it will be done, just tell me when you need it and we will have it ready, Yusaka says, giggling mischievously, confirming her suspicions while Asia only tilts her head in confusion, not knowing what the yokai leader was giggling about. Thank you Yusaka-sama, maybe in 3 more days should be okay. Naruto says, bowing his head softly, knowing that he now has somewhere safe to help Hinata with Kurama's assistance. Don't worry Naruto-kun, anything to help our dear honored guests and friends. Well, if that's everything, then I think we will need to cut this meeting short so you can go and talk with your girlfriend. Yes. Yusaka says while she holds her right cheek with her right hand softly, knowing that what is going to actually happen in 3 days makes her smirk mischievously again, and Naruto just feel more sweat come down the side of his head, knowing he was discovered from the beginning. Hi. Both, Naruto and Asia say as they slowly stand up and leave the room quietly, leaving Yusaka alone in it. Giggle was the last sound heard in the room when the tatami doors to the room closed with a soft clack. So, Hinata, what do you think? Or have to say? Is the nervous voice of Naruto heard across the room they have been sharing for the last 2 days, asking his girlfriend for her honest opinion, knowing that what he was asking of her was too rushed. They just started their relationship and this change of events was something very difficult to approach, but it had to be done so nothing bad could happen in the long run. I see. So that's why I've been acting and feeling so different these last few days, right Naruto-kun? Hinata asks, looking at her boyfriend with a mixture of worry and love. Yeah, I know it is asking too much, Hinata. After all, we've only been dating for only 7 days at most, which was really too rushed to approach such a delicate subject in his opinion, if you ask him. Okay Naruto-kun, let's do it. After all, this it to help me and help you at the same time, right? Hinata says, knowing her boyfriend won't lie to her at all. She knows him so much that she knows when he's trying to lie, or something is actually bothering him, and the look he has in that moment actually indicates that he's really worried for her. If that's the case, let's do it. After all, there's nobody else to whom I'd wish to give my first to but only you Naruto-kun, I love you. Hinata says the last part in a soft whisper while she fumbles with her hands, feeling very shy and nervous in that moment. This in turn only makes Naruto blush while he looks at her, feeling his throat very dry in that moment, so he did the only thing that came to his mind, which was to hug and kiss her softly, which Hinata returned for some seconds before everything that they just talked about came to her directly, and she passed out on his arms, feeling very overwhelmed in that moment. Hi Hinata. Come on. Aha. Ahahahaha. Ahahahaha. Naruto says and laughs out loud while he hugs the passed out Hinata on his arms, feeling how all trace of nervousness his body felt had started to leave it, making him feel more relaxed. So that night he chose to hug her closer to his body and hold her for the night, knowing that things were going to be interesting in the future. Hee. My girlfriend, Naruto chuckled to himself as he fell asleep, holding Hinata on his chest with both arms around her back. Time skipped 3 days. Here Naruto-kun, Yusaka says in such a sweet voice that makes both Naruto and Hinata twitch, one in embarrassment and the other in annoyance, knowing that these raging emotions she's having right now is because of what's happening to her. You both can use it to your heart's content. The yokai were instructed to not interrupt and continue with their daily lives no matter what they hear, so if you'll excuse me, I have things to do, Yusaka says as she turns around and walks away, having a teasing smile all the way down. Hee. Well, I guess it is a good thing that we have the support of the leader, right? Naruto says, feeling very nervous in that moment and looking to his right where Hinata is standing, and shaking a little, although he couldn't figure out if she was shaking because of nervousness or something else. Grunt. Whatever, let's just finish this already. Let's go Naruto-kun, Hinata says, walking inside the room, feeling very annoyed in that precise moment. Hee. Angry sex, damn Naruto, you are one lucky bastard. Kurama says inside his head and giggling a little perversely knowing that what is going to happen is going to be very kinky. Dang fox, if it wasn't because we actually need your aid in all of this ordeal, I would have left you out of it, Naruto thinks to himself while he too walks inside the room. He turns around and closes the door slowly with narrowed eyes feeling a little annoyed thanks to Kurama's and Yasaka's teasing. This in turn only made Kurama giggle more inside his head. He. Yep, you need me and you know it, was the last thing heard inside Naruto's head as he turned around to see his girlfriend. WMUS. A music suggestion Tobu happy ending. You know, if it isn't because of the important information you have been holding from me for the last 5 days and because I need to wait for Ino to come back in 3 more days from her mission to confirm that what you are going to say isn't false, I'm still wondering to myself though, if the mission consists of bringing the necessary materials you need for whatever you are going to do, then why didn't you request them in advance before coming here? Even though the funeral was going to be held you could have requested them, so if it wasn't because of that then I would have kicked you 2 out of my clan estate long ago. Hanabi says as her eyes narrow while she looks at the persons in front of her, remembering how she met them about 5 days ago and how they have been stalling to tell her the information she is curious about. Don't worry Hanabi-sama, the information that my protege is talking about is actually very important. She informed me that she needs to wait a little more time because of some events that are going to happen in those 3 days and well, I again thank you for the hospitality given to us, says the kunoichi that is a fair-skinned girl of average height. She has green eyes and waist-length black hair in a Heim-style cut tied in a high ponytail with short bangs and chin-length strands framing her face. She has a black forehead protector and wears her kunoichi uniform which is gray-colored. With a right shoulder guard, gray gloves and an opening in her shirt which reveals some of her sizable cleavage. Hanabi looks in front of her remembering how 5 days ago she met the woman that just spoke, Shizuka if she remembers her name right, and the one that is by her side whom has pale lavender eyes and light blonde hair that falls past her waist which is being kept tied at the end with a bow. She is wearing a lavender kimono with her hair being kept tied back with a golden crown. All in all she looked almost like her beloved Oni-sama but with pale blonde hair. Heck, she nearly confused her 5 days ago when she met them both, but is a good thing that she didn't. I guess Shizuka-san, what I'm more confused is why specifically this has to be done in such secrecy. I mean, I don't think there's a problem if someone else of my clan is involved or even the Hokage himself. Hanabi says knowing that her patience with the persons in front of her is running low with the passing days. Ino, please come back faster. Sheesh, is it really that hard to find those materials that the priestess Shion asked of you specifically? Hanabi thinks in the end, remembering how when she was going to return home from the funeral she was approached by Shizuka and Shion because they needed to talk to her about something important, and then Ino because she wanted someone to talk to besides Sakura or Tenten, so she often hung out with her sister to pass time and then herself. I will be honest Hanabi-san, what I'm gonna talk about is very important because it concerns both Naruto and Hinata Uzumaki. That's why this needs to be so secret, as you put it, because I have high knowledge that both of them are alive. The blonde girl whose name is Shion if she remembers right says besides Shizuka, knowing that revealing a little bit of information about what she really wants to talk about is going to make Hanabi stop a little and reconsider on her hasty decision of kicking them out. Byakugan, Hanabi thinks out loud in her mind as she narrows her eyes to the two in front of her, which makes Shizuka stand in a defensive position in front of Shion, knowing that things were going to escalate if they didn't explain things fast. Wait Hanabi-sama, it isn't what you think, Shizuka says, getting ready for a confrontation. Then tell me, why should I believe anything that you two say just after the funeral of both Oni-sama and Oni-sama that happened 5 days ago, huh? Hanabi says as she starts gathering chakra on her limbs, readying herself to take down the two in front of her. Please wait Hanabi-san, it's not what you think. I was going to reveal everything in due time, because there's a strong connection on what happened to Naruto and Hinata and an event I saw in the future that involves them, us in some kind of war. Shion says, feeling a little nervous because thanks to her lack of revealing much about the information she holds, then they are possibly going to be framed for the disappearance of both Naruto and Hinata, so she now knows she need to further elaborate to avoid such a messy situation. Explain. Because, if you think that only because I accepted both of you as guests on the Hyuga estate for these last few days you are going to be free of suspicions thanks to the information you are revealing, then you have another thing coming to you. Hanabi orders as she relaxes her stance but still prepared to strike them down if needed, showing how her training to be the next head of the Hyuga clan for her whole life along her Oni-sama has paid off. Sigh. Well, I'll be honest, Naruto and I are acquaintances. We go back from the time he was 16. He helped me to defeat a demon called Morio that is a gigantic serpentine creature with a very long and dark purple body and multiple dragon-based heads. Though that was the last time I was going to know anything about it. but somehow in some way its soul is still alive and helped to banish both Naruto and Hinata to where it is from because this demon is not actually from this time or dimension, Shion says looking at Hanabi with a serious face knowing that she needs to come clear. For things to not get messy. What do you mean? Do you know a way to get them back? Hanabi asks as her stiff stance relaxes and her Byakugan deactivates now feeling really curious and hopeful on what Shion and Shizuka mean. I have the ability of future telling and I foresaw the deaths of both Naruto and Hinata some days before it even happened. This ability is supposed to be random and only activates when the death of someone close to me is near and it involves Morio in some way. Only one time this ability didn't work how it was supposed to and that was the time when I first met Naruto, Shion says remembering what happened in the past which makes Hanabi look at her curiously. Please continue, Hanabi says now feeling a little giddy at knowing that maybe there's a way to bring both Naruto and Hinata back. As I pointed out the event I'm talking about involves a war in the future, but not here in the elemental nations, Shion says knowing that now there's no turning back and everything must be said. Doesn't involve the elemental nations. You mean that they are alive and in another dimension, right? Hanabi says thinking that now things were getting complicated. Yes, they are safe and well in another world and time. Why I say this? Because the time there flows much more different than the time here, Shion says looking to the side and nodding her head to Shizuka. What do you mean time flows different? And maybe there's someone that can help us to get them back. There's a shinobi that can use his eye powers to get to another dimension and bring them back. Hanabi says remembering everything that happened and the written report Naruto wrote 2 years ago after the war ended. It was supposed to be only known to the clan heads and important figureheads, but as she and her Onisama were going to be the future clan head they had to have access to that information too. If you were referring to Uchiha Sasuke, I'm sorry to say this, but there's no way he can help us at all, because we are not going to bring them back, we are going to be going where both Naruto and Hinata are and there's no turning back, Shion says showing that she too knows what Hanabi was thinking about. Why won't he be able to help at all? He has the ability to cross dimensions, right? Hanabi says not even wondering how Shion has that information, because she is thinking that the only opportunity to get both Naruto and Hinata back is slipping by when she has it so close on her hands. It's because the ability that I'm going to use is going to be the same ability that banished both Naruto and Hinata from this time and dimension. It needs a user of both chakra and magic energy to work at the same frequency and he's only a chakra user. He can cross dimensions yes, but most of his ability is related to work only with pure chakra-based dimensions, Shion says knowing that she is the only one available to pull it off. What do you mean magic energy and chakra? My grandfather wasn't a magic user, he was as pure blood Hyuga, and isn't magic something that exists only in fantasies? Hanabi says now feeling a little frustrated if the little twitching of her body is any indication. True, he wasn't a magic user, but because he was being possessed at the time by the demon Morio he was able to perform the ability, because as I stated Morio is a demon from another world, more specifically the world where both Naruto and Hinata are right now. It was banished to our world a long time ago by both a magic and chakra user. Right now the last part of its soul is regaining what little strength it can to try and take over this world again. That's why it made sure to get rid of Naruto so he wouldn't be able to interfere in the long run with its plan, Shion says explaining more about what really is going on. Then there should be a way to help you to get all the chakra and magic energy you need to perform the ability without the need to leave this world at all, right, and to bring them back. Hanabi says with a little urge on her voice thinking that there is a way to bring them back. I have the magic energy and chakra necessary to perform the ability and to be sure to eradicate once and for all that damn demon, but the thing is, the ability is only a banishment one. It means that once it is performed you will be banished from this world to never come back no matter what you try. Although maybe in the world of Morio there is a way to come back, but by the time we find how to get back, the time here will have passed very fast, meaning that a year there will be 20 years or 30 years here. That's why as the only and last magic and chakra user of this world it is my duty to see the eradication of this damned demon once and for all, Shion says frowning and knowing that her duty comes first. Shizuka seeing her expression only looks at her contemplatively for some seconds and then turns her head back around to look at Hanabi. I don't know what to say. I'm happy that maybe there's a way to be with Naruto-kun and Onisama but leaving everything here behind. Hanabi says as she looks around remembering everything that she has lived through in her world. Wait, if there's a way to go there then we should bring with us as many as we can, so as there is the war problem you say is going to happen then they'll need the more people they can to help them. Hanabi says again as a realization struck her in that moment. No, I can only bring with me 3 more people and these people must be able to endure what's going to come our way and well they can only be female and have nearly the same amount of chakra that I'll use. It all depends on the gender of the user of the ability, Shion says shaking her head knowing that her limit is 4 people including herself. Wait, you say it depends on the gender of the user? Then why was Oni-sama banished with Naruto-kun if my grandfather is a male? Hanabi asks, feeling confused because of it. It's because Morio is a demon dragon, it could use the ability any way it wished, but as it was still regaining strength then it could only use it to transport a few people, but I will force it to do my bidding and force its last life force to transport myself and Shizuka to where Naruto is, Shion says with determination on her face and voice which only makes Shizuka nod her head. Only you too. I will come too because it's my sister and Naruto-kun who are there, so I won't take a no for an answer, Hanabi says now with her decision made knowing that there's no turning back. I know you will, that's why we approached you Hanabi-san, I'm sorry for being so secretive all this time, but it was the only way to get closer to Morio's soul which is sealed in the book that you guys just regarded as useless after everything that happened, Shion says bowing her head softly knowing that once the technique is done they will leave in the book with the last remnants of Morio's soul will be eradicated forever. Wait, with me there are 3 persons that are going, but who will be the 4th person? Hanabi asks wondering who will it be. Well I would like to go there myself, a new voice was heard in the room they are having their meeting, turning their heads around the 3 girls noticed the Hyuga patriarch Hiyashi Hyuga walking inside with his Byakugan activated having heard and seen all the conversation using it. Oto-sama you were spying on us. Hanabi asks feeling very surprised because of her father spying on her. Of course I am, why shouldn't I? After all my only daughter on this dimension is talking with someone that could potentially separate her from me forever so I really don't want that to happen so much. I already have a daughter that I know I won't be able to see grow up or any grandchild that she could possibly have had with her husband so I at least have a little right to be able to be with both of them, am I right? Hiyashi says looking at Shion, Shizuka and Hanabi. I'm sorry Hiyashi-sama, but as I explained to Hanabi-san I'm not able to perform the mixed gender incantation, only the same gender incantation. This means that I can only transport 3 more women with me, Shion says while she looks at the Hyuga head feeling a little regretful. What do you mean? Didn't you say you were going to use the soul of the demon itself to do your bidding? Then that means that your ability should allow to transport anyone, right? Hiyashi asks now feeling confused and a little irritated knowing that his chance to be with both his daughters is slipping by. Yes and no Hiyashi-sama, I'll use the soul of Morio as a catalyst for the technique and be sure to eradicate it, meaning that I'm not gonna allow it to control me to use the ability but I'll use the ability taking who wishes to come with me and I won't force any other girl to leave everything behind to help Naruto in any way, Shion says shaking her head knowing that what Hiyashi was asking for was impossible. I see, Hiyashi says as he closes his and sighs deeply knowing that decisions must be taken. Hanabi are you sure about this? I mean everything behind. I don't know to be honest. Hiyashi says looking at his daughter knowing that both her and Hinata have grown up to be incredible women like their mother and that whatever they wish to do will be done no matter what. Yes father, I wish to go and to be able to see Oni-sama and help them in any way I can, Hanabi says looking at her father seriously knowing there's no turning back now. I see. Well then start preparing yourself because this will be a long-term mission which will have no return. Make the Hyuga proud but more specifically make me more proud of you and Hinata than I already am, tell her the same, yes. I'll make sure that this information doesn't leave this room and I will talk to only the Hokage about what really is happening, I trust that you already know whom the 4th member will be accompanying you right Shion-sama. Hiyashi says looking at his youngest then looking at both Shion and Shizuka. Hi, Hiyashi-sama the 4th member will be the one in charge of gathering the necessary materials for us, Shion says pointing out who the 4th member to accompany them is going to be. Wait, you mean to tell me that Ino Yamanaka is going to accompany us? Why? Hanabi says feeling intrigued as to why she will willingly accompany them. Remember the events that will happen here and that are happening in the other world, well everything will happen in a way that she will want to accompany us and besides it all depends on her decision to come, Shion says feeling a little sheepish feeling like a villain or something like that. I see, then it is prudent that I inform the acting Yamanaka clan head about this too, so the heir to the clan won't be surprised about what is going to happen in 3 more days, if you'll excuse me I'll go talk to the Hokage in this moment, Hiyashi says and walks away leaving behind the 3 women alone again and knowing that things are going to be done in secrecy and to forge that both Ino and Hanabi left on a long-term mission following Shion and Shizuka. Well, if there's anything else you'll wish to discuss with us, you know where to find us, if you excuse us we need to start preparing for everything that is going to happen in 3 days Hyuga-sama, Shizuka says knowing that the discussion is over and wanting to relax a little more before kissing goodbye to the elemental nations. No need to be so formal Shizuka-san, my father already left the compound and is going to talk with both Hokage-sama and Yamanaka-sama, besides we will be together for a long time if what you are implying is true in any way, Hanabi says while she crosses her arms behind her head and having a wide smile feeling really glad that there is a way to be with Naruto-kun. And Oni-sama, yes, Oni-sama too, can't forget about Oni-sama. Giggle. Okay Hanabi-san, if you'll excuse us, we will leave this moment, Shizuka says, bowing and turning around with Shion following behind her, leaving Hanabi alone. Once the door to the room closed, the only occupant in the room couldn't help but let a shaky breath leave her lips and look around herself, knowing that leaving everything she has known for her whole life behind is a hard decision, but it's already taken and she won't go back on her words. Time skipped 3 days. Everything was settled. The book containing the leftover of Morio's soul was sitting on the ground in the middle of a huge intricate seal that was drawn on the ground. Each woman was standing a few feet away from it, all of them with mixed reactions. These women were Ino Yamanaka, Hanabi Hyuga, Shion and Shizuka, each standing from left to right. Ino Yamanaka has fair skin, blue eyes and long platinum blonde hair worn in a ponytail been held by a black clip, with bangs framing the right side of her face. In that precise moment she is wearing the standard Konoha uniform for Jonins while carrying a backpack that holds her purple top and mesh armor braces, long skirt that reaches her ankles, and high heel sandals. Her reasoning? Well, she wants to look fashionable in the new world, so yeah, don't judge her, just try and you'll see. Hey, although she is carrying some scrolls that contain more equipment she will need in the future. Next to her, Hanabi is wearing the standard Konoha uniform for Chunins. Her long hair is being tied up in a long ponytail that is being held by an orange ribbon, which actually made her look very good. She too is carrying a backpack which holds different scrolls with different kinds of foods and equipment that she knows they will need in the future. She's also carrying Naruto and Hinata's Jonin clothes for missions and equipment scrolls and whatever they were going to need in another set of scrolls, knowing they will need them in the long run. Next to them were Shizuka, whom too was carrying her own backpack which held more scrolls containing more equipment and more food, and Shion too, although her clothes consisted more of a bra-like white top with a mustard yellow jacket, which looks a little big for her, and red pants cuffing off at the knees. All in all they were going prepared, all thanks to the arrangements the leaders in front of them went through, all done in secrecy. Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Hanabi, as of this moment your services to Konoha are no longer required anymore. Please inform Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Hinata that their services to Konoha are no longer required neither too, and that you all should take care of yourselves, was the distinctive voice of one Hitaki Kakashi heard all across the yard while he was standing besides the Yamanaka clan head on his right and the Hyuga clan head on his left. Hi, Hokage-sama. And thank you, both females said as they bowed for some seconds and turned around, walking inside the intricate seal, taking the east and west position respectively. Shion-san, Shizuka-san, although briefly I hope that your stay on Konoha has been a pleasant one. Please take care of yourselves too and give our regards to both Naruto and Hinata from us. Good luck, Kakashi says, looking at the other two females, which prompted both of them to nod and turn around and position themselves on the north and south position respectively. Fuinjutsu. Mystic Safety Bell Seal. Release, was the voice of Shion heard across the yard. Her appearance changed when she released her power and transformed. Her skin gained red markings, her hair turned pink and is standing behind her. A blue cloth hovers behind her and covers her arms. Her clothing changes to a thin yellow dress that is nearly see-through. After some hand signs the seal on the ground started glowing a bright lavender color, which made the Hokage and clan leaders cover their eyes and turn their heads around. Fuinjutsu, Banishment of the Damned, was the last thing heard on the yard of the Hyuga compound. After some seconds all three persons stopped covering their faces and turned their heads around and noticed that where there once stood a glowing seal, a book and different people, there was nothing like it, never existed to begin with. Chapter 5. Unexpected allies appear. Hee. Angry sex, damn Naruto, you are one lucky bastard. Kurama says inside his head and giggling a little perversely, knowing that what is going to happen is going to be very kinky. Dang Fox, if it isn't because we actually need your aid in all of this ordeal, I would have left you out of it, Naruto thinks to himself while he too walks inside the room. Hee. Yep, you need me and you know it, was the last thing heard inside Naruto's head as he turned around to see his girlfriend. Alright everyone, today's the first day that our re-education starts. Let's tackle this as we always do. Let's show them that we are the Grimoire family and nothing will stop us. Rias says to her whole peerage minus Issei. Hi, Bucho, they won't separate us. The peerage of Rias Grimoire said all together, knowing that even if things were going to be hard in the future they will stand together, because their family won't be separated at all. They will stick together and fight together against everything that is coming against them. Tsubaki, we need to up our training. I don't know why, but I feel we will need it. Something tells me that when this Naruto character appears again, Rias won't be the same one we know right now. We need to try and help her in any way we can when that happens. Sona says, walking a little faster as she fixes her glasses daintily with her right hand over her nose. This in turn makes Tsubaki look at her a little surprised. It shall be done, Sona-sama. Tsubaki says after some seconds, knowing that her king has a reason for everything. She too fixes her glasses daintily, knowing that things were indeed going to get harder. Fuinjutsu, banishment of the damned, was the last thing heard on the yard of the Hyuga compound. After some seconds, all three persons stopped covering their faces and turned their heads around and noticed that where there once stood a glowing seal, a book and different people, there was nothing, like it never existed to begin with. Now. AM suggestion. Nightcore, next to you, switching vocals, lyrics. I honestly didn't expect a lot of things when I turned around to face my girlfriend. What I actually expected was for her to still be angry at me because of the whole ordeal with Yasaka, or maybe, I don't know, for her to turn around and suddenly say, let's just stop all this, I think I need more time to think this clearly, or something like that, but to see her standing in the middle of the room, her back facing me as she looks ahead of herself with her head tilted to the right side a little as if contemplating something, actually got me a little curious. So taking a few more steps, I walk the short distance and stand by her left side to see what could actually get her so curious, and let's just say that the sight in front of me made me widen my eyes involuntarily and tilt my head the same way she is doing, but to the left side. Well, how could I not? The big and comfortable heart-shaped looking bed and the lit candles all around it on the floor giving a really sweet and soothing fragrance, cinnamon and vanilla, weird combination, but I kinda like it. Give the room a vibe that actually leaves me surprised and confused, considering I never told Yasaka what actually was going to happen to begin with. Naruto thinks to himself as he looks around some more, taking in the surroundings, and realizing that everything is set up in such a way that it looks more like a honeymoon room rather than a normal one. After some more seconds of silent contemplation, he finally turns his head around and centers his line of sight back on Hinata, whom too is looking intently and silently at him. They turn around and face each other, not saying a single word, feeling the temperature in the room rise a little. Made them get close to one another, wanting to feel even a little more heat in their bodies. After some more seconds of the continuous staring, Hinata decides to close her eyes slowly and lean forward a little, knowing that what is going to happen is what she has always wanted and dreamt to do with the love of her life. Naruto, looking how Hinata closes her eyes and leans forward softly, decides to correspond and leans down while closing his eyes, and claims her lips, slowly savoring every second of her lips pressed against his as both his arms circle around her middle back, and bring her closer, making them both feel how their bodies rub against each other. Even though they are wearing their respective kimonos, they can't help but notice how Hinata's soft breasts keep pushing against Naruto's hard-toned chest, which makes them shiver and feel a little more excited than before. This excitement makes Naruto deepen the soft kiss, turning it into a more passionate one. He slides his tongue ever so slightly inside Hinata's mouth and massages her tongue with his own, drawing out a soft moan of pleasure from her. Thanks to the feelings of excitement, the rise of temperature, the cinnamon and vanilla scent in the room, how she can feel Naruto's hard body pressing against her body, and then the deepening of the kiss proved to be too much for Hinata, and so, her switch was flipped on. Finally, after all this time, she's finally with her Naruto-kun, she thinks to herself, and she won't let go no matter what. So in a bold and out of character move for her, quickly sliding her arms behind Naruto's upper back and interlacing both her hands behind his head, she pulls him hard to her and turns the passionate kiss into a hungry one as she wraps her tongue around his, and some seconds later she starts sucking a little. The sudden action makes Naruto open and widen his eyes in surprise, and feeling how she starts to suck, he doesn't resist, and turning the table on Hinata, he returns the kiss with the same intensity. He slides both hands down, trailing her back, and grabs her soft firm butt, squeezing it hard, making another deep moan be muffled between their hungry kiss. After some seconds they finally and slowly separate from the intense kiss as a little blush appear on their cheeks. Naruto leans his forehead against Hinata's, each of them panting a little hard because of the lack of oxygen, as a little trail of saliva is seen shining as it hangs from their parted lips. Naruto keeps looking how Hinata's kimono-covered breasts keep bouncing up and down because of the deep breaths she keeps taking in, until some seconds later she looks at him and resuming where they left. Naruto kisses her again, this time with more passion than before, and lifts her with both his arms, making her grab onto the back of his neck to support herself, and her legs wrap around his waist, holding tightly onto him. Slowly and without hesitation Naruto carries Hinata until they reach their bed and fall down on it, him on top of her and never breaking their lip lock. I know this is a really intimate moment for you two, Naruto, and I assure you, I'll let you both do what you want to do without interruptions, but once you both are done, we'll need to start the process. Let her know too, Kurama says, knowing that even though Naruto doesn't answer him, the message has been delivered and received. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Hinata asks, feeling a little confused after she notices how her boyfriend looks a little embarrassed and a little stunned. No, it's nothing, Hinata, it's just that I totally forgot that Kurama was here with us. He told me that once we are done, the process to get rid of the malicious energy will begin, and to just enjoy ourselves before that. Naruto says to his girlfriend as another little blush appears on his whiskered cheeks. When those last words left Naruto's lips and the blush started appearing on his cheeks, Hinata couldn't help it, a little giggle of amusement escaped her lips, and a soft blush appeared on her cheeks too, knowing that even if they were in a different world and had different circumstances to them, she wouldn't change a single thing. She's finally with her true love, and he too loves her. She couldn't feel more happier or elated in that exact moment if it was even possible, because she knows that no matter what comes their way, they will be together through it all. So with that in mind, Hinata, surprising Naruto again, grabs the back of his neck with both her hands and pull him closer to her, and kisses him passionately again, himself returning it with the same passion. WMUS. Thump was the soft sound of feet landing on top of ground heard all around the quiet clearing, disturbing the peaceful wildlife all around it. There was no big sound, nor any big wave of energy, shockwave or something like that to announce the arrival of different figures in such peaceful clearing, just that simple thump. You know, I thought that wherever we were supposed to appear, maybe, and I'm saying just maybe, I expected dunno, something like more creepy or otherworldly. Is the sound of a distinctive feminine voice laced with a little disappointment heard in the same clearing. Well, I admit that I too was expecting something like that, and this is a little bit disappointing. Are we sure that we are in the right place? Is the sound of another distinctive feminine voice heard while she looks around, in the end setting her line of sight on the last older looking female of the group. I know we are where we are supposed to be, it's just. The last older girl says, avoiding to look at the other women beside her, knowing something she didn't want to actually say. Quote ellipsis dot. Just. What? Is the sound of the other two girls heard together while the third and younger girl of the group only turns her head around and look at all of the other girls, thinking the same thing but not knowing why. She feels like something is really different, so without further thinking it, she activates her dojutsu and starts looking around everywhere on the clearing without distracting herself from the conversation that is happening in that moment. Well, you see, IDK. The pale blonde hair and violet eyes girl says, mumbling the last part while she feels a little embarrassment because of it. What was that again? Is the curious and disbelieving question the blonde-haired and green-eyes girl asks of her fellow blonde. I said that ellipsis. D. She mumbles again, which actually got her fellow blonde and the black-haired girl a little frustrated because she wasn't speaking clearly. Come on woman, spill it. We don't have all the time of the world, we need to find where Naruto and Hinata are. Tell us if we are where we are supposed to be or in another place. Ino says with a little more frustration than before. I agree with Ino-san, she and Sama, we need to know for sure that wherever we are is the correct place that we were supposed to go to, Shizuka calmly says, knowing that as things are in that moment they are in hostile territory and actually lost. Gah, I'm saying that yes, we are in the right place, just that I don't know nor think we are anywhere near where Naruto-kun and Hinata-san are, okay? I know how to do the jutsu but I don't know how to do it in a way to be teleported to an exact location, okay? We could be anywhere near them, like just behind them, or be in I don't know the other side of the elemental nations for all I know, okay? Shion says as her frustration finally takes the better of her and yells out what she is worried about while she crosses her arms beneath her breasts and her head turns to the side sporting a scowl, making both Ino and Shizuka look at her with flabbergasted expressions. Are you fucking serious? Are you telling me that we could have died the moment you used that dangerous technique? Ino says while she points at Shion as a little trickle of sweat rolls down the side of her head, the question itself making both Hanabi and Shizuka look at Shion with deadpan stares. What? No, not happening. I'm not that bad at using the technique, I've been training a lot to perfect all the techniques I needed in the long run to finally eradicate Morio once and for all, which finally happened. Shion says, feeling a little offended because of the mistrust on her abilities at the end, mumbling again. Come on woman, don't start that again. Spill it without fear nor pause, Ino says as she crosses her arms beneath her breasts after she fixed her backpack again, because in that precise moment she is actually starting to feel more nervous because of the situation they are in. Sigh. It's just that now that Morio is finally dead, basically all that I've training for is no longer needed, I guess. Shion says as she looks at the crystal blue cloud-covered sky, feeling a little at peace but at the same time somehow lost. Besides, as I said, it's not that the technique itself was dangerous, but it was more of a lack of a central point, I guess. I didn't have a very good read on Naruto's chakra, and well, we were traveling between dimensions, you know. It's not like we were going to teleport from one country to another. She says as she looks back down again at both Ino and Shizuka. I have to agree with what Shion-san just said, there was no actual way to know where exactly Oni-sama and Oni-sama were in that moment. Right now that we are here we can start our search for them without much troubles, although... Wait, what is that? Hanabi says, and turning her head in the end to look in the direction where she can see another clearing, but this one has some kind of giant shards of ice sticking all around it, like some kind of battle happened there. What is it, Hanabi-sama? Is something in that direction? Shizuka asks, noticing how Ino and Shion stopped their discussion once Hanabi talked. Please, there's no need to call me Hanabi-sama anymore, right now we all are here sharing a common goal, right? Hanabi says, looking at everyone with her Byakugan still activated and turning her head to look at each of the other girls. Anyways, yes, I see something in that direction, it looks like there was some kind of battle or something like that. That must be the handiwork of Naruto, he's the only one I know that would fight first then talk later. It is just typical and kinda childlike of him if you ask me, Ino says as she notices how everyone else pinned their attention on her. What? It is true, isn't it? Shaking their heads, Hanabi, Shion and Shizuka just turn in the direction that Hanabi pointed out in the beginning and start their trek to reach that place and find some clues on where to go from there. Hey, it's the truth, isn't it? I mean, true, he's matured a lot from how he was before, but he's still Naruto, isn't he? Ino says as she follows behind the other three girls, not knowing why they suddenly are so quiet. Reaching the clearing where Hanabi first noticed the remnants of the scuffle between Naruto, Hinata, Asia and the devils, they couldn't help but be amazed at the sight in front of them. In one side of the clearing there were 4 big chunks of ice that were starting to melt slowly, and on the other side of the clearing there was one spot on the ground which had the same kind of ice starting to melt slowly. Wow, I never knew that Naruto-kun knows how to use ice element, that's so cool, Shion says, feeling a little giddy because of the ice all around her. This is not Naruto's elemental attack, I don't see any leftover chakra that belongs to him or my sister. Whatever happened here, there was something else involved. The ice is covered in a different energy than chakra, that much I can tell, Hanabi says, looking closer at each piece of ice. True, I can sense some leftover of Naruto's chakra in that single spot of the clearing where the ice is starting to melt. It's like the ice was covering him or something, and then he freed himself, sending the ice surrounding him to take out whatever was attacking him, Ino says, showing how her mind has grown sharper over the years after the war. I can see it too, although it is starting to dissipate and I don't know how to put it, but his chakra looks a little different. I don't know, it looks almost like yours, Hanabi says, feeling a little confused and turning her head and centering her line of sight in Shion's direction. Huh, me? How so? I know I have a kind of special chakra, but I don't know what you are implying, Hanabi-san, Shion says, tilting a little on the side, resting her left hand on her left hip and feeling confused because of what Hanabi said. I don't know, to be honest, I guess we'll have to ask him and Hinata-san once we do find them, Shizuka says, knowing that trying to understand Shion and her usage of chakra and magic is kinda complex and will take some time and a secure place which they don't have in that precise moment. It doesn't matter, we need to halt where you all are in the name of the Sea-Tree House. If you do anything suspicious, I'll be forced to act with violence. Now turn around slowly, is a distinctive feminine voice heard behind the group of girls, which makes them all tense up and turn around slowly, not knowing how someone bypassed their senses. And once they turned around, they saw another girl behind them which is near the same height as Hanabi and has medium-length sky blue hair that covers her right eye, large light blue eyes, and young features. She also has hair clips towards left side of her hair, flower-shaped ribbon on the same side of her hair, and a maid hairband. She is wearing a maid uniform in that moment. Well shit. WMUS. AM suggestion. Nightcore, notice me. Lyrics. Scribble, scribble, is the continuous soft sound heard all around the quiet elegant room that resembles a very elegant office, while the person behind the elegant desk continues writing on the sheet of papers that appear one after another in front of him. Sears-sama, Graphia says as she looks her husband overwork himself. She's really worried because he has been doing so the last few days. It was like he was doing this on purpose as a punishment to himself because of what he had to do to Rias in her peerage. Sears-sama, she tries again without much success and even notices how his scribbling got even a little faster. Hinata, Graphia finally tries the last word she knows she shouldn't use when working, but knows in that precise moment is going to make her husband react. And it did, because after the word left her lips, Sears' hand stopped scribbling on the paper like he was frozen from a very hard slap. After some seconds he clenched his hand into a tight fist and started trembling a little. Graphia, noticing her husband shaking, decides to get closer, knowing that right in that moment he isn't feeling very good and needs someone to listen to him, so she just stands by his side waiting patiently. Was what I did, was it any good? Was it a very wise decision? Sears asks as he clenches his eyes and mouth like he just tastes something very sour he didn't like at all. Graphia in one hand knows that what Sears said in that meeting some time ago was actually very harsh even for her standards. On the other one, she knows that her husband was thinking about the good of the devils as a whole, because he didn't want a new war to spark thanks to some unruly little ones that still don't know how they should actually behave in such dire situations. I'll be honest, dear, Graphia starts, which prompts Sears to stop his shaking, a look at her, feeling a little curious, knowing that the times where she used the words "anat" or "dear" were so few that they felt very special in some way. As a leader, you did the right thing and you should be proud of it because you weren't thinking about yourself or your family alone. You were thinking about what every wise leader does, and that is think about the people in this time and the future generations that come. I'm not a leader, but I think that thinking wisely about the people and the future generations that are to come is what a wise and good leader does. As the sister-in-law of Rias, I admit that the punishment was a little over the top. Although the actions taken in that time could very well have sparked a war as you put it, so I'm not against it at all, because it is an entire race that is hanging on a little thread. You know all this, we devils know about this, and especially all the noble pillars know about this. That's why even though the punishment delivered to Rias and her peerage was harsh and first time done, I admit if it was necessary to make everyone remember that every action has a reaction and every wrong decision have dire consequences. Because they are living in a kind of peaceful time, they think they can do whatever they want, and that is something I don't share. Grafia says as she slowly takes a hold of Sirzek's hand that is resting on the exquisite wooden desk, and giving it a squeeze of reassurance, knowing that her husband needed those words in that moment. So what should I do? Sirzek asks in a questioning tone as he looks at his wife directly, wanting an answer to his life dilemma in that moment and knowing that she is the only one that can provide the so elusive answer that never reached his mind in all this time. Well, to be honest, you already gave the punishment, and if you take it back then you are showing favoritism, which as a leader is not going to reflect too good on you. So I say let bygones be bygones, because what's done is done and nothing we do in the present can change the past. What we can actually change is the present and the future, learning from our mistakes. We just leave the past behind and be just that, a past. True, doing that is hard, impossible even to do a lot of times, but if we truly want things to change for the better, we need to really just let go of what is actually bothering us and dragging us down. Rias learned this lesson the hard way, and it was needed at the time, so she finally can take the first step in the right direction and grow to be the person she is destined to be. So we can't do a thing about the punishment, but there are still some things that can be done to help change things and to help her and her peerage. Grafia says as she looks at him without turning back, giving him a little hint on what to do to get some peace, and because she really doesn't want to see her husband overworking himself again like it is some kind of punishment. Wow. Thanks Grafia, I totally forgot that. Dang, I don't know what I've been doing and thinking this whole time. There's a lot of things to do, Sirzek says as he looks to his wife. He grabs and squeezes her hand in a reassuring gesture to let her know that he's totally in control of himself now, which makes Grafia smile softly and nod to him. Hee. Okay, let's do this. There are some things that are going to be needed to be done to help my Rias tan. He says as he stops squeezing Grafia's hand, lifts himself up from the desk and starts walking to the entrance of the room because he really wanted some fresh air in that moment. Grafia could only sigh, feeling a little exasperated because on one hand it is good that her husband is actually the same again, on the other hand, really? Did he have to ruin the good mood going starting to act childish again? Sheesh, and she thought that maybe there was going to some action, in some because of the good mood in that moment. Oh well. Sirzek stops himself before reaching the door. Nay, FYA-chan. He says the little nickname that knows will get a little reaction out of the Ice Queen, which actually did if the pink dusting her cheeks is any indication. Hi, Zek-kun. She couldn't resist it. After so much he finally said it. She couldn't feel happier in that moment. Turning around, Sirzek suddenly appears in front of Grafia and grabs the sides of her cheeks softly with both his hands and pulls her closer to himself, giving her a solid deep kiss that lasted for at least 20 seconds. Leaning his forehead against hers, "Arigato, I love you," he says. Some seconds later he turns around and walks away again, this time opening the door of the room and leaving through it, not looking back at all. If he had done it though, he would have noticed how his wife was blushing very bright and wobbling from side to side slightly thanks to the dizziness of the sudden intense moment. She couldn't help herself as both her legs gave up, feeling weak, and making her lean against the wooden desk to get some kind of support. "I love you too. Hinata. WMUS. NYA. Is the sound a little black cat lets out when it lands on a branch on the top part of a tree. The thing about this cat is that is not a simple black cat. The most distinctive feature about it are the twin tails it has, confirming the cat to be a supernatural being. Turning its head from side, taking into account its surroundings and like verifying that there was nothing where it was, the black nods its head and jumps down, landing on the ground without making any noise. It suddenly walks behind a tree, and on the other side of the tree appears a beautiful and attractive young woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair with split bangs, and hazel gold eyes with cat-like pupils. Her attire consists of a black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of golden beads, and an ornately detailed headband. The kimono features a red interior and it is open at her shoulders, giving view to her enormously large breasts, which rivals Rias and Akino in terms of size. In that moment she's in her nekomata form, in which she sports a pair of black cat ears and 2 black tails. All in all, the woman is the definition of beauty and sexy in one word. Now I wonder if it is a good idea to actually try to sneak in. NYA. Kuroka says to herself as she watches from her hiding spot inside the forest at all the guards that are moving from side to side checking that nothing is wrong with their surroundings. Giggle. Yeah right, as if I have to actually be worried about them, now that they are alone I can finally talk to them. NYA. Kuroka says as a portal appears by her right side, she steps into it and walks inside the room where her actual target is. The first thing she notices when she steps into the room though is a distinctive strong smell that invades all her senses which makes her aroused and feel a little dizzy because of it. Wow. This is NYA. She says as she tries to regain control of her senses, but thanks to all the odors floating about in the room like some kind of vanilla, cinnamon and was that musk? She was having a very hard time accomplishing it. Finally regaining some control of her senses after shaking her head very hard to calm down she looks around the room until she spots her targets resting on the bed. The female black blue-haired one been on top of the blonde-haired one as her head rests on the crook of his neck while both her legs are on the sides of his pelvis. And he has both his arms resting on her back both looking very much naked and… Wait what? NYA. She couldn't resist it, she gets closer and takes a glance at their posture. Yep, dang. That sure is big. And it is still inside. Heck woman you are so lucky, she contemplates and whispers to herself never taking notice how when she gets closer to the bed she steps on a piece of clothing that makes a very loud sound. Creak is the last thing she remembers hearing before she suddenly finds herself unable to move her limbs at all and staring directly at a pair of blue eyes so vibrant she couldn't help herself. Beautiful, Nyag. She says choking on her words in the end because of the half-bandaged arm and hand constricting her neck, pushing her against the wall in the other side of the room, leaving her at the mercy of her captors. Okay I'll admit it. Goo. That was a totally careless move from my part. Looking at the right side of the blue-eyed guy she notices that the lavender-eyed girl has her hands extended in a forward position with only her middle and pointer fingers extended. Who are you? How did you enter here? Kuroka hears the blonde one ask to her as his grip on her neck loosens a little to allow her to talk but never letting her go. This action makes her look back at him and smile a little sensuously trying to look more appealing even though of the precarious position she's in that precise moment. Well, isn't it polite to first introduce yourself? Although I don't mind this position at all, I actually find it somehow a little pleasant. NYA. Kuroka says sounding flirtatious as a little sensuous smile appears on her lips, although the moment the words left her lips she notices how the girl standing in the back tenses more and inching a little closer this time veins appearing on the sides of her eyes. I'll repeat myself again for the last time, who are you and how did you enter here? Naruto asks to Kuroka as his grip on her neck tightens a little more and his eyes narrow to make his point clear. NYA. Okay, no more fooling around, please stop trying to choke me to death, Kuroka says feeling a little nervous thanks to the sudden change of mood in the room and well the thing about her limbs not answering to her at all was making her feel a little nervous. Hinata, should I make it so that she shouldn't be able to move anything from her neck down? Hinata asks in a serious tone to Naruto which makes Kuroka look at her surprised. No, there's no need for that, I know for sure that she wasn't trying to kill us or harm us in any way, that's why I'm giving her a chance to explain herself, Naruto says to Hinata never stopping his staring at Kuroka. Understood, Hinata says as she stops pumping chakra to her eyes and relaxing her stance while she turns around to gather both hers and Naruto's clothes to change after the interrogation is done. Well, Hinata, Kuroka says again in a sensual tone that actually makes Hinata stop her clothes gathering and turn to look at her slowly, which prompts Kuroka to look at Naruto directly as her kimono falls down a little more just close to revealing her nipples to Naruto. My name is Kuroka the Black Cat, I'm a nekosho and let me tell you something, I really like what I'm seeing in this moment, Kuroka says as her eyes roam the toned body of Naruto slowly taking in every single detail her eyes can glimpse at, which makes Naruto blush a little but never letting his grip on her falter at all. As for how I got here, well, that is one of my abilities, Hinata, I can teleport anywhere I wish to, Kuroka finishes as her eyes trail back up again slowly, she looks into his eyes again and noticing the little blush he's sporting in that moment she slowly licks her lips knowing that she's making him react a little which was kinda a win situation for her if you ask. Maybe I should take her eyes out Hinata, after all, we only need her to be able to explain herself right. There's actually no need for her to keep her eyes at all. Hinata says her fingers get closer to the left side of Kuroka's head some little jealousy and annoyance laced in her voice which prompts Kuroka to sweat a little knowing that maybe she shouldn't have tried to flirt with the blonde guy in front of his lover. Ahem. There's no need for that honey, after all she already answered both questions honestly, Naruto says as his half-bandaged hand stops choking Kuroka and grabs Hinata's hand pulling it closer to his chest. Sigh. Okay Hinata, although if she tries anything funny again I'll shut down her whole body for 3 days, Hinata says to Naruto as she gives him his clothes to put them on. I know, Naruto says as both, himself and Hinata start putting their clothes on themselves, having no need to stop from doing so in front of a hostage. After all, she has seen them naked, although if it was a guy, well yeah, the eyes thingy wouldn't have been a problem at all in Naruto's mind. After all, he doesn't want anyone else to look at Hinata's naked body at all, because then he will be the one to personally gouge their eyes out with a spoon and smile widely, doing so with gusto. Sheesh. I guess spending some time with Anko and Ibiki on those missions actually made some of their sadistic personality rub off on me a little. Q shiver. Anyways Kuroka, Naruto says as he finishes wrapping the kimono around himself and sitting down on the bed on the other side of the room with Hinata sitting at his side and leaning against him. I'm sorry for the weird position you are in right now, but you have to understand that well, right now, we are still a little on edge thanks to that one trick you pulled on us. Now I'm actually curious, why are you here? And the most important one, what is your purpose of actually being here? Naruto asks, which makes Kuroka look at them, and then at herself as if pondering her situation. Knowing that she actually only wanted to talk to them and not fight, she guesses that this is better than nothing. Well, I would have liked it better if we met in a different way, but well I guess it is my fault for trying to sneak on you. Anyways, why I am here. Well, I wanted to meet you because I was curious of the high chakra concentration I felt all across even dimensions, and my purpose of being here, well, I'll simply say my boss wants to meet you, simple as that, NYA. Kuroka says as she feels how her unresponsive limbs start to react a little to her mental commands. I see. Sigh. I actually didn't want to bring attention onto us at all, but I couldn't think of anything better in that moment. Naruto says as he crosses his arms over his chest and turns his head to look at the roof of the room. Hinata says as she hugs him, resting her head on his right shoulder, which makes him stop looking at the roof and look at her, pondering on what to say next. Well, as I said, I really am not looking for a fight at all here, and I would like it if you two come with me to meet my boss. Kuroka says as she finally stands up and stretches her back, making some pop sounds be heard in the room, and her generous bosoms giggle in such an enticing way that it is looking like it is inviting everyone to look at her without shame. Ahem. Well, you see, to be honest, we are not from this place at all, and we are actually looking for a way to get back from where we came from. I'm actually kinda interested about this ability of yours. You say you can teleport anywhere you wish to, right? Could you perhaps teleport to another dimension? Like an entirely different dimension? Naruto says, coughing a little to hide the blush because of the sensual stretching of Kuroka, and because Hinata is looking at him with a little jealousy. Yeah, he's not going to actually ogle another girl just after having helped his girlfriend with her little trouble. Kuroka, noticing Naruto's blush, smirks a little, and stretches a little more, just short of finally, pop. Ah yeah, that was the last one. Now I feel very relaxed. Kuroka thinks to herself as she finally relaxes her stance and crosses her arms under her ample bosom, making it look even bigger than before. Well, I know how to teleport between dimensions, but only closer ones. Maybe my boss can actually help you with something on a big scale if you wish that. NYA. Kuroka says, trying to sound convincing in a way to lure both Naruto and Hinata to guide them to office until the last part where her cat ears twitch involuntarily and she turns her head in the direction where Kuo Town is, because even from this distance she can feel a lot of chakra and magic been released in this moment. Shit. Both Naruto and Hinata say together, feeling the chakra even though they aren't sensor specialists, well except for Naruto when he's in sage mode, but that's another thing for another time. They know that 2 of the chakra outbursts are actually known ones, while the other 2 only Naruto knows them personally. Kuroka, you think you can help us get to Kuo fast? I assure you that once things are settled I'll listen to you with more calm, but right now we need to get there fast because those 4 chakra signatures, we know them quite well, and for something to actually make them release those amounts of it, or they are pissed off or they are fending against something, Naruto says in such a serious tone that makes Kuroka not doubt him and nod. There's no problem with that. Kuroka says, trying to say his name but just now noticing she never got their names in the first place. Naruto, and this is my girlfriend Hinata, Naruto says, taking quick notice of her pause. Creak. Bang. The door to the room opens fast and with a resounding bang that makes all the occupants inside it turn their head to look at a disheveled and panting Asia. Naruto-kun, Hinata-san, we have a problem, Asia says with such urgency that makes both Naruto and Hinata look at each other for a brief moment before nodding in understanding. Okay Asia-chan, I'll go with you, tell me what's happening, Hinata says as she appears beside Asia and lifts her. Hi Hinata-san. Both Naruto and Kuroka hear Asia talk to Hinata in the distance until they disappear. Is it wise to let your lover go away and handle that? Kuroka asks him, trying to get a little read on his personality. There's no need to be worried about her, she's really strong when she's serious, Naruto says with such conviction that actually leaves Kuroka at loss of words for some seconds as a little blush appears on her cheeks. Ahem. I see why she loves you. Anyways, I'll be able to get us there, but I won't be able to assist in anything that is happening in there, Kuroka says after coughing some to try and get her blush down, but with such an intense look aimed at her it is actually a little hard to do. I understand, you have your reasons, there's not need to tell me why. Let's go, the faster we do this, the faster I can talk with your boss, Naruto says as a magic circle appears in front of them, and they step in it. WMUS. Hey, look woman, we aren't here to start a fight or anything of the sort, can you please put your weapon down? I assure you we aren't hostile at all, Ino says to the blue-haired girl in front of them, appreciating the fact that she knows about a good hairstyle. Rem doesn't say a thing and just tightens her hold on her Morningstar, not trusting the girls in front of her a single bit as her eyes narrow a little. Please maid-san, I assure you, we aren't here to fight, we are here looking for some friends that got lost, it's the truth, Shizuka says, trying and being more polite than Ino. She knows that the person in front of them could become an ally in the future if they aren't hostile at all. Last time something like that was said, Lucifer-sama and Leviathan-sama had to fend off some powerful enemies, and that happened not even some days ago, Rem says as her limbs all constrict to spring into action. Noticing the actions taken by the maid, all the girls in the party of four stop trying to rationalize with her and tense up for the inevitable confrontation ahead of them. Teehee. Relax your fighting stances everyone, especially you Rem-chan, they clearly said they don't want to fight and that they are searching for their friends, am I right? All the girls in the clearing hear another feminine voice say, which makes all their heads turn to look at the black-haired pink-wearing girl that appeared out of nowhere. Leviathan-sama. Hi. Rem says as her stance relaxes and she bows to Seraphol. Good girl Rem-chan, Seraphol says as she stands closer to Rem and pats her head in a comforting kind of form which makes her blush a little, thanking the appreciation she is given in that moment. Anyways, I apologize for little Rem-chan outburst, you see the last time something like this happened. Huh. Seraphol turns around to look at all the girls in the other side of the clearing and tries to explain what happened some days ago, but stops herself when she notices how all of them are looking at her with a little annoyance. Is something wrong? Seraphol couldn't stop herself as she bounces a little on her feet, feeling really confused in that moment because of the jealous glares directed at her and unknowingly making her ample bosom jiggle in a very alluring way. Nothing, just nothing, Ino says as she looks at Seraphol, more specifically to her chest, noticing and feeling really envious of how a little girl like the one in front of them can actually have such huge breasts in such a tiny body. Heck, they were even bigger than Hinata's when she was younger. Or any of them for that matter. Life isn't fair at all. Like really, a kid with such huge breasts shouldn't even able to exist. But no, here it is, in front of them, rubbing itself in their faces. Okay, anyways, I don't think this is a good place to talk. If you could please accompany us, we'll be glad to provide any and all answers available to satiate your doubts, Seraphol says, feeling giddy at the prospect of meeting new and interesting persons, especially the girl with the white eyes, because she kind of reminds her of the older-looking female she was trying to capture some days ago. Maybe this time she'll be able to know what's with her eyes and her Sotan won't be too rebellious and she'll be able to get more hugs with her Satan. Noticing the lack of answer coming from any of the females in front of her makes Seraphol stop her daydreaming about her Satan. It's not that we don't appreciate the offer, Leviathan-sama, it's just that, how do we know for sure that you aren't trying to lure us into a trap? Shizuka asks, knowing that such an opportunity shouldn't be taken too lightly because the outcome could become a very messy situation if they don't tread carefully on this new unknown ground. Don't worry, I promise, I'm not trying to lure any of you into any trap, or something like that, we just want to actually talk, nothing more, I promise you. Seraphol says in such a childish tone that didn't convince any of the kunoichi in front of her to relax at all. Even the maid Rem was looking at her master with a little sweat drop running the backside of her head. Seraphol-sama, I don't think you are going to convince anyone acting in such a way. Sorry, but I'm not buying that crap no matter how you say it, Shion says, feeling a little irritated, because the more time passes, the more time is spent without knowing the whereabouts of Naruto-kun. But it's true. Trust Sarah-chan. I promise I'm not lying. Seraphol tries again in such a childish tone that makes everyone, even the wildlife around the damaged clearing, to sweat drop. Leviathan-sama, I'm sorry to say this, but can you please stop trying to act childish in such a body? I know for a fact that you are hiding your real appearance in such an illusion, and I actually don't appreciate trying to deceive us into a false sense of security, because if you are the leader that you are supposed to be, then you should act the way you are supposed to act, Hanabi says as her Byakugan keeps a close eye on Seraphol. Sigh. Okay, my name is Serafal Leviathan, former Sea Tree Home Heir. I'm the Satan in charge of the foreign affairs of the underworld. I give my word as a ruler of the underworld that there won't be any hidden agenda happening during your stay on our territory, Serafal says as her voice stops being childish in such a long time and demonstrating why she is the renowned Satan of foreign affairs. Nodding her head, Hanabi deactivates her Byakugan, and relaxes her stance, knowing for a change that Serafal didn't lie at all when saying those words. This in turn makes Ino, Shion and Shizuka relax their stances too, knowing that even though Hanabi is young, she is a Hyuga and it is difficult bearing impossible to deceive a Hyuga when their eyes are activated. Understood Serafal-sama, please lead the way, we are in your care. All the girls in the group of Kunoichi's bow and show their appreciation at being serious for a change of pace. Ma, there's no need for that. Now, follow me everyone. Sotan is waiting. I mean Kuo Town is waiting. Teehee. Serafal says, reverting back to her childish nature, knowing that a potential fight was averted, and she really wanted to meet her Satan. Q giant sweat drop from everything around the clearing. Like seriously, they've met Shinobi and Kunoichi with their fair share of mood swings, but this was just ridiculous. Welcome to Kuo Academy that resides in Kuo Town. Serafal says as she is walking ahead of the whole group of females with Rem following behind her. The way of talking of her master makes her shake her head, feeling a little embarrassed thanks to her master. Walking inside the main building, they walk and go up the set of stairs and make turns here and there until they finally reach their final destination, the council room, where her dear Sotan resides, although in that moment she knows that she must act as her role of Satan because of the stupid punishment she had to give to her dear Sotan some days ago. Stupid old cooties on the council, couldn't they see that she didn't want to be mean to her Sotan and just hug her and kiss her and hee. Serafal just stands there daydreaming about her Satan in front of the double doors that lead to the inside of the council room, making all the girls behind her sweat drop again. Rem knowing what she is thinking about in that moment, and all of the Kunoichis feeling a little creeped out because of the sudden giggles coming from the woman in front of them. Rem-san, shouldn't we, I don't know, tell her to knock or something? Ino asks, feeling a little creeped out thanks to Serafal. There's no need for that, Ino-san, just have to wait some seconds. 3, 2, 1 inch creak. The double doors open and they are greeted by none other than the scowling form of Tsubaki Shinra, whom when centering her line of sight on the Satan Leviathan in front of her stopped scowling, feeling very nervous because of the sudden appearance of her master's sister, so she bows to her, some pink dusting her cheeks because of the unsightly appearance she must have showed in that moment when she opened the door. Leviathan-sama, welcome. Please allow me to escort you and your guests inside the room, Tsubaki says as she stands up very rigidly and escorts everyone inside the room, looking like some kind of soldier because of the stiff walking she's doing in that moment, which actually makes all the Kunoichi look at her a little confused, not knowing how to react to such a thing happening in front of them. Welcome everyone, Oni-sama, Rem-san, and dear guests to the council room inside Kuo Academy. Everyone hears a feminine voice say behind the desk in the middle of the room with the giant window behind it. Chapter 6, Breaking Point. You know, I thought that wherever we were supposed to appear, maybe, and I'm saying just maybe, I expected, don't know, something like creepier or otherworldly. Is the sound of a distinctive feminine voice laced with a little disappointment heard in the same clearing. Wow, thanks Graphia, I totally forgot that, dang, I don't know what I've been doing and thinking this whole time, there's a lot of things to do, Searsex says as he looks to his wife. He grabs and squeezes her hand in a reassuring gesture to let her know that he's totally in control of himself now, which makes Graphia smile softly and nod to him. Well, as I said, I really am not looking for a fight at all here, and I would like it if you two come with me to meet my boss. Kuroka says as she finally stands up and stretches her back, making some pop sounds be heard in the room, and her generous bosoms giggle in such an enticing way that it is looking like it is inviting everyone to look at her without shame. Welcome everyone, Oni-sama, Rem-san, and dear guests to the council room inside Kuo Academy. Everyone hears a feminine voice say behind the desk in the middle of the room with the giant window behind it. Now. Sotan, is the high-pitched yell the magical wearing little girl lets out as she launches herself to try and grab the woman sitting behind the desk, startling the 4 Kunoichi behind her. This sudden action doesn't startle the maid outfit wearing half Oni half devil at all. Instead she reacts fast and lifts her right hand, making an ice wall appear in the path of the little flying missile, which makes the little girl crash into it. Leviathan-sama, please calm down, remember why we are here and with who. Rem says as she puts her hand down, making the ice wall disappear, and signals to the Kunoichis by her side in a calm way. Mo, you are no fun, Rem-chan. Serafal says as she stands back and fixes her magical girl outfit. The girl behind the desk only nods in Rem's direction, thanking her as she fixes her glasses over her nose in a dainty way. If she didn't say it before I would have thought that the one behind the desk is actually the older sister, is what all the kunoichis by Rem's side think together as they watch the middle school girl look-alike stand straight again and walk back to them. Leviathan-sama, I'm thankful that you regard us with your presence in this meeting that is going to take place with everyone present here. Rem-san too, I thank you for your presence, and as for our unexpected guests that have come, I too welcome you. Sona says as she stands and nods in the direction of each of the present persons in the room, which are her peerage, her older sister with Rem, Rias in her peerage, and the kunoichis from another dimension receiving nods of acknowledgement in return. So Tan, you shouldn't act so stiff, we are family, remember. Serafal says as she waves her arms wildly up and down, but she stops her wild action when she hears Rem cough by her side. Sigh. Sona Citri, I'm Serafal, owner of the title of Leviathan and one of the 4 rulers of the underworld, and I thank you for your welcome, and everyone present, I'm glad to have you all here in this meeting. Serafal says as she looks around herself at everyone present in the room. With introductions done, everyone, please take a seat, Tsubaki says as she makes some chairs appear behind each person using a simple magic spell to allow everyone inside the room to get comfortable while the meeting is happening. This little and common action for Tsubaki makes the kunoichis look at everyone around them with some curiosity and little wariness, feeling that what they are going to talk isn't only going to be about them, so with that in mind all of them sit down and relax a little. Thank you Tsubaki-chan, now on to the first point in this meeting. We already know that the days have passed and that Rem-san is here to comply to the orders given to her by Leviathan-sama, so without further ado I thank you Rem-san for joining us. Sona says as she looks at her sister, then to Rem, even though she is feeling a little nervous because of this particular point. I thank you Sona-sama for accepting me with open arms, and so I will make sure that all orders given to me by the Maos will be complied to the last sentence. Rem says as she stands then walks to stand by Sona's side. I guess something of importance happened before we arrived here besides Naruto and Hinata. What do you girls think? Ino thinks and asks to Hanabi, Shion and Shizuka using her Shindenshin no Jutsu. I think that this somehow involves Naruto-kun and Hinata-san if you ask me. Although this is a nice jutsu you have, so points up for me, think you can teach it to me. Shion answers as she looks around and finally her eyesight lands on Ino. Knowing Naruto-kun, it is somehow possible that this actually is based around him. But we can't be too hasty in our decision making. I think that for now maybe we should wait and see how this all unravels itself in the end. Although, Shizuka says as she looks around but stops herself when she notices the red-haired devil looking at their group a little in confusion and intensity. You two have noticed it, right? That red-haired girl sitting on the couch and the guys standing behind her are looking at us with a mixture of confusion and intensity. Although the red-haired is more like longing, maybe. I don't know, to be honest. Hanabi says as she looks around herself, trying not to attract much attention onto herself and her friends. Well, it's not only her. It's like everyone in the room has something to say to us. This has Naruto's name written all over it somehow, Ino answer, now noticing the weird looks they are receiving from their hosts. Now that our first point is done with, let's proceed with the second point. Rias Grimori, we were notified in advance that your meeting with Riser Phoenix is to be held within the council room, but as it is confirmed he is late and so we will proceed with our third point, Sona says, looking in Rias' direction and receiving only a nod in response. Now on to our third and last point of this meeting. Who are the people that came into our territory? I know for a fact that I've never seen them before, Sona asks, looking at the kunoichis whom only keep a neutral face when addressed to. Sona-sama, if I may. Rem asks as she walks forward to stand in the middle of the room, making everyone look at her. Go ahead Rem-san, Sona says, wanting to know what's the deal with their strange and very unique visitors, if their clothes are any indication. Understood. Some hours ago when Leviathan-sama and myself were coming here, she expressed her need to visit again the place where Lucifer-sama and herself had their confrontation against the unknown variable that appeared a week or so ago. Rem says, looking in Serafal's direction, whom only nods in acknowledgement. A week. Well, now we can confirm that Naruto isn't behind this meeting then. In our world, the moment we left since Naruto and Hinata's death, at least 11 months or so had passed, right? Ino says and asks to her friends, expecting some kind of answer in return. When she didn't get one, she looked at them, feeling a little confused at their silence. Right. You weren't notified about what this trip entailed, right? Hanabi asks Ino, which only makes her look confused. Well, I know that when I accepted this mission I actually wasn't in the best moment of my life. So when the Hokage said that I was going to be sent on a long-term mission, I accepted without much complaints because I wanted to get away from the village altogether. Ino answers as she looks at Hanabi, Shion and Shizuka with her right eyebrow raised, still feeling more confused. Oh Kami-sama. This isn't a long-term mission, Ino, this a mission with no return. We are staying in this place forever, Hanabi answer, to which Shion and Shizuka only nod. Wait, what? Ino yells out loud, standing from her seat abruptly, interrupting Rem's explanation of how the two groups encountered each other and agreed to come to the meeting. Is something the matter, dear guest? Sona asks Ino, whom looks around herself, feeling conscious of her sudden yell. Ha 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 ha, so sorry about the sudden outburst, please continue, Ino says as she embarrassedly sits down again so Rem can resume her retelling of the events that happened. What do you mean a mission with no return? I thought we were only supposed to follow some of Naruto's orders for some undefined period of time. Ino yells to the other kunoichis using her jutsu again. Calm down, Ino, we didn't force you to take the mission. Remember that the Hokage called every other kunoichi available and were sworn to secrecy after revealing the information. Shien says, looking at Ino again with a raised eyebrow. And that we were in that meeting, and not sworn into secrecy, but more like their memories of that meeting were wiped out of their mind thanks to one of your clansmen, Hanabi says as she looks around and notices how Rias and her peerage that consists of Akino, Gasper, Kiba and Kaneko in that moment have a curious glance as they look in their direction. Meanwhile Sona and her peerage look at them with some suspicion in their semblance. Wait. What do you mean their memories were wiped? I thought they were only sworn to secrecy, that's what the Hokage himself said. Shien says, this time feeling really intrigued of what happened before they left the village. No, I looked with my Byakugan and the moment they were out of the Hokage's office a Yamanaka appeared to take them somewhere else, so basically we are the only ones here and here we are staying. Hanabi says, taking out any doubts Shien has in that moment. That is weird, I don't remember allowing any of my clansmen to do that in the first place. Ino says as she looks in Rem's direction again and nodding in confirmation of the events that happened before. That's what I've been thinking for some time now. I think they did the same thing that happened with me, as I was going to be the next clan head of the Hyugas the moment I accepted this mission. I was relegated of my duties as clan head and they assigned a new one, Hanabi says, nodding her confirmation of the past events too, even though those events only happened like 2 hours or so ago. I see, so they basically kicked me out without my consent, right? Ino says as she listens to Rem's next words. So basically, the moment our groups encountered we tried to fight each other, but thanks to Leviathan Sama things didn't get out of hand. Rem says as she looks in Hanabi's direction this time. Yeah, you can basically say it like that. I think in our world they don't like women with power very much, even if we are necessary in it to fix a lot of things. Hanabi answers as she nods to confirm Rem's words. With that said, we are honestly curious as to who you all are, where you come from and why you all are here. Because the clothes you are wearing tell me that you are not from here at all, Sona says, making everyone in the room look at the group of 4 kunoichis. We will continue this conversation at a later time. Right now let's focus on what we have in front of us, Ino says as she along with the other kunoichis stand up and bow a little in politeness. After that they take their seats again except for Ino. Thank you Rem-san and Sona-sama. Regarding what we are kunoichis from the village hidden in the leaves, Ino says without hesitation in her voice and looking directly at Sona. Then after some seconds she looks where Hanabi is sitting and nods to her while she sits down again. Thank you Ino-san, the reason why we all are here is because we were given a no-return mission which consists of finding 2 of our own in this world and assist them, Hanabi says, standing up and leaving her backpack on the floor as she addresses everyone around herself. After some seconds she sits down again allowing someone else to speak. This world, what? Are you aliens or something like that? Asks the blonde-haired boy named Saji in rapid succession without being given permission. This action makes him receive a harsh glare from his king that makes him recoil a little in fear. Sorry. As my pawn put it so brazenly, Sona says, sending another glare in Saji's direction that makes him hide behind Ruruko. I would like to know more about each of you in your world and if maybe we can establish communication with it, she says, directing her gaze in front again. Her pawn. That is weird, Shien thinks to herself, but thanks to Ino's jutsu still being activated Hanabi, Ino and Shizuka hear this and only nod in confirmation. This simple action makes Rias and her peerage look at them more intrigued on the information that is going to be provided by the kunoichi group. Well, I am Ino Yamanaka, former Jonin and clan head of the Yamanaka clan that resides in the village hidden in the leaves. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. Ino says as she stands up again and bows respectfully, announcing her former rank and position. My name is Hanabi Hyuga, former Chunin and clan head trainee of the Hyuga clan that resides in the village hidden in the leaves. It's a pleasure to meet everyone here, Hanabi says as she too stands up and bows respectfully. My name is Shien, no last name registered, although that is going to change soon anyways, hahaha. Former head priest of the demon country in the elemental nations, Shien says, standing up after Hanabi's introduction as she too bows. What she didn't take into account in that moment was that her thoughts weren't only for her and so, Ino, Hanabi and Shizuka heard her clearly as if she talked out loud. My name is Shizuka, no last name registered neither, former Jonin and village head of the Natashiko village, now I'm acting as an active bodyguard for Shion-sama. Shizuka says, standing up and bowing respectfully after Shion finishes talking. Shizuka, I told you, there's no need for that anymore, we are here together and there's no need for formalities, Shion says, looking directly to Shizuka with a little frown marring her face. But Shion-sama, we. No buts, Shizuka-san. I understand, Shion-san. Good, because remember, no one is above the other since the moment we landed in this world, Shion says, closing the discussion they just had in front of every devil in the room. If I may, Rias says as she stands up and looks in Sona's direction, whom only gives a nod in confirmation. I'm really curious, who are these persons you are searching? And why go to such lengths for them? What are they to you? Rias says, looking from Ino to Shion then Shizuka to finally her sights land on the Hyuga girl, contemplating that she looks a lot like Hinata and maybe she's a relative of her. If possible, we would like to keep that information disclosed only for us, Hanabi answers in a neutral tone, her facial features set in a neutral mask. Why is that? Maybe we could help you, maybe we've already met those persons you are searching for, Rias says as she takes some steps towards Hanabi and her group, making everyone in the room tense. And how do we know that the information that you are trying to provide us isn't a ruse or something like that? Shizuka says, making Rias freeze up her movements. This allows Akino to put her hand on Rias' right shoulder and pull her back. But this simple action makes Rias snap back to reality and pull her shoulder out of Akino's grip, and look at the kunoichis, her eyes narrowing a little. And how do we know that the information that you've provided to us is actually true, huh? After all, you all are admitting that you are kunoichis, right? Rias says, allowing a little irritation enter her voice, not knowing why, but the sudden though of Naruto and Hinata being in danger because of the persons in front of her just makes her so angry, even though it shouldn't. We have no reason to lie about the information we've freely disclosed to help build a relationship of trust between our groups, and I don't know how our profession has anything to do with what you are suggesting. Shizuka answers Rias' heated question with a calm demeanor. Shinobis after all are a group of trained assassins, are they not? They are trained since birth how to deceive, cheat, kill, and if any of their own betrays them, then they send out groups of max 4 other to hunt them and kill them so information isn't leaked, am I wrong? Rias says as she points in their direction, allowing a little of her power to leak, which make all the kunoichis start to reach for their weapons in their pockets and tense their muscles. Rias, stand down, now, Serafal says from her position, still seated on her chair, but the gaze she is holding at Rias' direction in that moment converge everything she wants to say. She knows that Rias is stressed out because of all the things that are happening to her, but to allow her self-control to slip up in such an important meeting is showing her that maybe she is more stressed out than she thought at first. Leviathan-sama. I'm sorry, everyone please forgive me, Rias says, her eyes opening wide after realizing what she had been doing, so some seconds she bows down, showing how embarrassed and sorry she's feeling in that moment. In that precise moment every person in the room could feel it, everyone except for Rias that is bowing in that moment because she is too preoccupied trying to not anger another Satan against her, the magical signature appearing in the middle of the room, and the distinguishable phonex sigil appearing just in front of everyone in it on top of the floor. It's been such a long time since I've been to the human world, it's still disgusting as I remember it. WMUS. AMS, Nightcore, Nothing Stopping Me, lyrics. They didn't appear in a myriad of colors or anything super flashy to announce their arrival to Kuo Town, they just simply appeared in the forest near it, and then the male-looking person of them both jumped to a tree and crouched down on a branch, preparing himself to jump again faster, this time to reach the highest concentration of chakra he can feel is starting to get, even like it is calming down somehow, and instead of this making him to relax actually makes him tense up and pump chakra in his limbs to reach Kuo Academy in one solid jump if possible, but before he can take this next jump that is sure to put him closer to reach his desired destination, he is stopped by the person below, whom is clearly a female one. Are you sure about this, Nya? Kuroka asks as she looks up to the branch where Naruto is crouching on ready to jump, and then turns her face down again, looking in the direction where Kuo Academy is located as she crosses her arms under her bust, making it look more prominent, and kind of modest at the same time. Well, of course I am sure, I don't know what's happening in there, but it must be something really messy for them to have used such a high quantity of chakra. Naruto says without looking in Kuroka's direction and getting ready again to jump. But wait, how do you truly know this is a help call and not a lure call? Like you know they are doing this to just lure you out and trap you or something like that, Nya? Kuroka says as she leans against the same tree that Naruto is crouching on, and this simple question makes him stop again and look down at her. Being honest, I don't know if this is trap or not. I actually don't care if it is a trap. All I know is that if any of my precious people is in danger, I'll first cut down any of my limbs without hesitation, then leave them alone in any kind of danger. Naruto says to Kuroko with such intensity in his stare down that she can't help but feel weak in the knees, and if it isn't thanks to Tree supporting her, she thinks maybe she could have fallen to the ground. But then, what about your lover? Kuroko says in a hushed tone with some pink dusting her cheeks, never in her wildest dreams imagining that some simple words spouted by someone could make her feel so weak but at the same time so sure of what he's saying. The human in front of her is not a normal one and now she knows it. To be honest, I'm not worried about her because I know that when she's serious she's really strong. That's something that makes me love her as much as I do. Naruto answers with an honest wide smile and a little pink dusting his whiskered cheeks as he nervously scratches the back of his head. Anyways, once the situation in that place is diffused, how can I contact you? And, can you teleport like 4 more people besides us? Naruto asks after calming down from the admittedly embarrassing moment for him, and rethinking his plan that consists of only charging in and saving his friends in that moment. Well, you can flare your chakra I know the moment we are ready to go, but you know what, chew. Is the only warning Naruto gets before Kuroko is crouched by his side and gives him a kiss on his left cheek which leaves him without words to say at all. What? Hey, why'd you do that? Naruto says, falling to the ground while holding his left cheek, a huge blush coloring his whiskered cheeks. Teehee. Calm down stud, that's just a charm I put on you. Look on the top of your left hand, that way you can contact me and about the 4 more people. Yes, I can with no problems, and don't worry, I'll go back and check out if your other lovers are fine. Kuroko says as she leaps to the other side and leaving through a transportation seal. Say seriously, what's with that woman suddenly kissing me out of nowhere, and did she really have to kiss me for this? Naruto asks to no one with a stupefied expression as he looks at the little black kitten drawn on the back of his left palm and noticing how it glows from time to time. I think I need to go now, Naruto says as he stands and jumps in the direction of Kuo Academy, still feeling a little distraught thanks to Kuroko's sudden kiss. Wait, what did she mean by other lovers? Are you seriously asking what she meant by other lovers? Kurama asks his partner, an incredulous tone lacing his voice. Hey, as far as I remember the only one whom I'm dating is Hinata. If you don't remember then you can remember it now, Naruto yells in middle air and then lands in another tree branch to jump again. Yeah right, so you were with her and you haven't thought the possibility about having another lover or even more than one? Kurama asks while he sits on the mindscape and cross his arms. PFF'd. Sorry but I'm not particularly keen on cheating my girlfriend, you know. After all, I truly love her after so many things that have happened, Naruto says as a short chuckle leaves his lips and jumps again. Who said something about cheating? Kurama asks while he stretches and starts walking around Naruto's mindscape slowly as the setting started to change. What do you mean? If that isn't called cheat, Naruto tries to get an explanation out of Kurama but stops himself when he suddenly feels another source of power enter his senses, this one not of chakra but something else, like something dark, and the feelings behind it are so raw he can't help but jump faster, finally reaching the building where he can feel it come from. We'll continue this discussion at a later time. Something is definitely not right here, Naruto says as he jumps through a huge hole on the front side of the building. Landing inside, he scans his surroundings and notices that everywhere he sees is really dark until finally his scanning stops in the middle of the room where he can see it, or more specifically her. Rias standing in the middle of the room with the male-looking version of her kneeling in front of her, and if he remembers right, him being her older brother, but something was definitely not right with her because her clothes were basically tattered and her skin was a mixture of black and her hair was standing because of the power she was radiating in that moment. Well shit. Riser-sama, please refrain from saying such comments for this meeting and please remember that we are late thanks to the needs you had to attend to, is the distinctive voice of Graphia Lucifuge heard behind Riser that makes everyone in the room look at her and notice that her features are set in a neutral mask as she looks directly at the back of Riser's head. Alright Graphia-san, I'm sorry about that delay, but you see I seriously had to take care of those needs. After all, I still don't have my cute and sexy wife with me to sat them whenever I feel the urges, you see. Riser says as he looks everywhere around him in the room while he licks his lips in a disgusting way that makes everyone in it shiver until finally his sights land on the 4 kunoichis, whom have their eyes narrowed in suspicion and make him raise his right eyebrow. Riser-sama, I welcome you to Kuo Academy. You too Graphia-san, welcome to Kuo Academy, more specifically to the student council room. Although somehow late, but we were expecting you, Sona says while she keeps her tone professional and calm on the outside, although in the inside she is feeling truly agitated because Rias hasn't moved from her bowing position at all since the appearance of Riser and Graphia. Rias, what are you doing? Please move already. Ah yes Sona-san, I too thank you for your welcoming words to this meeting. Riser says while waving his right hand in a dismissive way, then turns around and looks directly at the 4 kunoichis whom picked his interests in the beginning and starts walking in their direction. Sona-sama, I too thank you for acknowledging my presence in this meeting. I can't express how truly sorry I am for us taking so much time to arrive to this meeting. Graphia says as she bows and then stands back waiting for the meeting to unravel itself, knowing that's the only thing she can do for the time being. Well, Riser-sama, can you please take a seat and… Yeah, just one moment, I'm actually curious as to whom these really cute girls are. Riser interrupts Sona as he finally stands in front of the 4 kunoichis and starts inspecting them as if they were some kind of meat. Who the heck is this asshole? He's giving me the creeps. Hanabi can't stop herself from shivering a little and asks to the other kunoichis, who still share their thoughts thanks to Ino. I have to agree with Hanabi-san, I'm not getting any good vibes coming from the person in front of us. Besides, he keeps checking us like we are some kind of trophy or something like that. Shizuka agrees as she tenses up and readying herself for anything the new person in front of them tries. I don't know girls, I think he's kind of cute, but well, that's just me, Ino says in a dismissive tone as she looks at Riser with some interest. What do you mean, Ino-san? Look closely at him, he's making such a disgusting face for Kami's sake. Shien's heated retort is heard clearly as she points out mentally how Riser is starting to lick his lips as a disgusting smirk contorts his face. Okay, I can see it now, I mean yeah, he looks cute, but that actually is something that really can get any girl repulsed. Ino agrees when she too notices Riser's expression and starts to get a little creeped out, which makes her regret ever thinking her first impression of the guy in front of her. Riser-sama, please, Rem tries to say but is interrupted by Riser just waving dismissively at her like she's not important to him at all, which in retrospective for him is the truth because he doesn't care much about other maids and the only one he is afraid of is the strongest queen, whom is a maid to her own husband king. These girls look really cute, I'm truly impressed by their beauty and how unique they are. Riser comments as he continues to look at them and then lifts his right hand trying to touch the nearest girl to him, which so happens to be Shien. Slap. Watch it, are you an idiot or something like that? What were you trying to do? Shien asks heatedly after slapping Riser's hand away, her eyes narrowing in a heated glare. Oh, and they are feisty too, I like them. Sona-san, thank you a lot for mine and Ria's early marriage gift, I promise to take good care of them, Riser says over his right shoulder to Sona and lifts his right hand again, this time grabbing Shien on her shoulder. This action makes Shizuka react fast and cut Riser's forearm cleanly using a wind-enhanced kunai, hand twitching and all falling to the ground and making a cold thud reverberate all around the room. The fall of Riser's limb onto the wooden floor makes everyone in the room widen their eyes and Riser to cry out in pain while he holds his severed arm and get back and away from the kunoichis, who are ready with kunais in hands in their respective defensive stances. Every single devil in the room is tense and ready for a confrontation at any given moment, every devil except for 2 whom haven't moved at all, and the reason why things haven't gone out of control the second Shizuka cut Riser's arm off, these singles devils being Seraphal and Rias. Seraphal, despite all the things happening in front of her, doesn't allow herself to react in an aggressive manner at all and just keeps a neutral face while she looks on to how the meeting unfolds itself, knowing that her role as a Satan is one to stay neutral as possible in such meetings until it is truly needed of her to intervene, and well, one such time just so happens to be this precise moment. Truly magnificent, I will enjoy unwrapping these gifts in our honeymoon, my dear Rias, I truly thank you a lot, Sona-san. For Riser's laugh is heard as he shows his right hand as normal, like it never was severed in the first place, but is interrupted by something that makes everyone in the room freeze and even Seraphal and Graphia get on high alert. It is said that there is a time, just a single time, when a person reaches her breaking point, when nothing else matters to them because she is simply fed up with everything that has happened to them in all their living time, because they simply can't stand it anymore, because they don't want to feel the pressure anymore, no matter how strong they hold it, and their anger and desperation just takes precedence before rationality to show how truly conflicted they feel. This single time just happened to occur to one Rias Grimoire in such a single instant, and why, you may be wondering. Well, let's just recount the different events that had happened to Rias so far for her to actually snap and telling to herself to hell with everything and consequences be damned. First, when she was just a little girl full of dreams and hopes for the future, she was forced to realize those dreams and hopes were never going to become real because she was born into a prestigious clan in the underworld that still followed some archaic rules even though they were supposed to live in a new era. Don't get her wrong though, she has no problems at all following rules and acting the way she is supposed to. As an heiress to one of the prestigious pillars of the underworld, she is actually proud to have been born in the Grimoire clan. The actual realization though came in the form of her arranged marriage. At first she told herself that sure, she was going to go through with it for the benefit of her clan and make her family proud as a whole. But the moment she met him, she couldn't stand him at all, after watching how he behaved to all his peerage and to other persons. No, just the thought of her sharing her whole life with him made her want to puke until she dropped dead in that single instant. Second, when she confronted her family about it, especially her mother and father about the arranged marriage, she knew she was alone, because they told her that she would be alright, that she in time would fall in love with Riser, a thing she truly knew would never ever happen at all. Then when she went to her big brother for help at that time, she understood without a doubt that she truly was alone regarding her arranged marriage, and so she ran away from her home trying to find a little consolation at least by running away. The thing is that she can't truly remember what happened at that time, just that she woke up in the middle of the forest around her home while holding a toy kunai while her clothes were covered in a little snow. This actually sparked her interests to know everything about Japan and its culture. Third, she knows about it clearly, how everyone around her only knows her as the Grimoire heiress and nothing else. She wants to be recognized by who she is, not only by her title. But what actually makes her hate this is that Riser sees her as a piece of meat whom can gain a lot of praise by marrying her, the Grimoire heiress, and knowing this actually makes a lot of people stay away from her, which actually made her feel truly lonely because there was no one to truly talk to her until the time Akeno entered her life. Fourth, the single thinking of what would happen to her peerage, her little family, what Riser would do the moment she married him makes her stomach churn so much. That's why she was desperate to find a solution to her marriage, absolutely anything to help. And finally, when she thought she found a way to solve the problem that has been bothering her for such a long time with Issei's help, one miscalculation threw everything to the figurative trash bin. All her hard work and her thinking all for nothing because Issei wanted to save a nun. True, she doesn't hate the nun and sees her as a valuable person too, but for things to have gone so wrong the way they did. She actually knows that things haven't gone the way she wanted, but they could have gone better if Riser didn't feel his ego get the best of him and forced their parents to make the marriage official way before she could finish her university studies as it was planned in the first place. Then she wouldn't have lost her pawn in the first place. It was something simple: go, rescue the nun and get out without witnesses, so nothing could have gone wrong in the first place, right? Right. But no. Somehow, some unfucking believable way, fate had deemed that she hadn't suffered enough throughout all her life, that it wasn't enough, that she needed to learn some kind of lesson she didn't ask about in the first place, and that lesson was that her and her whole peerage family were weak. How, you may ask? Right. Well, it's simple. When they finally rescued the nun and she was about to resurrect her, two people appeared out of nowhere in a giant symbol when she just touched the sacred gear the nun possessed. That's how things got out of control. Losing her peerage member, being denied the chance to get more peerage members, having to go through re-education with her whole peerage and awaiting a fate worse than death. Having to pass an exam with her peerage so she doesn't lose her family. Then having to be in this meeting to confront Riser and challenge him to a rating game without her full family, because Issei was still being trained by her Onisama Grafia while there was an illusion spell that made it look like he was still attending Kuo Academy and his house normally. That's not all though. She still can't figure out why. Just why she can't get Naruto and Hinata out of her mind at all, and it had been like 3 or 4 days since they left to who knows where. Then out of nowhere appear 4 other kunoichis claiming to be searching for comrades, and just the thought of them harming Naruto or Hinata pissed her off so much, even though she knew she should have stayed calm, and well, that was why she apologized for her odd behavior. But now, the cherry on top of the icing of the cake-flavored Rias lesson in life just so happens to be Riser again, who appeared with her Onisama escorting him while he himself admits that he was taking care of some needs before getting to the meeting, and she just knows what those needs are. True, she wouldn't have stayed calm and composed if things didn't escalate with Riser saying that the 4 kunoichis were a gift for him and her marriage, while disrespecting everyone around him. So there you have it. That's why she didn't move from her bowing position at all the moment Riser appeared, because she was trying with all her willpower to not let her desperation take the best of her, but the moment Riser mentioned her marriage to him again in front of so many people watching, she couldn't stand it anymore. Which are the things that brings us to the present, those different events through her whole life where everyone can feel and see Rias' aura and power of destruction starting to rise from her while her shoulders can't stop shaking because of the unfiltered rage she is feeling in that moment. The rage because she is desperate to stop the madness happening in her life to bring some calm to it. That's why she says to herself, "Fuck it all, fuck you," are the only words that pass through Rias' mind as she lifts her head and everyone can see tear lines travel through on her cheeks while her eyes narrow in a harsh glare as she watches the source of all her misery in the first place. "Ah, my dear Rias, why are you crying? Is it because one of our gifts cut my arm off? Don't worry, see, it's as good as new." Riser says as he approaches Rias as if the world is his to do as he pleases. What he didn't take into account though was that Rias' bowing pose changed so quick and that her eyes changed from their vibrant blue-green eyes to a pure red as her tears vanished in the fraction of a second while her left feet planted itself on the ground making it crack, and her right hand ball itself in a tight fist which got surrounded by a huge concentration of her demonic power. Everyone saw her fist and forearm glow while her power of destruction coated it and thus allowing her whole weight be redirected for the sure kill blow. She allowed her rage, grief and multitude of different feelings pour through this one hit, even if it meant her being casted away from devil society. Consequences be damned. Ah, boom, is heard by everyone in the room while they watch Riser's half upper body fly then hit the other end of the meeting room and go through it very much alive but unconscious as Rias still in her still rage-filled mind followed after him, her whole body starting to leak power of destruction slowly. How is Riser still alive and only unconscious after such a sure kill blow, you may be wondering, right? Well, it's simple. You just have to look around the room itself and you can see that Sona, Grafia, Serafal and Rem have their right arms extended and struggling to stand because of the quantity of magic they had to use to raise a thick enough ice wall to stop Rias' blow. Just before Rias' fist could reach Riser, the wall no more thick than 15 centimeters sprang in front of the blow and the girls had to pump every bit of magic available in less than a second to stop Rias from killing Riser, and they kind of won because Riser is very much alive and unconscious, but now they have an heiress on the loose to worry about. Everyone stop Rias now, I'm calling backup. Grafia yells after her legs no longer can support her and falls onto the ground while shakily makes a magic seal appear to call her husband. The yell makes every devil and even the kunoichis follow through and comply to the order, and so all of them raise their magic and chakra to the max they could while they follow after Rias. "Fya-chan, what happened?" asks Sears X curiously to his wife, knowing that in that moment she is supposed to be in a meeting while he has finally found a way to help his sister. Ha, it's Rias, she's gone berserk, help, were Grafia's last words before she fell unconscious onto the ground. Rem, Sona and Serafal following through not even some seconds after. WMUS. Asia-chan, please tell me what happened for you to come rushing so fast to the room where Naruto-kun and I were just some minutes ago. Hinata says to Asia as she piggyback carries her all the way at a fast pace to the central part of the place where they are residing at that moment. I think that Yasaka-sama may be in trouble, Asia says, a frown marring her facial features as she tightens her grip on Hinata's shoulder. What do you mean, Asia-chan, what happened? Hinata says, fixing Asia on her back and jumping even further, getting closer to the central building. Well, Hinata-san, remember that me and Kuno-chan were playing in the garden of the main building so you and Naruto-kun could do what you had to do, right? Asia says as a little blush appear on her cheeks that makes Hinata stop on a branch on a tree and smile softly at her. Yes, I do remember. By the way, thanks for taking care of Kuno-chan in the meantime. Hinata says as she leaps one last time and lands in front of the yard of the building. There's no need for that, Hinata-san, after all I'm glad to help and I like spending time with Kuno-chan too. Asia says as she looks and starts walking in front of her after settling beside Hinata. Well, when we finished having fun we returned to the building to get something to eat for Kuno because she got hungry after all the playing around, and so I left her in the kitchen room in the care of the chefs in there. I left her there because I wanted to go to the bathroom, and well, as I was going to the bathroom I got a little curious of the meeting that Yasaka-sama was holding, Asia says as she starts walking faster to the meeting room with Hinata following her at the same speed. Right, I remember her telling us that she was going to have a meeting with another faction. I can't remember which one to be honest, Hinata says as they finally reach and stop at the front door of the meeting room, a little blush on her cheeks. Yes, well, as I said, curiosity got the better of me and so I walked in the direction of the meeting room to listen on it. I know that's wrong to do, but curiosity got the better of me. Asia says as she stumbles on her own words and a blush appears on her cheeks which makes Hinata remember a little of her old self and smile softly at her for a bit. Okay, so what happened for you to think that Yasaka-sama may be in trouble? Hinata says, her facial features changing into a neutral one after noticing her surroundings suddenly getting too quiet for comfort. As I was approaching the room I noticed that magical energies inside the room started to rise up too much, and so without a second thought ran out of the building to come get you both as fast as I could, Asia says, feeling very nervous. I see, Byakugan, there's some kind of dome surrounding the whole area, even the surrounding forest around us. Asia-chan, Hinata says, her eyes narrowing after noticing the empty meeting room and everywhere around her. Yes, Hinata-san, Asia asks, allowing some worry slip in her tone. It looks like there's absolutely no one anywhere near where we are. Let's go to where you left Kuno-chan. I'm getting really bad vibes about what's happening right now. Hinata asks as she scans the kitchen area inside the building area from where they all the while keeping her senses on high alert, expecting a sudden attack at any moment because in some weird way her Byakugan can't detect any movement at all. I understand, let's go. Asia says as she starts running in the direction of the kitchen in front of Hinata, which prompts her to follow at the same speed to not leave Asia behind. In an instant they reach the kitchen area, but once in there the sight of blood everywhere makes Asia freeze up and Hinata to instantly make her chakra enhance her limbs as her senses enter an overdrive frenzy, her eyes narrowing knowing an ambush. SSST. Kuno-chan, where are you? Asia yells and runs inside the kitchen area after snapping out of her surprise, never noticing the distinctive sizzling sound of gas escaping inside the room. Asia-chan, wait. Hinata says, appearing beside Asia and stopping her while she grips her right shoulder firmly, which makes Asia look at her with worried eyes. But Hinata-san, we should, Asia says, looking at Hinata with desperation lacing her voice. Click. Fwoom. Is the only warning both Hinata and Asia get before the room is engulfed in a huge plume of fire, incinerating everything around it. Why I do that, nya. Kuroka thinks to herself as a blush appears on her cheeks and she lays her back against the back of a tree near where she just appeared. I mean, yeah, he's cute and really packed. Hehehehe, but to suddenly, well, do that. I mean, I'm supposed to be more controlled than act like a teenage girl acting on her raging hormones, but God, I don't know. Nya. Kuroka thinks and lets out a yell of frustration in the end as she turns around and hits the tree dead in its center, making it crack some. I mean, sure, I want to repopulate my race and amend things with my little sister, but this is the first time I act like a little high school teenager. Just what the heck, nya. Kuroka says as she furiously scrubs her hair, making it a total mess. Sigh. I think I'm going to need some time to process all this. I mean, yeah, I think I like him. But I've only met him today. Sheesh, this is such a mess, nya, she says as she leans against the tree again, but her actions stop once she feels the earth beneath her tremble some. Boom. Oh, are you serious? Please tell me this is some kind of joke or something like that, nya, Kuroka says as her eyes narrow in a harsh scowl after turning her head in the direction where she heard the explosion come from and notices how a huge pillar of fire and smoke is rising up to the sky. This is seriously not fucking good at all, nya. Kuroka expresses angrily as she leaps from where she is standing on and makes a transportation seal appear in the middle of the air that swallows her completely, making her appear in front of the burning building, completely safe from the flames. What the fuck are those guys from the old Satan faction thinking? Why are they pulling these kind of shit? Kuroka thinks as she looks around searching for her other target, but with no luck so far because of the still raging inferno in front of her. Seriously, where are you both? I can't tell Naruto-kun that a sub-faction of my boss killed you both. He will definitely not be happy about that, nya, wait. Naruto-kun. Kuroka mumbles to herself while she keeps looking around until the only warning she gets is the distinctive crack of a branch being stepped on behind her, which makes her eyes widen as her senses scream at her to dodge to the right, which she does without a second thought. Swoosh. Crack. Is the sound that reaches Kuroka's sensitive ears from the place she was standing just some seconds ago. Looking up, she notices her other target is bent down and looking up at her with veins protruding the sides of her eyes and her right hand thrusted down where the ground is supposed to be, but instead there is now a huge crater of at least 2 meters deep with cobweb fissures all around it. Huff. I'm glad she's alright. Hey. What was that for, nya? Kuroka tries to ask but is forced to leap back and land in front of a tree, avoiding the sudden attack from Hinata, which actually makes her worried because she can feel the killing intent radiating from her in spades. Hey, stop that. Kuroka yells as she leaps to the right side, this time avoiding another jab from Hinata, and watches how the tree gets snapped in half just from the simple hit. Geez woman, calm down, nya. Kuroka says heatedly as she catches both of Hinata's forearms in her hands, stopping her reckless charge. Seriously, why Niag? Kuroka tries to say again but couldn't because she lets Hinata's forearms go altogether to hold her broken nose thanks to a sudden headbutt she received from her. This action leaves Kuroka wide open for Hinata to leap, approach her one last time and hit her in the stomach with an open palm, which makes her double over in pain and some spit leave her mouth. Finally Hinata crouches and kicks Kuroka in the sides of her feet, which makes her fall down with a thud on the ground, which makes Kuroka hold her stomach as she looks with one open her to her silent assailant. That hurts, nya. I'm seriously curious as to what you meant that this attack is related to your boss somehow. Please kindly explain that to all of us. Hinata says as she glares at the downed Kuroka while Asia appears behind her holding a distraught-looking Kuno. Chapter 7. You kidding me, right? Ah, Leviathan-sama. I'm sorry, everyone please forgive me, Ria says, her eyes opening wide after realizing what she had been doing, so some seconds she bows down, showing how embarrassed and sorry she's feeling in that moment. We'll continue this discussion at a later time. Something is definitely not right here, Naruto says as he jumps through a huge hole on the front side of the building. Well shit. But Hinata-san, we should, Asia says, looking at Hinata with desperation lacing her voice. Click. Flume, is the only warning both Hinata and Asia get before the room is engulfed in a huge plume of fire incinerating everything around it. I mean, yeah, he's cute and really packed. Hehehehe, but to suddenly do that. I mean, I'm supposed to be more controlled than act like a teenage girl acting on her raging hormones, but I don't know. NYA. Kuroka thinks and lets out a yell of frustration in the end as she turns around and hits the tree dead in its center, making it crack some. I'm seriously curious as to what you meant that this attack is related to your boss somehow. Please kindly explain that to all of us. Hinata says as she glares at the downed Kuroka while Asia appears behind her holding a distraught-looking Kuno. Now. 2 steps from hell, Evergreen extended. Ha. No, I don't want to. I will not marry someone like him. I'd rather not have been born in the first place if this is my future. Please someone, anyone help me, are the thoughts that cross through the little girl's mind as she keeps running through the forest without looking back. If one looked closely at her, some distinguishable features could be taken into account onto her little form. First, the little girl looks no older than 10 years old and that her clothes look pretty on her like a little princess, denoting that maybe she is someone important or that she belongs to a wealthy family. Second, she has vibrant crimson red hair which falls down below her little shoulders, which just confirms that when she gets older she will become a true beauty that will drive many men crazy. Third, she has the most beautiful blue eyes that express such brightness which only adds to the girl's beauty and make her looks more exquisite altogether. But all these features that are supposed to make the little girl look beautiful and regal cannot be truly appreciated on her at the current time, because the constant running through the forest at her highest speed from whatever that is troubling her has managed to make her clothes look ragged, her hair disheveled, and her eyes keep letting tears run through on her cheeks. I don't want to. I will not marry someone like Riser Phoenixii. The little girl says while she continues running away, but because she passes her arms through her eyes to clean them up from her tears, she didn't notice an uplifted root from the nearby tree she just passed through which made her stumble and fall onto ground and skid a little on it. Why is this happening? Wah. The little girl couldn't hold it in anymore and started crying out loud as she kept her eyes covered with both bruised arms thanks to the fall, her wailing being heard through all the forest around her. Not very far from the position of the crying girl, thanks to her constant wailings, she got the attention of a black-purple looking snake that is at least 3 meters long and has purple glowing eyes. Is that a child's crying voice? Maybe I can get a new body for myself, after all the last devil body didn't last me too long. The sinister-looking snake thinks as it starts crawling itself closer to its target where it can hear the wails getting stronger thanks to its closeness. This is very interesting. If I remember the pillars right, this one is from the Grimoire clan. The snake thinks as it finally stops in front of the little girl and keeps looking at her intently. The little girl starts to calm down after 3 minutes of constant crying and rubs her eyes to clean them of any leftover tears, never noticing how the snake-looking creature approached her and is standing in front of her. Have you finally calmed yourself down, little one? The snake asks as it gets onto the same eye level of the little red head and looks at her intently. Gasp. WHO or you? The little girl asks as she jumps back in surprise and lifts her right hand, allowing a little of her magic come out in front of the distinctive magic rune of the Grimoire clan. I was right in my assumption, she indeed is a Grimoire. And if it isn't Searsx, then maybe Zauticus and Venelana's new kid, the heiress of the Grimoire clan. The snake thinks as it looks closely at the little girl and realizing who she is. Hey. Calm down, little one, I mean no harm to you, the snake says as it starts circling round her and getting comfortable with its eyes looking directly at her blue ones. I heard you're crying all the way out where I was, so I came to check and imagine my surprise in finding a young Grimoire here in this place. How do you know I'm a Grimoire? She says as she looks defiantly at the snake, never batting an eyelash in fear. Well, who doesn't know about Searsx Lucifer, former Grimoire heir? Which, mind you, all Grimoires are vastly known thanks to their unique crimson hair. The snake states in a matter-of-fact tone, but gets curious once it notices the little girl's shoulders shaking. I just wish I wasn't one. Or at least don't want to be anywhere near my family right now, the girl says, holding back some tears and shaking a little after remembering the talk she had with her brother regarding her fiancé. And why is that, little one? The snake asks as it gets comfortable still surrounding the little one and letting a little of its magic start to leak to help the girl. I'm not a little one. My name is Rias Grimoire, remember it? Rias says her name while she points directly in the face of the snake. This action makes the snake look directly at her pointed finger, making it look kind of funny. Hee. Okay, Rias Grimoire, my name's Morio and I'm a demon dragon, a pure blood one at that. The now named Morio says with some mirth lacing its voice after regaining its composure from the sudden outburst of Rias. Now can you tell me why you don't want to be with them? They are forcing me to marry Riser Phoenix and I don't like him at all. I asked my Oni-sama to help me and he told me that he couldn't interfere because that could be seen as a sign of favoritism to the other clans. Rias tells Morio and lets out a sigh of tiredness in the end. She then leans against the body of the snake and lets herself fall onto the floor again. Interesting, I take it you escaped from your family while they were not looking and that's why you are here in the first place, am I right? Morio states more than asks to little Rias, which makes her only nod in response while she looks up at the forest canopy knowing that even if she ran away her fate was sealed. Sigh. I mean I wouldn't have a problem at all if maybe he was a nice guy, maybe had some little things that would make him unique in his own way, and the most important one that he looks at me for who I am. And well, Riser Phoenix doesn't have a single thing I like and I can't stand him at all. Rias lists off everything that she likes to the snake while she slowly plays with her crimson hair. I see. Well, I think I can help you with your little problem, Morio says in a kind tone which makes Rias look at it curiously. Why do you want to help me? And, what do you gain by helping me? Rias asks, letting a little suspicion lace her voice and her eyes narrowing too, knowing that nothing is free in the devil world. You are a sharp one even though you are young, true enough I wouldn't help you if I didn't gain something by it, right? Morio says as it starts unfolding itself from around Rias and stands in front of her, making its height be more noticeable. Honestly, I could have simply taken your body and made your soul be expelled from it, but so far all the bodies I've taken possession of in that way have ended up failing and dying. At the explanation of the snake taking possession of bodies, Rias' eyes widened a little in fear but soon regained her composure knowing that maybe it wanted to have some kind of pact. So, what I'm proposing you is a kind of pact in which we both will agree to merge our powers and we get a new body of sorts, Morio says as his head gets on the same level of the little Rias and looks intently at her waiting for her answer. What will happen to us? To me? Rias asks, feeling really curious about her fate at the end. And even if we do this, how am I going to be able to get free from Riser? Well, basically no one knows about this, but my race is a kind of spawn from Ophis, the infinite dragon god. And so we have domain over time and space, Morio tells Rias his little secret, which makes Rias' eyes widen in surprise not knowing how to react to such information. But, Ophis can't possibly have any spawns living anywhere near any faction or race itself, because it has never left its domain in the dimensional void before. We have always been taught that. Rias states to Morio with conviction, lacing her voice knowing that Ophis would never leave its domain at all in the first place. I have no reasons to lie, it once left its home to discover the world and at that time took the form of an old human male, now it takes the form of a little human female. At that time when it was a male, it used some of its powers in the underworld and one of its snakes took a more sentient form allowing my race to spawn, but slowly and surely we were hunted down by the devils and fallen angels to extinction. Morio says, reminiscing how its race came to be and what happened to them in the end. So what you are really looking for is retribution, right? Rias asks Morio, her eyes narrowing now knowing what it really wants. Yes and no. Why is this happening? Why won't they stop looking at me like that? Stop looking at me like that. Are the thoughts that cross through the little blonde boy's mind while he keeps running through the center of the village, his breath visible through his mouth, his whiskered cheeks are rosy red thanks to the cold weather and snow covering everything around in that moment, all the people around him avoiding his path while giving him room enough to run and just keep looking at him with contempt. The little kid has always known that a majority of the people in the village where he lives in has never liked him at all. He doesn't understand why they avoid him in the first place, like he carries some kind of plague and simply keep staring at him with those eyes. Always being watched with the same stare, always being denied any sort of comfort. He said to himself once long ago that he would not let that bring him down. He got tired of always crying, knowing that no matter how much he cried no one would come to help him, but today he couldn't get a break at all, and so the only thing left for him was to run away from those stares until finally he reaches his safe haven. Creak. I don't get it. Why do they look at me like that? Why do they not acknowledge me at all? The little boy keeps thinking to himself while he swings himself slowly on the rope swing that is placed on a particular tree, his sky blue beautiful gaze never leaving the white snow-covered earth. In that moment the little boy is donning a cotton jacket that is a mixture of orange with white colors, green lenses keeping his blonde hair tamed, a black t-shirt with a white spiral logo in the front, gray short pants, black cotton boots and a long red scarf covering his neck to keep him protected from the cold season at the time. Sniff. Ah, or the sounds that make the little boy stop his swinging and constant thinking to look behind himself. He notices how 3 other kids are laughing at another little girl that looks to be his age. She has midnight blue haircut in a Heim style and white lavender beautiful eyes. In that moment the little girl is donning a cotton pink jacket, a yellow skirt, midnight lavender short pants, deep pink cotton boots and a cream scarf covering her neck to keep her protected from the cold season at the time. Hey, stop that! The little kid yells as he jumps off the swing and runs to help the little girl that is being bullied by other 3 older kids that look to be around the age of 8 to 10 years old. The yell makes the other kids stop making fun of the little girl and turn around to watch the one that interrupted their fun. The girl herself stops crying and looks at the little blonde kid in wonder, remembering him from the other times when she has seen him before. Isn't he that kid? Ah yeah, he is that kid, the one that always goes around doing senseless pranks, right? Yeah, he's that kid, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I'm not that kid. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. And I'm going to be the future Hokage, remember it. The now identified as Naruto yells to the 3 older kids, telling them his future goal, which makes them look at him incredulously and then laugh out loud in a mocking manner. I'll show you not to mess up with me. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto yells his technique, which makes 2 little clones of himself appear in front of him. Get ready to fight. You will regret messing with us. Are the squeaky voices of the little clones of Naruto heard while they yell at the bullies that makes everyone present stare dumbfounded at the little copies of the whiskered blonde, not knowing what to say at all. After some seconds the kids just laugh at Naruto because of the funny situation. One of the kids, getting tired of the situation, hits Naruto on the face, which makes him faint on the spot, saying he will be the future Hokage. Huh, what a joke. Yeah, let's take care of his scarf. Yeah. The kids take the long red scarf from the fainted Naruto and start vandalizing it by pulling on it, stepping on it and forgetting everything about the little girl they were bullying in the first place. After some time, Naruto finally wakes up from his sleep. Not yet. I will show you all an amazing jutsu that will, Naruto yells at the beginning but stops himself after he notices that the 3 older kids are no longer around, which makes him sigh in disappointment. Are you okay? The little girl asks Naruto, which makes him turn his head to the side and notice that she is kneeling by his side while his tattered red scarf is resting on her knees. Yeah, don't worry, Naruto says as he rubs the back of his head in little comfort. Your scarf, she says while she lifts the scarf in his direction, trying to give it back to Naruto. This action makes Naruto look at her again and just wave dismissively, knowing that it already is useless. Don't worry about it, he says as he stands and starts to run in the direction of the village again. Ah, Naruto-kun, she yells, which makes Naruto stop and turn around to look at her with some confusion marring his face. Why do you always keep helping me? Even though I haven't told you my name yet, she asks Naruto in a polite tone, which makes him tilt his head and scratch his cheek. Honestly, it's because I don't like pricks at all, Naruto says while he scratches the tip of his nose with some nervousness, although, all my helps haven't been useful at all if I remember right, he says again and looks at the sky with some frustration lacing his young voice. No, you've helped me a lot, never asking anything in return. And I thank you because of that, she says, bowing down in his direction again, which makes Naruto blush and smile widely in her direction as he nervously scratches the back of his head. Yar, don't worry about it really, I do it because it's the right thing to do. And well, you are a little cute honestly, Naruto says while looking in another direction, but the last part says more to himself than the girl in a low tone. Ah, yes, my name is Hinata, Hyuga Hinata, nice to finally meet you in a formal way, Uzumaki Naruto-kun, Hinata says with politeness lacing her voice, and she bows again. He. Okay Hinata, Naruto says using only her first name, which makes Hinata blush and look at another place, feeling embarrassed because of the usage of only her name. She blushes because the usage of only the name where they live means that the persons are close. Do you want to be friends with me, Naruto-kun? Hinata asks Naruto with some pink blush dusting her cheeks while she fidgets a little and plays with her fingers, nervously waiting for his answer. Ah, truly? Do you truly mean what you are asking of me? You aren't kidding me, right? Naruto asks with hope lacing his voice as he looks and walks with some tremble in Hinata's direction, which makes Hinata's eyes widen in surprise and nod at Naruto. I'd never make fun of you, Naruto-kun, Hinata says as she too walks to get closer to Naruto. This action makes Naruto's eyes mist a little while they stand in front of each other. After some seconds Naruto rubs his eyes with his right forearm, cleaning them off from any sign of tears, then looks directly at Hinata and gives her the most brilliant smile he can muster in that moment. I'd love for us to be friends. Ah, ouch, that hurts. WMUS. Eternal Senia Ost, track 27 inches Silent Love. Why? No, can you please remind me why are we doing this in the first place? I mean, we are supposed to not involve ourselves in the affairs of others and just reach our target, but somehow we end up involving ourselves in this messed up situation. I'm seriously confused as it is. Shizuka can't help but allow some confusion be felt through the link she shares with all the other kunoichis in that moment, which makes Shion, Ino and Hanabi hesitate some in taking their next step to help restrain the rampaging Rias. Honestly, it's because they are our only chance at finding said target, and we really need a place where to accommodate ourselves to begin our search. You know the deal, right? Information gathering and those things. Don't you? Hanabi says with conviction through her thoughts after some seconds, which helps in getting rid of not only hers but all the other kunoichis' hesitation and make them move again while they raise their chakra again. Of course we all know the deal. We are here to search for Naruto and Hinata, then once together we give them the scrolls given to us by Hokage-sama and follow Naruto's lead, but that doesn't matter at all right now because we first need to stop the madness happening right now. Later we can discuss the other details that we haven't come to an agreement yet. Ino says while passing through the huge hole adorning one of the classrooms. In that moment, noticing everything quiet, she crouches down behind a fallen piece of wall to cover herself and signals to the other girls to do the same. Sheesh. Again with that. You were there so you can't complain now, and it's true we need to complete our goal right now, so what are we supposed to do now? Shion expresses with some frustration while she lands beside Ino and crouches down, Hanabi and Shizuka doing the same. Rias-sama, please calm down, this is not like you at all. The four kunoichis hear Tsubaki, member of Sona's peerage, say before they peek from their hiding place and watch how she gets punched on the left side of her face and sent unconscious through a wall behind her into another room, the figure of Rias Grimori replacing Tsubaki's one. The happening of this is so fast that it makes all the kunoichis' eyes open wide in surprise, and before they can blink they watch in disbelief how a rope that belongs to the only other blonde hair guy in the room wraps itself around the wrist of Rias to restrain her. Crack. Boom. But in the end this doesn't work because Rias just grabs the rope, and with a quick and swift yank of it, pulls Saji to herself and punches him with a straight right punch that sends him through the front wall of the building, breaking and making a huge hole appear that leads outside of it. Okay, this is serious, I have to admit. She kind of has the speed of Anjanin right now, and that is worrying to a degree. What do you girls think we should do? Ino asks through their link, thinking really hard on the situation they are in that precise moment as she watches Rias punch and knock out the last standing male through the last standing wall. Well, it is quite obvious that we can't aim to kill and she isn't going to listen to reasons at all, so our best options are distraction and swift incapacitation. Hanabi says as she scans her surroundings, trying to come up with a plan in the fastest way possible, but thanks to the continuous sounds of hard hits and watching all their help get thrashed around, it was getting a little difficult. I think I can outrun her if I use wind chakra to enhance my speed and normal chakra to reinforce my limbs as to not damage myself too much, but I'll only be able to do so for 5 minutes top. After that I will need help because my whole body will hurt like a bitch thanks to the strain on my muscles. Shizuka says, explaining what she is able to do to help in that precise moment, as she looks everywhere around her to know where she should go to avoid being damaged too much by Rias. Good, now if Hanabi is able to immobilize her with the Juken, then I can enter her mind and stop her rampage without problems. Shion, we will need you to try and help Shizuka too. Ino says while looking to each girl and receiving nods in confirmation. Wait, Ino-san, aren't we able to do the same thing you did with my Oni-sama in the war? Arranged mind control. If I remember it right from the written report, you and Oni-sama were able to control Uchiha Obito from a very long distance away using your combined jutsus. Hanabi asks Ino to try and use the same strategy against the rampaging Rias. I thought about it too, but it won't work. At that time, we could pull it off because it was a surprise attack to keep the Jubi at bay. This meant that Obito was the middleman to keep a rampaging beast in control, but a rampaging person is another story, Ino says as she looks at Hanabi and shakes her head in a negative manner regarding Hanabi's idea. What do you mean? Are they not the same thing? And what are you? Gasp. Shion asks, trying to get some answers but stops herself in surprise and holds her yell with both her hands when she sees Tsubasa Yura fly past where they are hiding and crash inside the student council room unconscious. Be quick explaining, we are running out of people here, you know. There are only 5 people left standing. Never mind, 3 people and then us. Hanabi says with some urgency, knowing that soon they will be the only ones left standing if they are not quick. I will not allow myself to. I don't allow it. Are the only thoughts crossing through Ria's mind, but they stop altogether with that last yell, because after yelling her power surges out and blasts everything and everyone around her away. Kya, Kaya, Nya. Akino, Momo and Kaneko let out a last time in surprise as they are sent flying away from Rias by the blast of raw energy she lets out after her final yell of rage. This makes the building shake and creak due to the strain it's suffering, and her appearance start to alter itself. Her school uniform starts to torn apart in some places, showing of the smooth skin of her stomach around her belly button, the right side of her right breast. Finally her skirt rips on the left side, showing of her long smooth legs, and the purple string thong she is wearing in that precise moment. But, these are not the things that make Hanabi's eyes widen and Shion freeze up in surprise. No, what makes them be so surprised is that suddenly her body starts to get enveloped in purple chakra. No wait, it's kind of reddish. How is this possible? It can't be. What is happening, Hanabi, Shion? What do you mean with chakra? Ino can't help but ask worriedly as she and Shizuka can literally feel their hesitation and surprise. This makes Shizuka stop enacting her plan to distract Rias and feel her confidence start to dwindle a little because of their hesitation. After some seconds Ino can finally sense it, chakra, but not only that, she can literally feel the emotions pouring out of the same source of chakra, which makes her freeze up because the chakra feels so vile and raw thanks to its alarming increasing rate. If one looked closer one could actually see a trickle of sweat come down the left side of her head because of this. I don't know how, but Rias, if I remember her name right, suddenly started pouring chakra out of her system and a full chakra coil showed itself too. Something is not right here. It should be possible for a full chakra coil like ours to appear in this place at all. Hanabi says, her eyes narrowing in concentration and trying to think really hard on why a being from another dimension has the same coils of chakra that the people of her own dimension has. But that's confusing. It shouldn't be possible for someone that hasn't been born in our world to have chakra coils, right? Shizuka says, which makes Ino, herself and Hanabi to stay quiet trying to think why this is happening. Quote ellipsis. I don't know if it's possible, but I think I know why she has chakra. They hear Shion's voice pierce through their thoughts after some seconds into their silent pondering, but something is really different in her voice, something that makes them turn their heads in her direction and widen their eyes in surprise because they can see Shion shaking while she is gritting her teeth hard with narrowed eyes. Shion, what? Fu. Right now it's not that important, we must stop her first, then we can get our answers later, Shion says after taking a deep breath and calming herself down. Turning her head to her side in their direction, she gives the other girls a smile that makes them smile back. True enough, but thanks to this development we need to change our plan of action. First let's tone down our chakra, we can't risk ourselves getting spotted thinking that she won't be able to sense us, Hanabi says as each of the girls take deep breaths and start dissipating their lingering chakra as to not be sensed by Rias at all. Good, now that we know that we won't be found at all, what do you girls think we should do? Ino asks, not knowing what to do at all, because thanks to Rias' new power up, they don't know their chances of subduing Rias now. Well, before this new development she was at Jonin level as we know, but right now if I had to guess she should be a little above Jonin. This is actually ridiculous, I think we can. Ria-tan, Oni-sama is here to help you. Hanabi says and tries to come up with a new plan, but she gets interrupted because of the sudden appearance of a voice they don't recognize at all. Each of the girls can clearly hear him introduce himself as her big brother, but in such a childish way that makes them sweat drop and peek out of their hiding place thanks to their raging curiosity. This in turn allows them to see that the voice belongs to a red-haired male that looks a lot like an older Rias. Okay, this one is even weirder than Guy Sensei and Rock Lee put together, Ino can't help but say with a deadpan stare. Yeah. First impression, not very bright, agreed, Shion and Shizuka say together with a little sweat drop. Shiver. Please don't remind me about those two, I still have some nightmares thanks to them, Hanabi says after controlling her shivering form after remembering the horrors of the sunset jutsu that Guy and Lee can come up with. Oni-sama. After hearing one of the reasons why her life is a mess call her name in such a childish and familial way, her emotions couldn't be contained anymore. Her face splits into such a maniacal and mirthful-filled visage with her eyes open wide and her mouth set in a bloodlust-filled grin. She turns around slowly and looks at her brother. This simple action makes Searsx freeze in place because thanks to the still, hanging by a thread, light on the top of the room he can see her features clearly after she turns around completely. Her hair a mess and starting to move itself slowly thanks to the black energy starting to pour from her. Her clothes torn in some places showing her skin that starts to turn black in some places, and finally what makes him shiver and take a little step back is the visage on her face. Ah! Without warning Rias leaps at Searsx letting out a yell of pure rage and swings her right fist at him which connects with his left cheek. Bam! Goo! Is the surprised sound Searsx lets out as he stumbles back in shock holding the place that Rias just punched. He could feel it, the sadness, the hate, the sorrow, everything that she is feeling in that moment, but above everything he could feel her pain. feeling a next hit incoming and knowing he could stop or dodge it with extreme ease. Bam! Sasuke decides against defending himself and allows Rias to hit him again, this one feeling heavier than the last one as he sees his little sister tears roll down both her cheeks, each tear falling signifying his failure to protect and help his little sister. Bam! 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 Crack! Drip! 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 Not even the sound of his own bones breaking against the heavier by each second hits could deafen the roaring sounds of his little sister's tears hitting against the wooden floor as if they were in slow motion. It hurt so much knowing that nothing else mattered at all at the moment because his baby sister was hurting more than ever, and it was all thanks to himself and their parents. Bam! Crack! This one particular hit makes Sasuke kneel and bow in front of his little sister as tears start gathering on his eyes, his head touching the cold cracked wooden floor as his sister stands in front of him irradiating power and looking ready to kill him. I'm sorry, Rias. I'm a failure of a brother. I have not been able to protect my little sister from such pain and sorrow, when I clearly told myself when you were born that I was going to protect you from everything like I promised your nephew Milikas. Sasuke thinks as his tears fall freely knowing he can't apologize to his little sister thanks to his broken jaw and shaking resolution. Well shit. WMUS. I'm sorry mommy, if only I had stayed where you told me this wouldn't have happened at all. I'm really sorry. Kuno thinks as she watches her mom give herself up to the hero and old Satan faction. I will kill you all if you so much as harm a single hair of Kuno-chan, you filthy mongrels. Yusaka states with so much hate lacing her voice as she is restrained by the hero faction goons with some anti-magic seals and ropes. Please, what will you do to us without your magic? Huh, a random devil from the old Satan faction says as he approaches Yusaka and rubs her face with his right thumb. Mommy, please let my mommy go. I want to be with Moai. Kuno yells as she struggles to free herself from her captors, yelling at them to free her, but she is forced to stop her yelling because the same devil that just molested her mother appeared in front of her and hit her on her right cheek, making her fall to her side. Ah, you. Growl. Wah. The devil that just hit Kuno can't finish talking as he looks down at his chest in surprise, and the last thing he remembers before falling limp is a golden fur appendage that belongs to Yusaka through his chest. You bastards, I will kill all of you. Yusaka yells in her mind as the tail that just impaled the devil retracts itself, freeing the now fresh corpse from it. Her tails start to spread out, her killing intent rising and her whole nervous system filling up with enough adrenaline to make her see everything in slow motion as she gets ready to kill every devil and hero goon around her and her child. Any more moves and your child dies. Another devil yells while it points a sword directly at Kuno's throat, which makes Yusaka freeze but not lower her limbs at all. To make his threat more prominent, the devil pushes the sword a little more, making some blood leak from Kuno's neck, which makes Yusaka growl but lower her limbs and surrender, not risking her daughter's safety at all. I'm sorry mommy, hick. I'm really sorry. Don't worry sweetie, mommy is here and will protect you, Yusaka says in a reassuring manner to the downed Kuno while her limbs get restrained using different talisman and special ropes. I wonder about that, dear Yusaka-sama, are you really so sure that you will be able to protect her? Hearing the mirth coming from the voice of a young man, Yusaka turns her head in the direction where she hears the voice coming from and is surprised to see not only one but three young men smirking at her in victory. Well, not saying a thing, or we. Doesn't matter. Prepare the spell for transportation, the leader of the group says and signals to one of his underlings, while Yusaka just keeps looking at them. Ah, where are my manners? I'm sorry Yusaka-sama, my name's Sao and these are my teammates Siegfried and Georg. Sao introduces himself and his friend as his bows, Siegfried and Georg doing the same. Sao is a handsome young man with short black hair and blue eyes. He wears a combination of a Japanese school uniform, more specifically, the gakurin worn by Japanese schoolboys in the fall, and ancient Chinese attire. Siegfried, the one to his right side, is a handsome young man with silver white hair and red eyes. He too is wearing a gakurin, and on top of it, a priest's coat. He is also wearing a belt that holds his 5 demon swords and a light sword, which are around his waist and legs, forming a sword skirt. Georg, the one to Sao's left side, is a young man with black hair and spectacles. Like Sao, he wears a combination of a Japanese school uniform, more specifically, the gakurin is worn by Japanese schoolboys in the fall, and wears a mage-style robe over his uniform with a feathered cape. Ha! Clink, clink, clink. You guys sure do like acting all high and mighty, don't you? Especially when you see you are winning against any supernatural being. Every single being in the forest clearing there in that moment turn their heads around in the direction where the voice and sounds of armor clinking against ground come from a beautiful young woman as she glares at her hero teammates, making her annoyance noticeable. Oh Asuna-san, I thought you weren't going to come at all, as per your words, and I quote, I'd rather spar against a three-headed hydra alone than following any of them at all. What made you change your decision, I wonder? Cao says as he smirks smugly and ogles Asuna up and down. Asuna has long, orange-brownish chestnut hair in a mid-braid princess style and hazel eyes. She wears a red and white female knight that show off her shoulders, she wears a red skirt that reaches below the middle of her leg muscles which show off her well-toned legs, she too is wielding a teal rapier that is hidden in a long red scabbard, she calls the rapier, lambent light. That is none of your business, I'm here just to make sure that none of you step out of line at all, Asuna says as she walks to the downed Kuno and after shoving the devil that is holding her captive lifts her up from the ground in bridal style and carries her in the other direction. Hey, what do you think you? The devil tries to say but stops himself when he sees the sharp-edged point of the rapier short of impaling himself in the middle of his skull. Her point made clear and without uttering another single word Asuna sheaths her rapier using only her left hand, turns around and starts walking while still carrying Kuno out of the clearing where the hero and Satan faction, combined, forces have accomplished their goal of capturing Yusaka, the leader of the Kyoto faction. Okay, you filthy devils, it wasn't a pleasure working with you, do tell your leader that with this we are even and I hope that we never have to work together again. Cao says as he watches with a frown the devils from the old Satan faction start to teleport themselves away until none are left at all. I seriously feel filthy, when we go back I'm going to take quite the few long soaks. Cao says with disgust as he turns around and sees Yusaka glower at him but not able to move at all. Where is she taking my daughter? Do not worry Yusaka-sama, even though we are not on friendly terms, Asuna-san is quite the child-smitten person so your daughter is in good hands and will not be in any danger at all. I see. I don't know why you are doing this nor what your end goal is, all I know is that you will not achieve success in whichever your plan is. Yusaka says still feeling unsure because of what Cao said regarding Asuna. Hey, you say we will not achieve our end goal. I'm sorry dear Yusaka-sama but the moment you got yourself captured our end goal was a total success. Okay, do it. Cao answers to Yusaka with a noticeable smug tone in his voice which makes Yusaka widen her eyes in surprise because of the confession. After hearing Cao give the order Georg casts a mind-controlling spell which makes Yusaka freeze up and gain a lost look. It is done, she will comply to any given order from now on, we can even undo her binds and there won't be a single problem at all. Georg says feeling confident about the usage of his spell. Doesn't matter, it is time for us to get out of here, use the transportation spell. Cao orders in a commanding tone. After some seconds the only thing left in the forest clearing that could confirm something happened was the drying blood of the devil that was killed on the ground. Some seconds later, a huge plume of fire and smoke can be seen rising to the sky in the distance. Kya, thud. Ha, gasp. Ha, next time, Asia-chan, please listen to what one is saying for just a moment. Or better yet please, don't charge so recklessly like Naruto-kun does nearly all the time, even though that is something I like about him a lot. Hinata says to Asia as she continues to gasp for air and starting to calm down after the sudden rush of just escaping certain death. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry Hinata-san, I didn't mean to. Asia says some tears start to gather on her eyes because of the sudden death situation they just escaped thanks to Hinata. Don't worry about it Asia-chan, just next time be a little warier of things when something like that happens. I know it is shocking the first time one sees that, but one must learn to control the sudden impulses that urge us to act before thinking when something like it happens. Hinata says after regaining her lost breath and checking Asia for any injuries caused by the explosion. I'm really glad that I was able to take us out of there completely without suffering much damage other than our clothes. She says again after standing up and doing some little and light stretches, even though she is a total nervous wreck in this moment she really doesn't want to get Asia more nervous than she already is. Hinata-san, your right arm. Asia expresses with surprise as she covers her mouth with both her hands. What do you mean Asia? Hinata says in confusion after hearing Asia exclaim in surprise which prompts her to finally look at her arm clearly without the rush of adrenaline going through her system. This simple action makes her stop and widen her eyes. Gah. Without the adrenaline rush in her system Hinata can finally feel and see it, the 2nd to 3rd degree burn marks that her arm has in that moment and so, she can't stand it and drops onto the floor as she screams from the extreme pain she is feeling in that moment. It hurts. Why does it hurt so much? I don't get it, why? Naruto-kun help, it hurts too much. Hinata can't stop herself from letting her voice out loud in pain because of the damage she has received, but even so she can't help herself but wonder why it hurts so much, because she knows that thanks to their ninja training since they were kids, she shouldn't be hurting so much. Hinata-san, don't move too much, allow me to heal you. Asia says while she activates her sacred gear and gets closer to start healing Hinata, which she allows even though she wants to scream and trash around because of the intense pain she is feeling in that moment. After some seconds of continuous healing, slowly but surely the pain starts to fade and her skin starts to regain its natural color again. I don't understand. Why? Why did it hurt so much like that? Hinata says, now feeling a lot better and calmer after Asia's treatment of her wounds. I don't know, Hinata-san, but if I had to guess, maybe it's because of magic. Asia says after some seconds of thinking it over. I know we have told you everything about us and that we know a lot of things about this world now too, but what makes you think magic is the problem, Asia-chan? Hinata says as she looks at Asia with interest, wanting to know why she thinks magic is the problem. Well, as you guys explained and what Naruto-kun explained before, you guys come from a world full of chakra, which means zero magic, right? Which means that magic from here can be dangerous for your guys. Asia says after thinking about why she felt so much pain in that moment. So what you are saying is that because we are from another dimension not linked to this one altogether, magic can be very dangerous for us. Could it be that the same theory is applicable in a reverse situation in which our chakra can be very dangerous to you all too? Hinata says after thinking about what Asia just said. Well, it can and can't be, because remember that Naruto-kun himself said that the chakra in this world is starting to change and evolve thanks to him, meaning that yes, it is possible that you guys are able to damage any being in this world, but the same is reversible. I don't get it, this is too complicated. Asia tries to explain what she thinks is happening, but after some minutes she completely gives up and throws her arms up in a surrender motion as her cheeks puff up in a cute way. Hey. Don't worry, Asia-chan, we can try to rationalize this better after we find Kuno-chan. I too think this matter is a little complicated, although I think I can kind of explain it, but that will have to wait. Byakugan, Hinata says in a kind tone, after which she activates her Byakugan again and starts scanning her surroundings again. Okay, Hinata-san, I understand. Asia says as she stays quiet and watches Hinata scan the area attentively. Good. I see Kuno-chan. Come on, Asia-chan, let's go. Hinata says until she stops her scanning on a spot and starts running to where she can see Kuno with Asia following closely behind her. Upon reaching Kuno, both Hinata and Asia kneel down by each of her sides to start checking her physical condition and make sure it is optimal, with Hinata using her Byakugan and Asia using her sacred gear Twilight Healing. Finally, after some tense seconds, Kuno starts opening her eyes slowly, and once recognizing Hinata and Asia in front of her, she can't help it and starts crying tears of relief, which prompts to make Hinata and Asia hug Kuno tighter and be relieved that she is okay. Kuno-chan, what happened? How'd you end up in this place so far away from the main building? Hinata asks Kuno after finishing their hug and finally be reassured that the little girl in front of her is truly unharmed. Mommy got captured because of me. If only I obeyed her and stayed where she told me to, she wouldn't have been taken, Kuno tells to Hinata and Asia as she holds her tears back, knowing that crying again won't do much in their current situation. It's okay, Kuno-chan, we all know that your mommy is very strong, she will be alright. So don't worry, Asia says to Kuno in a reassuring way, which makes Kuno nod as some little tears start to fall from her eyes again. We need to move from here, we still don't know if we are truly safe where we are right now. Hinata says as she scans her outer surroundings and watches Kuroka appear in front of the building they just appeared, but what Kuroka says makes Hinata narrow her eyes and start walking in her general direction. Hinata-san. Let's go, girls, there's someone whom we need to meet up with and get some much needed answers to these sudden questions we have upon us. WMUS. Eternal Senia Ost, track 22 inches the other side of sorrow, piano version. Well shit, Naruto tries to swear but is stopped thanks to a hand grabbing him from behind and dragging him to where Shion, Hanabi and Shizuka are hiding, and before he can hit the one that just grabbed him, he notices that it is Ino and that she is holding her index finger in front of her lips in a don't make noise motion. After making sure that Naruto isn't going to make noise at all, Ino lets him go and looks to where Rias is still looking at her downed brother. Ah, girls, Naruto tries to say but is again stopped from uttering a single word, this time by Hanabi, whom keeps her Byakugan activated and looking for any sign that Rias has heard Naruto at all. After making sure that Rias hasn't heard him, she looks at Naruto and puts her right index finger in the same silencing motion, which prompts Naruto to nod and stay silent, still wondering what is happening. He looks from Ino to Shizuka and notices their ragged estate and how nervous they look. I know this may be confusing, Naruto, but right now we are in a really shitty situation, Ino says to Naruto using her mind jutsu. Well, honestly, if you didn't tell me I wouldn't have noticed it, Naruto says with some little sarcasm lacing his thoughts, and he deadpans in Ino's direction, which prompts the other girls to look at him in a very uncomfortable way. Geez. Okay, I know I shouldn't do that, but come on. Even I know when something is obviously not right. Naruto can't help but feel uncomfortable thanks to the unnerving looks he is receiving, and this make him express himself in a, "I'm sorry" way, even though he knows that he actually hasn't done a single wrong thing. PFF'd. He. Yeah, he is Naruto alright. Hanabi, Ino, Shien and Shizuka say at the same time after letting out some mental laughs and confirming that he is indeed Naruto and not just one of his clones or a fake one. Quote ellipsis. I seriously have no comments. Ya no, Naruto says after some seconds of silence, not really understanding why the girls are laughing at him as a little trickle of sweat travels down the back of his head. He. Whatever Naruto-kun, it really doesn't matter right now. Shien says after finally calming down her laughing. Yeah Naruto, it really doesn't matter, although what really matters right now is why Rias just keeps looking at that guy that she hit so fiercely. Ino says and wonders, which makes all the other girls nod and wonder why Rias is totally pissed off with the guy to simply ignore everything and everyone else around her, knowing that such a thing can mean instant death. Putting aside the awareness and reaction timing things, I know why Rias is pissed off at the guy in front of her, Naruto says as he looks up at the ceiling with his arms crossed. Really? What's her problem with him? I mean, we know she is betrothed to that Riser guy whom is a total creep and gives me the shivers, but. Shien asks and then remembers Rias' betrothal with Riser as a little shiver travels down her spine. Sigh. So, Riser is here too, huh? Well, as you girls know, Rias is betrothed to Riser, and well, this engagement doesn't sit very well with Rias at all. Nearly every faction knows about the engagement and how she actually doesn't want to marry him at all. It is some kind of big event for her kind, as basically they are dying out. Or that's what Yusaka kind of explained to me. The one on the ground is her big brother Seer's ex-former Grimoire, now Lucifer. He basically is one of the few people that sold Rias out. Naruto explains to Shien, Hanabi, Shizuka and Ino as he scratches the back of his head and lets out a sigh of tiredness because he knows this is something deep that he just got involved in. So that's why he was spouting such nonsense to us about being his engagement presents and other shits, Hanabi says and swears at the end, which makes Naruto and the other girls to look at her in some surprise. What? I seriously hated him saying those things. If Shizuka hadn't had cut his arm off, I would have been the one to cripple him forever. Okay, so he thought you girls were some kind of engaging present. I'm going to have some man-to-man talk to this person. Naruto says as he cracks his knuckles silently and a tick mark appears on the right side of his head. So cool, Naruto-kun, Shien and Shizuka say with some elation in their speech as they each look at Naruto with a lot of admiration. Yeah, whatever you say, oh great white knight in shining armor. Ino says in a sarcastic way as she waves her hand dismissively. Anyways, the guy in the ground, as I said, is Seer's ex, the ruler of the underworld and big brother of Rias Grimoire, and a huge siskin. Or so they say, but I don't know about that last part honestly. Naruto says, scratching his right cheek with his right index finger. Ow, that's really bad. Like really bad. Your own brother signing your unwanted marriage contract, yeah, that's not good at all. Shien says as she grimaces, thinking that something like that isn't really good for a healthy siblings relationship. Well, arranged marriages are not all that bad, you know. True, some, okay, a lot of them, okay, nearly all of them are not good at all. But some do work out in the end, you know. And others can kind of make you meet your true love, Shizuka says with some vigor in the beginning, but after watching the other girls and her loved one look at her with unnerving eyes, her resolve wavers some. Sigh. Doesn't matter right now. Hanabi, how's it looking? Has Rias given any sign of moving at all? Naruto says as he looks at Hanabi to confirm something. No, she hasn't, and I'm still wondering, shouldn't we have already restrained her thanks to Ino-san and her mind control ability? Hanabi says with some little irritation in the end as she looks at Ino. And I've told you we need to incapacitate her so I can take a dive into her mind. Right now she is too dangerous for me because. Rias, please stop. All the shinobis hear a feminine weak voice say, which makes them stop their arguing and widen their eyes in surprise. This isn't you, Rias. Please stop. Crack. Grunt. Naruto appears in front of the panting and disheveled looking Sona to protect her from the heavy blow that Rias was about to give her. The hit is so heavy that the ground that Naruto is standing on cracks and caves in a little. Who is the last thing Sona says before falling down unconscious again, all the while Naruto keeps holding the still rampaging Rias with his arms crossed in an X-shaped position. Girls, take the one behind me to safety now. We will see each other in the forest behind the school. Move it now. Naruto yells to the kunoichis in hiding, which makes them move, not thinking anything else but to comply to the orders of their boss. In that moment, moments later, the girls with Sona are nowhere inside the building anymore. I'm sorry about this, Rias, Naruto says as he looks at the mad-looking Rias in front of him. I'm glad you are here, Rias-chan. Young Naruto and Hinata say to the young Rias as they hug her and smile brightly at her. Yes, I'm happy to be here too, Rias says as she too hugs and smile widely to both Naruto and Hinata. Chapter 8. Stop this ridiculousness. You bastards, I will kill all of you. Yusaka yells in her mind as the tail that just impaled the devil retracts itself, freeing the now fresh corpse from it. Her tails start to spread out, her killing intent rising and her whole nervous system filling up with enough adrenaline to make her see everything in slow motion as she gets ready to kill every devil and hero goons around her and her child. I'm sorry, mommy, hic. I'm really sorry. Oni-sama. After hearing one of the reasons why her life is a mess call her name in such a childish and familial way, her emotions couldn't be contained anymore. Her face splits into such a maniacal and mirthful-filled visage with her eyes open wide and her mouth set in a bloodlust-filled grin. She turns around slowly and looks at her brother. I'm sorry, Rias. I'm a failure of a brother. I have not been able to protect my little sister from such pain and sorrow, when I clearly told myself when you were born that I was going to protect you from everything like I promised your nephew Milikas. Searsex thinks as his tears fall freely, knowing he can't apologize to his little sister thanks to his broken jaw and shaking resolution. Well shit. Naruto tries to swear but is stopped thanks to a hand grabbing him from behind and dragging him to where Shion, Hanabi and Shizuka are hiding, and before he can hit the one that just grabbed him, he notices that it is Ino and that she is holding her index finger in front of her lips in a don't make noise motion. Rias, please stop. This isn't you, Rias. Please stop. Crack. Grunt. Now. You know, when I was younger, if someone told me that someday in the future I would be fighting a rampaging devil to save a princess, I would have told them, bring it on, I'm ready for anything, and then after defeating it I would have saved the princess in distress. But it's kind of ironic that the princess in distress is the rampaging devil in this case. I mean, I'm not against taking down female fighters if it means to protect people. But I'm seriously, and I mean it, seriously going to punch the asshole that is messing with my life so hard in the face. Naruto thinks to himself as he keeps parring, dodging between intervals the mad raging Rias kicks and punches, feeling really exasperated because of the yet again messy situation he finds himself involved in again. Right kick block using left forearm, left punch parry using right hand palm, dodge headbutt by bending back down and kick with right leg to get some breathing distance. This deadly dance between Naruto and Rias has been going on for at least 10 consecutive minutes, with Naruto holding back his punches and making sure Rias doesn't hit the unconscious people around them. But at the pace they were going, he knew that Rias isn't likely to tire out anytime soon thanks to her increasing rage if her increasing speed is anything to go by. Yak. Seizing an opening, Naruto ducks under Rias' right kick that comes again in the same pattern as the last one, and seeing her do a full 360 degrees spin thanks to the force of the missed kick allows his open right palm to hit her dead center on her chest between her breasts, right on top of her solar plexus. This action makes the mad Rias' eyes and mouth widen in surprise as she is sent sailing through the air in an ascending arc through the roof of the building, making a new hole in it thanks to the force packed in the rather simple palm strike. Watching her fly away involuntarily thanks to his palm thrust, Naruto knows that it is enough to allow himself to channel some chakra and make 7 clones. Jumping to follow Rias through the hole, he leaves his clones behind to lift and gather the unconscious people in one place. Their job finished, all but one last clone dispel themselves, transferring the information of the safety of the unconscious people back to their creator. The last clone stays on guard and looks around in case any hostile being appears to attack the unconscious people. Wah-a-a, the clone hears the voice of one of the unconscious males grunt in some pain and try to talk. Turning around, he sees the older-looking redhead blink and rub his eyes while gritting his teeth and rub his forehead because of the pain. Where? Rias. Gah. The clone jumps a little in surprise because of the sudden surprise yell that Searsex lets out when he remembers his little sister and how his facial features change from distraught to desperate looking to full pain in less than a second. Whoa, calm down, man. Rias is going to be okay. Yeah, let's go with that. The boss is making sure to hold and calm her down without the need to harm her. Too much, at least TTEBO. The clone says and thinks to itself to try and calm Searsex down as he crouches in front of and holds Searsex's left shoulder with his right hand. You are Naruto, right? Wait, boss, does that mean that this one here is one of those solid clones? That is something Ijuka will love to know after all this ordeal. Searsex says and thinks after regaining control of his senses. He tries to stand up even though his whole body screams at him to not do it, but is pushed down by the clone, which makes him grimace a little thanks to the pain. He looks up at the clone that forced him to lean back against the wall that is behind him and watches as it shakes its head in a "don't even try it, buddy" motion. He gets a little comfortable knowing that he can't move so much because of the bruises he still has all over his aching body that his little sister gave him. How can I be sure of what you are telling me? Well, I would really like to show you how I would be able to do it, the clone says as it scratches the back of his head nervously. But I honestly can't, so you'll have to kind of take my word for it. I promise you that she will be alright and I assure you I never break a promise. Quote ellipsis dot quote. Quote ellipsis dot quote. So, yeah, you must be the leader of the devil faction in Rias' big brother, Churches. Xerxes. Corset. I think, the clone looks to the side avoiding the amused stare that the Crimson Devil is giving him thanks to confusing his name. Searsex. The name's Searsex. It is a pleasure to meet you, Naruto. Ah. I wouldn't try to move much if I were ya. Yes, thanks for the advice, Naruto. Well, leaving pleasantries aside, we do have some things to talk about and I would like for you to put some doubts of mine to rest. The clone says as he sits in front of Searsex and crosses his arms and legs. I see. What do you want to talk about? And what are these doubts you have? Well, there are a lot of things. But, let's start with the basics. Yes. Is Rias really going to be okay? Yes, don't worry about her. She's going to be okay. Okay, let me see if I got what you just said right. You belong to a terrorist group that isn't supposed to be a terrorist group, but more of a hunting group that the being known as Ophis created to reclaim her home. Hinata says as she repeats what the tied up and sore all over her body Kuroka just told them, which makes her rub her forehead a little in exasperation. But why? Why to all this? Asia asks while she hugs the still distraught-looking Kuno to her chest, whom then proceeds to look at Kuroka with some distrust. After some minutes of uncomfortable eerie silence in which Kuroka just kept mulling to herself, she finally sighs and looks at them. We aren't the ones doing these things, okay? The ones doing all these things are the hero faction and the old Satan faction that belong to our whole group called the Chaos Brigade. As I told you, each group have their own goals and each member their own reasons for being where they are, and they just do whatever they want, because our boss allows them to. That's why we want your help, NYA. Because we want to help Ophis achieve success on her final goal so she can get away from those other factions. Because we know they must be planning something that could jeopardize the whole world and we absolutely want nothing to do with that. NYA. Kuroka says while looking at Hinata, Asia and Kuno with an intense gaze and frustrated feelings. A staring contest ensued between the mentioned girls until Kuno gently releases herself from Asia's grip and walks slowly to stand in front of Kuroka. She lifts her right palm and gathers some magic on it, making it visible, which makes Kuroka and Asia widen their eyes in surprised shock, and Hinata look on impassively waiting for Kuno's next move. Red answer. Thud. If you really mean what you have just said, then please help us rescue mommy. Kuno says as she looks at the surprised Kuroka directly in the eyes while the rope hits the ground around her. I promise, Kuno-chan, I promise, and I will make sure that this new opportunity you have given me will not be wasted, NYA. Kuroka says, feeling relieved that the young kitsune released her from the restraints. As Kuroka moves and stands up slowly to get the feeling back on her limbs, I know Kuno-chan has given you one more chance, and to respect her wish I too will give you one more chance, even though you have only been springing surprise after surprise on all of us in the short amount of time we've got to know each other. Hinata says as she gets closer and lifts Kuno on her arms and walks back to stand by Asia's right side facing away from Kuroka. But a soft wind blows strongly through the forest, making every girl's hair wave with it as Hinata's grip on Kuno tightens a little protectively. If you dare to break Kuno's, Naruto-kun, or anyone I care for heart, hopes or dreams, I swear I will not stop beating you up until you are just not only able to not move but will regret crossing the wrong person, Hinata says as she releases a calming breath and starts to walk in the opposite direction of the main building, with Asia turning around and following her closely. What should we do now, Hinata-san? Where should we go? I don't think this place is safe anymore for any of us. Asia asks Hinata while they keep walking with Kuroka not far behind them. Right now, as you just said, Asia, this place is no longer safe. We need to move away from here with Kuno-chan and find a safe place to settle down until things have calmed down. I actually don't think all that has happened would have been possible if there wasn't someone from the Yukai involved in this attack besides her. Hinata says as she grips Kuno's body tighter and refuses to call Kuroka by her name. Okay, Hinata-san. Do we need to pack up things to carry with us? Asia asks curiously because she doesn't know if they will have time to gather supplies with them. No, right now our priority is to find that safe place. Come on, Asia-chan, grab onto my back, we will find that safe place faster this way. Hinata says as she kneels in front of Asia waiting for her to climb onto her back. But Hinata-san, you are already carrying Kuno-chan on your arms, won't it be difficult to carry both of us at the same time? Asia says, feeling uncertain because she doesn't want to strain Hinata more than she should. Don't worry about that, Asia-chan, I am a shinobi. Carrying one or two lightweight persons on my body is nothing. I've actually had to carry more than 4 people on one mission to get them to a safe place, so carrying you two is nothing much to be honest. Hinata says and looks back to Asia, giving her a sincere smile which makes Asia nod and put her arms around Hinata's neck and her legs around her stomach. Okay, hang on real tight because I will get us out of here really fast and I'm sorry for the rough movement, Hinata says as she adjusts her body a little and pumps chakra through her limbs, giving her the boost needed to start running real fast and away from their place of residence for the last week, leaving Kuroka behind knowing she will just appear besides them thanks to her magic power. Eek, kyahaha. Of course I had to be left behind nya. WMUS. Do you think that Naruto-kun is going to be able to stop that raging woman out there? Shion asks as she looks in the direction of the school building where she sees a body going airborne really fast. I wouldn't really worry too much about Naruto honestly, Ino says while she points with her thumb in the direction of a second body following the sailing first one. I see. Well, that's a kind of predictable outcome if we take into consideration that Naruto is recognized globally for his prowess and involvement in the Fourth Ninja War, Hanabi says while keeping an eye on the still knocked out girl resting under the tree they are taking cover under. So, you all Konoha shinobi basically don't fear that something could happen to him at all? Shizuka asks while she crosses her arms under her bust and leans against the same tree. Oh no, I wouldn't say we don't fear that something couldn't happen to him. But it's more like he's recognized as the strongest shinobi of our current time. It is very interesting to see how far he truly has come since the academy days. Ino says as she puffs her front hair bang and crosses her arms under her bust. It sounds like you aren't too fond that such a thing happened. It's not that I'm not glad or fond or whatever, it's just to see him come so far, someone that wasn't supposed to be such a great deal. Become so strong and well versed all around makes one feel inferior. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Inferior. Inferior. Why is that? Shizuka says as her left eyebrow raises while feeling curious about Ino's choice of words. Well, it's just that most of our class was composed of well-known civilian families and most of the heirs from the most prominent and recognizable Konoha clans. Okay, don't get me wrong. I even once stated that I could be able to fall in love with him after the invasion of Pain in Konoha. Ino says and lift her arms in a placating manner after seeing the different reactions from the other girls, mostly meaning, looking at her incredulously. It's just his achievements makes you think that truly it doesn't matter where you come from or that your origins mean nothing if you are not willing to fight tooth and nail, bleed, sweat, cry, give it your all until nothing remains and even after that give more than you've already given so you achieve everything you want. It makes you feel kind of frustrated. Sure, it inspires you to be a hard worker and so. Look, I know I'm just rambling and I know that it is a good thing. Then what is the problem? Shion asks with a raised eyebrow wondering what does the blonde kunoichi want to get at. That it's not fair that we must struggle to get things go our way. True, if things were different and we didn't have to struggle then we would be conceited or someone so totally different from who we are right now, Ino says as she crosses her arms again. Not that I don't get where you coming from with this. But why now? I mean, what brought this kind of sudden reasoning right now? Hanabi says as she stands up after confirming that the spectacled black hair woman is in a comfortable position and breathing evenly. Some things, okay. Things happen that makes you think a lot of things that never crossed your mind before. I actually just feel a lot of frustration right now as I stated, nothing more nothing less. Ino says while she looks at the shining full moon. Do you wish to talk about these frustration-inducing things? Shizuka asks as she walks and stands beside Hanabi with her right hand on her right hip. We are open to talking, you know, besides we are going to be here for a long time. Basically the rest of our lives, so it is better if we are open to one another with things that we don't like. Shion says and thinks as she too stands beside Hanabi with her left hand or her left hip. Oh right, you girls mentioned something like that before, that this mission was going to be a long one. We already found our objective, and are following his orders as stated by Hokage-sama. So our priority right now is getting them back and giving the good news to everyone back in the elemental nations that Naruto and Hinata are not actually dead. This mission took less time than it was planned for honestly, Ino says as she looks at them expectantly while she places her hands on her hips waiting for an answer. Ino, you were in the mission briefing. You can't honestly tell us that you seriously don't know what we were involving ourselves into when we all agreed to this mission. Can you? Hanabi looks expectantly at her with a raised eyebrow waiting for her answer while she crosses her arms over her bust. Yeah, that once we got here we were supposed to find clues on the whereabouts of Naruto and Hinata, and then once found, we needed to regroup with them and follow Naruto's orders because he was assigned as the squad leader. As stated in the scroll given to all of us. What? Ino inquires and feels curiously perplexed thanks to the unbelieved stares she's receiving from the three kunoichis. Quote ellipsis quote. Quote ellipsis quote. Ino, I don't know if you were really so out of it or any other thing, but we need you to listen to us and listen well. Shizuka says after some seconds of silent staring between them all. What is it? Ino, this isn't just a mission about finding and regrouping with Naruto and Hinata. This is a no-return official assignment. We aren't just gonna up and return like nothing. Which means that we were already relieved from our duties as official shinobi from the elemental countries altogether when we voluntarily accepted this mission. With each uttered sentences leaving from each of the kunoichi's mouth, meaning Shizuka, Shien and Hanabi respectively. Ino eyes open wide in disbelief while her mind tries to process what she has just been told. What the hell do you mean we were relieved from our duties as shinobi? Exactly as it seems, Ino, we no longer are in the elemental nations. Each of us accepted this mission because we knew that we were going to stay and live here with Naruto and Hinata, well, more specifically Naruto, but it's kind of the same thing, so. Yeah. You must be joking, right? I mean, I was there. Sure, I admit that I wasn't thinking properly because I had a lot of things going through my mind in those moments. But to make such a life-altering decision, I don't think I would be so stupid to make it on a whim. Wait, now that I remember, I truly was in that mission briefing, but why is it kind of blurry? I can't remember very well. Ow. Each of the girls watch in mild surprise how Ino starts to think real hard after telling them to wait, and after some seconds grabs her head in pain. Ino, are you alright? Shizuka asks while she walks tentatively to help the still in distress Ino, but stops herself when she sees Hanabi's right hand blocking her path. Hanabi-san. Wait, I know this kind of behavior, this can only mean one thing. What does it mean, Hanabi? Shien asks, not turning her line of sight away from the now dry heaving Ino. It's a genjutsu, and not just a simple one. It's a strong genjutsu, Byakugan. I see, then does this mean that she was controlled to make the decision to come here without her consentment? That seems to be a very plausible conclusion right now. Let me see. There, right here. Hanabi looks all over Ino's body searching for any indication where the genjutsu is located. Once she finds the spot where the chakra keeps flowing, she gets closer to Ino and taps it with her chakra-covered fingers, making Ino stop her erratic movements. What the hell? Ino groans as she falls on the awaiting arms of Hanabi. Thank you, Hanabi-chan. You don't have to thank me a single thing. What is the last thing you remember, Ino? Anything before this mission. Hanabi makes sure to keep Ino in a safe and tender grip as to not make her feel more pain than she already had. I remember talking to Sai, then that bastard, he was the one to put me in the genjutsu. After that, I do remember going to the mission briefing after having a big fight with him. Then making decisions, and now I'm here. What the actual fuck? Ino's face keeps showing her distressed nature and what happened to her until settling in a disbelieving facial expression with her eyes open wide and mouth hanging open. This looks like a case of mild mind control jutsu. One can see and make decisions as if they are their own, but in the end they are just being controlled to do another's bidding. But this genjutsu is not supposed to work on highly trained kunoichi nor shinobis. This technique can only work on low-level chakra civilians and some academy students as pranks, Hanabi says and rubs her forehead with her right hand, trying to think on how such a low-rank trick could work on someone trained like Ino. I remember that while we were talking he kept making the movements for the genjutsu, but they movements weren't some normal hand movements. I thought he was being funny and trying to make me laugh. Then just nothing. Wait, he didn't, did he? Ino looks at Hanabi with dreadful, hopeful eyes, waiting for her to confirm her fears. No, it doesn't look like that happened, so you can rest assured. Hanabi reassures her, which make Ino calm down and heave a deep sigh of relief. Well, I'm glad that nothing happened. Although, I'm wondering, why? Why did he do that? What was his goal in using a genjutsu, and how the hell was he able to make it work on me if it's such a low-level genjutsu? Ino sighs and rubs her forehead, trying to comprehend the situation she's finding herself in that moment while still being held by Hanabi. I honestly could make a random guess, but I don't think that it can be a right one. Hanabi inquires, but shakes her head once she refuses such a random and inconsistent guess on her mind. I see. Well, I honestly don't have much energy right now and I feel kinda sore. So, I'm up to staying here until Naruto comes. Ino sighs and lays down on the cold grass and looks at the night sky. That is a good idea, although, are you sure you don't want to keep talking? Shien says, getting closer together with Shizuka towards Ino. Right now, not really. I feel too tired, as I said, and really don't want to dwell too much on things. Although I do need a full-on explanation of everything that's happening and whatnot. Yeah, don't worry, everything will be cleared up when things settle down, Hanabi stands and walks closer to the still sleeping bespectacled woman against the tree. Okay, so what do you girls think we should do with this one? I mean, sure, we can bring her with us, but I don't think that's a good idea. Hanabi looks at the other girls and sees them shrug their shoulders, not knowing the correct answer. I see. So basically we are stuck with her until she wakes up or Naruto tells us what to do, right? Shizuka stares at Hanabi, whom is now sitting beside the unconscious girl. Well, yeah, and we need to give the mission scroll to him too. Give him the other scrolls too and wait for his orders as stated in the briefing. Shien tilts her head and looks at the sky, wondering when Naruto will come. Honestly, right now I'm really up for waiting. I really don't think I feel like moving too much anyways. Yeah. WMUS. Nay, Naruto-kun, Hinata-chan. Yes, yeah. Why were you two here on this cold environment? Well, I was helping Hinata-chan against some bad kids. And then I was about to go away, but she called me to talk to her and now. She's my first friend. Young Naruto tells the confused-looking young Rias, who nods her head after watching him smile brightly. I see, then you both found me here, right? Yep, although you sure were a little loud. Naruto scrunches up his face in confusion while crossing his arms. Anyo, what were you doing in a place like this? Hinata inquires, tilting her head to the right side while cradling Naruto's scarf closer to her. Well, I'm actually not from here. I was. Hey Hinata-chan, why are you still keeping my damaged scarf? Naruto interrupts Rias, which makes her tilt her head in Hinata's direction. Their curious gazes make her feel a little nervous and she looks down while playing with the scarf a little. I was thinking of fixing it for you, Naruto-kun, if you are okay with that. Really? That's awesome, Hinata-chan. I'd really like to have my scarf to keep me warm. Although I did tell you to not mind it, but well, thanks for offering to fix it. Naruto grins widely with both hands behind his head. This action makes Hinata look at Naruto and blush while Rias looks between them curiously. So, you two know where I am? I mean, I remember I was in a forest near my home and now I'm here. Although I do remember making a deal with some kind of purple snake. Rias looks up at the sky, reminiscing what happened that made her appear in this place. A purple snake? A pact? What do you mean? Naruto and Hinata look at Rias with confusion and surprise marring their faces, not knowing what Rias means with those words. Yeah, you see, I escaped from home. What? Why would you do that? Naruto surprises both girls by his sudden outburst, which makes him blush and look away. I mean. No, it's okay, Naruto-kun. I know that what I did was not right, but I really wanted to get away from my family. They did something that I didn't like very much. It made me really angry with them, that's why I escaped from them. Huh, whatever did they do to make you be angry at them? Naruto tilts his head in confusion, not really knowing what she means. I mean, family is supposed to take care of each other. I don't think they would do something to harm you or something like that. Well, they actually wanted to look out for me. But they really didn't. I mean, before I escaped I was told that when I come of age I will marry this pureblood devil called Riser Phoenix. They told me that this is for the great of the pure bloodline of our clans. And a lot of more complicated stuff, which I really don't remember that well. Rias pouts after watching Naruto and Hinata look at her like she grew a second head, knowing that if she tried to explain a lot of complicated stuff they really won't comprehend her because of the different things all around her. I mean, I really wasn't against the idea of meeting him, and so. After all, my mom and dad got married this way, but after meeting him I really didn't like him at all. He's a bully and doesn't really care much about me. He rambled on and on about how his prestige would rank up and whatnot. I really couldn't stand him, and the most hateful thing is that he just thinks of me as nothing more than a trophy and wants me to be a part of his harem. Huh, I don't really get it at all. You don't want to marry this guy, so why not simply tell your family about it? Naruto tilts his head to the right with his arms crossed and a pout marring his face, feeling confused as to why Rias just didn't tell them that. I did, but they just simply told that it was for the good of all our people. That it would bring great honor to all of my family for generations. I didn't really like it, they were so mean. They didn't even allow me to explain what happened and took everything I said as if it was a mere joke. This made me really mad and then I ran away. Some tears fall freely from Rias' eyes after remembering the things her own mother, father and older brother told her, making her feel really angry at them. Well, now that you are here, what are you going to do, Rias-chan? I mean, you left your home. Where are you going to live now? By the way, you are in a forest near the academy of Konohagakure no Sato. Hinata blushes once she notices Naruto's and Rias' gaze land on her, making her nervous. I don't know. I just wanted to be away from them, and not be disturbed at all. I wanted time to think to myself. But now that you ask, I truly don't know where I'm going to live. I don't even know this place at all. Gua, Rias pouts and looks at the snow-covered terrain with her eyes shining with unshed tears, now realizing that she's all alone as she wanted, but feels regret because she won't be able to see her family again. Well, you could stay with me until your family finds you if you want. But well, I think it would be better if you stayed in Hinata's home. She has a big home after all. Naruto looks up with a thoughtful look, then looks in Hinata's direction when he remembers her big home. I could help Rias-chan. But I don't think father is going to allow it. Sorry. Hinata looks down feeling sad because she knows how her father can be real strict and wouldn't allow her to bring someone over so suddenly. Well, I really would like to go with you. Sir, we've detected an anomaly regarding Universe 7 from Dimension 4 and Universe 20 from Dimension 7. Whatever you mean. Sir, these two dimensions have made contact with each other. What? Made contact? How is that possible? They shouldn't be able to make contact to one another at all. The Grimoire heiress trespassed the interdimensional barriers. We tried to stop such a thing from happening. We couldn't do it to a certain degree, because if we continued, her life and every other being known as Rias Grimoire would have ceased to exist from any and all other dimensions and universes. How did she even trespass the barriers? That is ridiculous. She's supposed to be only 7 years old in that high school DxD dimension. And that Naruto Dimension 2 is supposed to be a young one. Sir, we've found a backdoor on the system data. We have a. I see, and what's happening right now? Is there a way to fix the problem? Due to her sudden interference, story events changed to a certain degree in the Naruto universe, sir. Which are these events? One of the minor events is that the young heiress Hinata Hyuga has made full contact with young Naruto Uzumaki. And, both of them have made contact with Rias Grimoire. For fuck's sake, this can't be allowed to continue on. If Naruto Uzumaki isn't isolated from the village at such a young age thanks to Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi, then his growth will be stunted for the future. He won't take the will of fire up nor want to be a sacrificial pawn for the village as the future 7th Hokage. Most of the normal events that should happen will never happen in the first place. We need to separate them now and erase their memories of ever meeting in the first place. Sir, it won't be possible. What do you mean that it won't be possible? Anything is possible for us. We are the ones that control dimensions 1 through 10, with each dimension having at least 30 different universes. We make sure their stories are kept intact and that they do not interfere with each other so the watchers are satisfied with them. Sir, it won't be possible because the Grimoire heiress have been registered in the Naruto universe as one of its beings. Thanks to this, the development of the high school DxD universe has been halted altogether because the Grimoire heiress doesn't exist anymore, and the development of the Naruto universe is now developing faster. That bastard Karnal, he knew that we would directly interfere. In this way we won't be able to do so. What the hell are we going to do now? Why the hell did he do it in the first place? Sir, if I may, can I suggest a solution? Go ahead, Terran. I know you are one of our best along with Team A and B, that's why I put you in charge of that section. Sir, we can try to. WMUS. Max Grigoriev, the unsubdued, epic music. I see. So your plan to use my power to free this ancient being to help you get rid of Office-sama and Great Red. I just wonder though, how is that even going to be possible? I have no relationship whatsoever to this being at all. Yusaka lets a smile full of mirth grace her beautiful face while she looks at the renegade hero faction whom are looking around the glowing rune-filled chamber. Hey, that's where you were wrong, Yusaka-sama. You see, the being sealed inside this chamber is something beyond the comprehension of any natural and supernatural being. This being is capable of obliterating whole dimensions. This being can bring out the human race to the top, because that's our destiny. We will take control of it, and once it has finished erasing the other races, then we will simply dispose of it. And you, Yusaka-sama, are the last piece needed to bring out this being that has been sealed for millions of years. Cao gives a widely mad grin which splits his face and makes Yusaka recoil a little because of the frightening visage in front of her. What do you mean? How can I be related or be a piece to unseal this being? Don't tell me. It's Trihexa. Boy, you shouldn't be playing with ancient beings. They are dangerous for any being, be it natural or supernatural, for a reason. You are going to bring destruction to every living being in this planet. Stop this madness now. Yusaka's rage, fear and distress could be felt lacing her voice after listening to Cao's delusional rambles about controlling a being like Trihexa. She knows that Trihexa isn't a being you can simply control. No, just no, that was stupid, real stupid. That being lived only to destroy and consume anything and everything in its wake, leaving absolutely nothing. If the stupid boy, reincarnation, descendant or whatever other shit, in front her truly believed that he could take control of such a being, then he is truly delusional and is condemning the whole world to extinction itself. Hey, hee hee, ahahaha, Ahahahahahahahaha. 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 The continuous mad-induced laugh makes everyone around Cao Cao take a step backwards in fear, noticing how his hysterical mirth took place after taking in the fearful and rage-filled features of Yasaka. After nearly 2 full minutes of continuous hysterical laugh, everyone, including Cao Cao's team, were slowly preparing themselves to take him down, because they knew that what is happening in that moment isn't something normal. The normal Cao Cao would be filled with mirth and give a sarcastic, sardonic laugh and continue giving his human to the top speech. But, the one in front of them, it's the first time they felt true fear and heard him laugh like that. When they were ready to finally take the first step. You know, hee. That's the first time the stupidity and deafness of a leader of the supernatural faction has make me laugh real hard. No, my dear Yasaka-sama, I'm not aiming to unseal Samael, Trihexa or any other being known in this era. No, you see. The being I'm going to unseal is older, more ancient than the creation of this world. This being is a primordial, a mindless beast that will be under our command. This being will be the perfect tool to help the human race. Yes. This being will help you accomplish that which you have wished all your life, the extermination of all the supernatural beings in this world. Yes. And once I've exterminated all these damned pests, the new order where only the human beings rule supreme can begin. Hey. Yes, young one, with my help after all this time the supernatural will be eradicated and we humans will finally be free of their stench. Every damn stench reeking in this forsaken place, you will all return where you belong. And in the wake, the dawn of the new era for humanity, you shall be crowned as its emperor. As it should have been from long ago. Anyways, even with your incredible power, the awakening of this being will take us some time. So, I hope you get comfortable because you will be staying here for a long time. Cao Cao regained his posture so suddenly and started talking normally in such a way that made everyone drop their guard and take some more steps back from him, fearing that the next wrong step could be their last. Turning around, he looked at his teammates Georg and Siegfried to start the procedure, to which they complied, not wanting to inquire his ire. Turning around once more, Cao Cao started to walk to a teleportation circle on the other side of the chamber. This prompted his teammates to start giving orders all around. In some time, just some more time, everything will be as it should have been. Hey. This is not good, this isn't good at all. I need to get this young one to safety. The delusions of that madman are starting to overflow his serene facade. At first, I thought we were doing the right thing. But now, I don't like what is happening. Don't worry Kuno-chan, you will be safe, I promise you. I at least owe this much to your mother, even if it costs me my life. Asuna walks hurriedly away with a frown marring her beautiful features from the place in the forest after making sure that Cao Cao nor anyone from his entourage is following her. She knew she had to escape and leave Kuno somewhere safe so she could be rescued by the persons that were taking care of her. Because, if she tried to take Kuno with her, she knew she would be putting her in danger thanks to the rambunctious lot called the Chaos Brigade, especially that bastard Rizvam. She didn't even want to think about that fucking degenerate called Diodora. Just thinking about him makes her skin crawl and get goosebumps of disgust. Anyways, now where was the direction of the main building so I can make sure she is safe? Seriously, where was that damned place? Asuna-chan. Kaya. What? Who? Where? The sudden voice inside her mind makes Asuna jump in surprise and let out a cute squeal, but catching herself and securing little Kuno on her arms, she looks around making sure she's alone and not feeling any presence at all, just make her feel more nervous by the second. Calm down Asuna-chan, it's me. Megami-sama. Yes, it's me Asuna-chan, have you calmed down? Geez. Megami-sama, you do know well that I'm making sure that Kuno-chan is safe as per your instructions. I'm a nervous wreck trying to not get caught here. I think I peed myself a little. Nope, just my imagination and a lot of nervous sweat. Asuna's right eyebrow frowns in concentration, and after some seconds of confirming that nothing has happened, a surprised look crosses her face once she remembers that the goddess can easily read what she's thinking and that if she's talking to her it means she's in a safe place at the moment. Don't worry Asuna-chan, I admit it was my fault in the first place. Anyways, I think you can get Kuno-chan here with us. She's going to be safe in our realm with my other sisters too. We can easily protect her. The goddess' voice giggles at the beginning and the sounds hopeful when she says the last part. Don't take this as an insult Megami-sama, but I honestly don't feel that Kuno-chan would be safe in your realm. Especially with your two sisters around. You do know how they behave, right? Especially when they are bored and find something interesting or cute. Asuna's sweat drops knowing how the goddesses do act. None taken, I do admit that my sisters can get a little carried away. Okay, they do get carried away. Happy. The goddess couldn't stand the pressure of the stare that Asuna always gives her when she's making the Are you seriously trying to lie? Face towards her, even though she knows that she can't see her in that moment. Ahem. Anyways, I think if you continue straight in that direction you will find the main building, although I still think it would be better if she comes to stay with us. I'm sorry Megami-sama, but you know that I can't do that. Yes, I know. Anyways, once you've gotten her to the building, I need you to come here, we need to check out if things are working as they should. Understood Megami-sama, thank you for your help. Boom. Feeling the earth shaking beneath her feet and looking up in the direction where the sound of the explosion came from, a frown of worry marring her face, Asuna decides to hurry her steps and dashes in the direction of the explosion. Once in the place she sees the two girls that were living with Yusaka-sama panting on the ground and confirming that they are okay, she decides to back away some more and leave Kuno resting against a tree gently. Before she leaves though she decides to make sure that the girls are truly going to find Kuno and verifying it she disappears with a burst of speed leaving the young kitsune in the care of the other girls. WMUS. Ook, please tell me this is a joke, right? Well, I would like to tell you that it is, but honestly, if I didn't see it, even I myself wouldn't believe it. I mean, I was expecting to fight and then knock my opponent out, like seriously, some minutes ago we were just trying to kick each other's asses out. But this is truly ridiculous. Hey, don't look at me. As I pointed out even I am baffled at what is happening in this moment. Both Jinchuriki and Biju can't still take the bafflement out of their faces after seeing the once mad Rias now cuddling and hugging Naruto while she keeps leaving butterfly kisses on his cheeks, neck and chest. These kisses have the desired effect of making Naruto shudder and gasp in fright and excitement, a weird mix of feelings if you ask him, knowing that if Hinata sees what's happening then he can consider himself a dead man. Not only that it's a good thing that she's not there with him in that moment, but also that the other kunoichis are a safe distance away to not see something so ridiculous happening to him. And why isn't Naruto pushing Rias away nor trying to knock her out? Well, it's easy to be honest as she has both their bodies pressed against a tree while her crotch keep rubbing against his growing bulge, that if he tried to separate she would growl and bite him. He did try to push her away the first time, let's just say that he wanted his most sacred parts to honestly be intact in that moment and afterwards thank you very much. How did he even end up in this position again? Well, if he remembers right, he landed some distance away in front of the then standing Rias. After some seconds of intense staring both positioned themselves in their stances, Naruto a defending one, while Rias bent herself forward in all fours ready to pounce. Which, not even 10 seconds later she did pounce on him. He defended himself as he dodged her first right arm hit and pushed her aside, she then took him by surprise when instead of attacking him, she feigned the next punch and went inside his guard. While trying to protect himself he didn't take into account that he let himself wide open for her and she pushed themselves hard against a tree that was behind himself. This sudden movement made him lose his breath for a little time and he tried to hit her in the back of her head. But, she paralyzed him when she suddenly and abruptly deep kissed him with tongue and everything. This sudden move made him totally freeze and be pushed against the tree further in. And that's why he is in this predicament right now, trying to figure out a way to knock Rias out while not losing his manhood. Thank you very much. I'd say let her satisfy herself and then maybe she will calm down. Kurama shrugs after giving his advice thinking that maybe that will help Naruto in the current predicament. Seriously. And if she tries to have sex, with me, Naruto keeps shuddering and moaning a little, trying really hard not to succumb to his base desires of pinning Rias down against the earth and fucking her senseless, knowing that first she's not in her right mind in that moment and that second they basically just know each other for no more than 3 days. Well, you have to make a compromise here Naruto. I'm sure that your mate will understand if you explain it to her in a calm manner. Or simply don't tell her that it happened. Kurama shrugs again not really caring what happens, in the end it's a win-win situation he thinks. Dude, that's not cool Tteibeo. First I won't betray my love for Hinata. Second I won't take advantage of a girl that is not, not in her right mind. Naruto keeps shuddering and grips the bark of the tree behind himself real hard making it crack after feeling Rias' wetness cover his kimono-covered raging bulge in that moment trying real hard to not crack under the pressure of wanton lust and sex in that moment. After some minutes which felt like hours for him, of this agonizing, delicious torture he finally feels Rias shudder and heave a deep breath-laced moan, while giving him a final deep kiss which makes him crack the tree behind him but not make it fall. He feels her slump against his body while grabbing the back of his kimono. But this doesn't mean that he's ready to move yet. He keeps taking deep greedy gulps of calming oxygen and knowing that he really doesn't want to move in that moment, because the cause of his discomfort is still clinging to him really tight and it isn't making it easier on his pretty shambled psyche. Finally regaining his composure, he lets the tree go and stands up while accommodating the now peacefully sleeping Rias on his arms in a bridal carry style. Looking down at her, he notices the peaceful smile she has on in that moment, which makes him smile. Okay, gotta admit that when she's calm she looks really cute. Naruto keeps smiling to himself and after some seconds finally snaps out of it and starts walking in the direction where he can feel Hanabi, Ino, Shion and Shizuka's chakra. Chapter 9. Come again, I have a what? Last time on What Makes Us Strong. Please tell me this is a joke, right? Well, I would like to tell you that it is, but honestly, if I didn't see it, even I myself wouldn't believe it. Okay, gotta admit that when she's calm she looks really cute. Naruto keeps smiling to himself and after some seconds finally snaps out of it and starts walking in the direction where he can feel Hanabi, Ino, Shion, and Shizuka's chakra. Don't take this as an insult Megami-sama, but I honestly don't feel that Kuno-chan would be safe in your realm. Especially with your two sisters around. You do know how they behave, right? Especially when they are bored and find something interesting or cute. Asuna sweat drops knowing how the goddesses act. None taken, I do admit that my sisters can get a little carried away. Okay, they do get carried away. Happy. The goddess couldn't stand the pressure of the stare that Asuna always gives her when she was making the "Are you seriously trying to lie?" face towards her, even though she knows that she can't see her at that moment. I remember talking to Sai, then that bastard, he was the one to put me in the genjutsu. After that, I do remember going to the mission briefing after having a big fight with him. Then making decisions and now I'm here. What the actual fuck? Ino's face keeps showing her distressed nature and what happened to her until settling in a disbelieving facial expression with her eyes open wide and mouth hanging open. This looks like a case of mild mind control jutsu. One can see and make decisions as if they are their own, but in the end, they are just being controlled to do another's bidding. But this genjutsu is not supposed to work on highly trained kunoichi nor shinobis. This technique can only work on low-level chakra civilians and some academy students as pranks, Hanabi says and rubs her forehead with her right hand trying to think about how such a low-rank trick could work on someone trained like Ino. Now. The basics you say, whatever you mean with the basics Naruto-kun. Sirches tilts his head feeling confused and looks at Naruto with a questioning gaze. Yes, the basics. As you should have been told by your sister and your sisters, peerage. I'm not from around here. And I don't know much regarding the different races in this world altogether. True, it would have been better if our first meeting didn't happen on such a rough start. But things happen for a reason and now, here we are. Naruto scratches the back of his head with his bandaged arm after letting out a sigh of frustration. Saying the word peerage truly doesn't sit well with him, because to him, the peerage system is simply an over-glorified form of slavery. Don't get him wrong, he's not part of this world and he has no say in its rules and what happens or will happen. But, if he can help in any form or way, then don't even doubt for a second that he's not going to do it, because that is not who Naruto Uzumaki is. Okay, why don't you ask what you want me to answer? You did say that you have doubts. Sirzex allows himself to get even more comfortable than before while he feels his wounds healing and closing up. You see, the place I've been living for the time being. The leader allowed me to have access to knowledge regarding this world as a whole, be it natural or supernatural in origin. Although there truly are a lot of things I didn't understand. Anyways, my first question is, why did you guys really create the peerage system? I know you guys wanted it to increase the devil's population. But now that its main purpose was fulfilled, what do you guys even need it for? Naruto's eyes narrow in anger, but he keeps himself in check knowing that this is a truly sore point that he desperately needs answers to. Letting a sigh of tiredness leave his body, Sirzex looks directly at Naruto. The peerage system, as you pointed out, was created for the purpose of boosting the devil race at first, although, I feel that we've strayed further from its original goal. I've tried everything I could to help the new devils, but things are complicated, honestly. Complicated, you say? Why is it so complicated? Is it because you guys are beings that revolve around the 7 deadly sins? I mean, while reading the story about you guys, things aren't so good regarding all of you. You made and keep making humanity fall for their sins to make you powerful. You conceive and allow a lot of bad things to happen. Not that I'm judging you for it. It's just in your nature. But, why drag another race? And why even force the human race to compel to it? Naruto shakes his head and looks up at the school roof in contemplation, feeling confusion control his entire being. As you said, we live for the 7 deadly sins. Our whole lives we've been ruled by these sins. I agree that once we reached a certain population, we of the Devilkin should have stopped recruiting more and more members for each different peerage. But well, even if we did recruit a certain number of people into our race, we still weren't able to produce offspring. You see, we have low childbirth rates. This means that no matter how many times we try, a true offspring between devils can only be conceived every once 100 to 200 years or even more time. Heck, I and my sister are several hundreds of years old apart from each other, and even my own son was born after trying countless times with my wife. Sears X looks up and then lets a cold rush of air travel out of his system, feeling good after letting something so heavy out. Knowing he needs to continue explaining, he looks at the clone directly in the eyes. That's why we allow peerages to still exist. True, we've strayed from its original goal. Making shows of power like the peerage fights, trying to gain prestige, fame, but that's, as you pointed out, part of our nature. Because we allow our pride, greed, and other sins to fester and grow. That's who we are. I see. Isn't there a way to compromise? I mean, a lot of your peerages are being used as slaves. Hell, they are human beings. Although once they give up their old life they do submit themselves to the rules of the Devilkin. However, what about those that didn't want to become devils, to begin with? What about those that had no other choice but to become slaves to this rotten system? Have you guys ever gone around each peerage or asked each member their real thoughts? Why do you think your system is flawed? Why do you think so many stray devils appear? And what's more, is that once those that have reached the state of stray devils, you just hunt them down like rabid animals. Not even once did you give them a chance. You see, I once thought they were like the rogue people we have in our world. But after reading what the devils keep doing, and you confirming what I've been thinking this whole time, I really want to give you guys a chance. But, destroying a person's life just so you can take control of it and use that person as if it were a simple game. I seriously want you to tell me, is it right? Do you all have the right to just use as human beings like you please? Naruto's self-restraint and anger slip away from his control. He lets what he really feels regarding the peerage system leave his lips. After noticing Sears X's eyes widening in his own ragged breaths, he calms himself down. Anyways, I'm not blaming any of you. I know that I'm not aligned with any faction or race here. That's why I'm willing to give you guys a second chance. I know each being has and must have a second chance to correct their mistakes. Looking at the now calm, but still frowning blonde Sears X looks at the still passed out devils around himself. He notices his wife's even breathing and even Seraph's too, signifying that they're already awake but are letting him talk to the blonde without much interference. Look around, Naruto. We are not different from humans that much. Of course, we have powers and make sure that humans do not get involved in our affairs. Before our new system, we were worst. Right now we are trying really hard to change our ways. If you've had access to all information regarding the supernatural world, then you must know that we had a civil war to make this new system happen. We kicked out the old Satan faction. We lost a lot of forces in this confrontation because we really didn't want to lose any more of our own in a useless squabble. You mean the three factions war, right? War. I seriously don't like that word. War is never a good thing, it's only a cycle full of hatred and death. Naruto looks around and lets his eyes look and glaze at the moonlight entering through the hole his real self made, remembering the fourth shinobi war. All the death and suffering that war brings is not something that any race should go through. I know. We had the three great factions, war that lasted for thousands of years. That's why at some point all three factions agreed to a ceasefire, so we could regroup and start over again. Although, this peace is so feeble and weak. That's why we are trying to reach real peace. Sears X sighs and looks at how Naruto avoids looking at him while telling him what happened to him and his people long ago. You too right. You have been through war. The conviction in Sears X's words makes Naruto's gaze turn around to look at him and nod hesitantly. War is never a solution to anything. It's just a stupid clash of ideals. I don't like it at all, even though we are beings full of sin. War is never the answer. The other thing I'm going to ask is, are you guys willing to stop recruiting new members into your faction and peerages? Surely, you all have already recruited enough members from any and all races to be able to repopulate your own without the need to turn more with or without their consent. Naruto looks at Sears X expectantly, wanting and hoping with his whole being that Sears X answers in an affirmative way. He knows that he wants to believe in the good of this world and especially in the good of the three great factions. He already believes in the yokai faction, because he knows that they are ruled by their love rather than allowing their hate to take control of them, and it doesn't hurt that they have a really good-looking leader. I truly wish for that too. But, I'm sorry. That's not possible. We do have a lot of new devils, but our devil council and the king of the underworld won't allow that to happen. Not all of the devils are bad though, some do care about their peerages and make sure that they have all their needs fulfilled. Sears X looks up and allows a crestfallen look mar his face when he answers this question because he knows that even if he's one of the leaders of the devil kin, he isn't able to do much to stop the whole devil population. I want us to start over. I really want to get over our initial bad first introduction. Surely, we can start on the right foot this time. But, with all the things that your people keep doing, I truly don't think we are going to be able to have a proper, functional relationship. It's not that I don't want to trust in you guys, but allowing more beings, be it human, fallen, angel, yokai, etc., be recruited forcibly and without their consent. Naruto shakes his head in resignation and allows a breath of denial to travel out of his system, knowing that thanks to his next words they may never be able to have a link to the devils. I truly don't think we are going to be able to be comrades, because I won't be able to trust my back on someone that I know is going to hurt my precious people. Sears looks up at Naruto with wide eyes and mouth closed in a thin line in surprise. He really wasn't expecting for the unknown variable to want to form a link. Sure, he was intrigued because he escaped them and wanted to capture him. This variable was the reason why he was called to search for his sister in one day. This person was the reason why things got so out of hand. He still doesn't understand how all the things that happened and keep happening revolve around him. Even so, now that he's able to have a reasonable talk with him, he's been pondering for some time now, who gave him the information regarding this person and how his little sister was captured by him. He just received this information on his desk some hours before his office was bull rushed by Serafal saying that she received a threat letter saying that the next one was going to be her little sister. Without thinking about anything or anyone, they just teleported to where Sona was looking through the window glass pensive. From there, things just were a rush until they finally teleported to where his sister and peerage were. He has a chance here, a chance to get many answers to his questions. He doesn't want to let this slip by through his fingers, not again, never again. I know we may not look the most favorable to you right now, but I assure you the leaders of the devil faction, myself included, are doing our best to change our ways. Really? Because so far the only things that I've gotten from you guys are not the best. Naruto looks at Sears waiting for a normal answer, and honestly, so far the only thing I've gathered from all of you is that I seriously can't trust you at all, as I said before. As I was saying, we truly are trying our best. We no longer abide by the old Satan faction rules. But things aren't that easy. I can see that.